Chapter 001 Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Little did I expect that I would not only travel to the world of Dragon Ball, but also become Broly. A tall man sat on a high mountain cliff, looking at his body and muttering to himself. This person was wearing white pants, a red scarf around his pants, black hair and black eyes, and a beautiful face, but upon closer inspection, he looked serious, with a bad person's appearance, especially the evil eyes. This person is none other than the legendary Super Saiyan in the Dragon Ball world, Broly. To be precise, his former name was Fanfic, an Earthling and a veteran Dragon Ball fan. For his crossing, Fanfic does not remember very much, only knows that he was originally watching the theatrical version of Broly at home, who knew that he fell asleep because he was too sleepy, and he became Broly after waking up. But it's okay. Broly, known as Broly from now on, seemed to have figured it out, floated off the cliff, and then flew into the air. The land in front of him was full of large and small pits, which were caused by a random explosion after he crossed it. Looking at what is in front of him, Broly sighed with emotion. The legendary Super Saiyan is not covered. You must know that he did not have the power to destroy the world before, but now, as long as he wants, this planet can be said to explode casually. This power to destroy the world, and the benefits it brings, is what he desperately desires. Moreover, although the body is Broly's, the soul is his own, so he becomes Broly, but he does not have problems such as Broly's thoughts and inability to control power. Therefore, since there is no problem with Broly's original problems, then he becomes Broly, simply the most perfect Saiyan. You know, in the Dragon Ball Super theatrical version, Broly has the power to surpass the Super Blue Monkey King. As long as you train hard, it is not a problem to become the strongest in the universe. After all, Broly's talent is not covered. Thinking of this, an excited expression appeared on Broly's face. Since he became Broly, then feel free to do Broly. What gods of destruction, angels, great priests, and all kings, their own future is not a problem. As long as he is given time, as a legendary Super Saiyan, what can't he surpass? Since this is the case, then we must plan the future and cultivation methods, so that we can be stronger and faster. If that's the case, you have to go to Earth. Broly thought that if this was to happen, Earth was a good place to be. Earth is where all the main stories of the Dragon Ball world take place, plus the main characters of Dragon Ball are on Earth, so Earth must go to it, and it is even possible to live there. Although I don't know if it is useful or not, it seems that only Dr. Brief on Earth can make gravity cultivation rooms. The direction of the Earth, Paragath should know where it is, Broly thought to himself as he looked into the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly. Paragath is Broly's father, but Broly does not have a good impression of him, not to mention that he is using his own powers, and even building a machine that can control himself. This made Broly not only have no good impression of Paragath, but even felt very disgusted. You must know that although the current Paragath has not yet built a machine to control himself, it is still a hidden danger after all, but Paragath is still useful to himself, so Broly did not kill him. As for the future, hidden dangers like Paragath must be eliminated, there is no doubt about this. After all, it is a Saiyan who crosses, and it is also Broly, so Broly also has the characteristics that a Saiyan should have. Fighting freak, high self-esteem, no one in sight, and it's like cruelty without any emotion. Of course, the current Broly is not cruel to this extent, but he has no feelings for the father of Paragath, and Paragath still wants to use and control himself, and must kill him to avoid future problems. Now Broly is 16 years old. According to this age, Sun Wukong should still be training in the temple. You must know that Sun Wukong only faced off with Bik in the world's first martial arts conference after training at the age of 17. According to Broly's speculation, it should take a year to go to Earth now, which happens to be the time when the world's first martial arts conference is held. There should be a spaceship at the base, so I don't know if the base has recorded the location of the Earth, Broly thought that Paragas was also a very ambitious person. Using Broly's power, he had controlled a lot of planets, but these planets were all planets with poor resources, so they also gave up many planets. The planet that Broly is now on is the latest planet found by Paragas, and it is also a planet with better resources, but it is still not suitable as a habitable planet, at least compared with the Earth. This is why Paragas wants to get Earth so much, but in the setting of the Dragon Ball world, Earth does seem to be a planet with a very good environment. Paragas also found a planet to live on and would make a base on it, so they had a base here. And because of Broly's power, Paragas has also obtained a lot of people with strong combat power from many planets, as well as many more powerful scientists, so their base also has spaceships and interstellar route maps. It is also because of this that Broly remembered from his memory that the galaxy to which the planet Paragas belongs is not very far from the Milky Way. Broly just wanted to go to the base to see if there was a way to go to Earth, but Paragas already had ideas to find a new planet, so Earth should be marked. In that case, let's go to the so-called base to take a look. After all, I have just crossed into Broly, and I haven't seen Paragas yet. Broly smiled, and then flew towards the location of the base according to his memory. For the person of Paragas, Broly is also very curious. If he does not have a little strength himself, it is impossible to control Broly. And Paragas is not stupid, and knows to use the power of science to control Broly's power, so he should take a good look at him for a while. The location of the base is far from where he is now, about 3,000 kilometers or so, but for Broly, just a few minutes is enough. Chapter 002. During the time he flew to the base, Broly carefully sensed his combat power by the way, and his normal combat power should be about 4 million at this time. Although he can't sense the breath, Broly can already transform into a Super Saiyan because of his talent at this time. The normal combat power of 3 million is a tipping point, a critical point for transforming into a Super Saiyan, and Broly has only been able to become a Super Saiyan for a while, so the norm should only be 4 million combat power. Broly does increase his combat effectiveness every year even if he does not practice, but it does not double, but he can keep increasing his combat effectiveness when fighting. This point is very powerful, even more than doubling the combat effectiveness every year, because as long as the enemy is stronger, his combat effectiveness will continue to improve, and it is even possible to increase it more than a dozen or 20 times or even more at a time. Ordinary Saiyans can also fight against the strong and become stronger and stronger, but at most they will slightly improve their combat effectiveness. Like Sun Wukong's father Bardock, even if he has experienced a lot of life and death battles, his combat power is only 10,000, you must know that he was born with 10,000 combat power. Therefore, in addition to ordinary cultivation, the most important thing is to go to those strong people to fight, and the best is a strong person who is much stronger than himself, but he will not kill himself in seconds. This way the combat power can improve faster, and Broly also decided to wait until he went to Earth before going to Adetra to learn those magical skills. Thinking so, Broly soon came to the base built by Paragas, and seeing Broly's arrival, the two minions immediately came up respectfully. "Lord Broly, you're back," the two soldiers said respectfully, with fear in their tones in addition to respect. Broly naturally noticed the fear of these two minions, but he didn't care much, because he knew that Broly was simply a madman before. Not only is he a madman, but he will kill a few minions to play when he has nothing to do, so these two minions are so afraid. And Paragas doesn't care about these, not to mention that there are many small soldiers, and Broly is the real main force. As long as Broly is there, nothing is a thing. And because of Broly's presence, the other scared minions did not dare to resist and escape. Broly nodded to the two minions, although he traveled to the Dragon Ball world and became Broly, so he also knew that being merciful in this world was cruel to himself, but he was not to the point of killing people at will. "That's right. Lord Broly," Lord Paragas said that when he saw you, he would let you go to him, as if there was something important to discuss with you. Just as Broly was about to enter the base, the two minions seemed to have thought of something and quickly said to Broly. Broly paused when he heard this, then turned his head to look at the two soldiers, and then the two soldiers suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, but quickly turned back to their heads. Paragus looking for himself? That's right, I just happened to go to him, just go over to see what happened to him, and ask the direction of the earth. According to the memory in his head, Broly entered the base, and then walked several ways, during which he also met many small soldiers, all like the two small soldiers before. Respectfully and fearfully greeted. Broly didn't bother to care about these minions, and went directly to the location where Paragus was, which was the headquarters of this base, as quickly as possible. It should be here. Broly finally stopped, and this position was exactly in the center of the base, and there was a gate in front of it with the Scion word headquarters written on it. Broly didn't waste much time, opened the door directly, and strode inside. Behind the gate is a room. This room is not very large, somewhat similar to the feeling of the command and control, and there is a long table. Broly's arrival attracted the attention of many people sitting at the table, and after seeing that it was Broly, they all put on respectful and fearful expressions. Broly glanced at these people, knew that these were the core personnel of the base, and then swept his gaze to the last member of the seat. Here you are, Broly. The last person in the seat also looked at Broly, and although his expression and tone were indifferent, Broly still heard a trace of fear. This man wears a Scion combat uniform, has a black beard, and is also a one-eyed dragon with a knife mark on his left eye, which is none other than Paragus. Broly nodded, seemingly accustomed to an indifferent expression, and asked Paragus, "Don't you want to discuss things with me? Hurry up and say it." Paragus was stunned, as if he felt that Broly had become different there, but he didn't know that it was different. Paragus didn't think much about it, just thought that Broly was a rare normal time, and said to Broly, "I plan to go to the galaxy to find a new planet, and I want you to come with me." Milky Way. After Broly heard the three words Milky Way in the words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart was suddenly surprised. But surprise soon turned into surprise. After all, he had planned to go to Earth, and Earth was in the galaxy. So if you know the Milky Way, do you know an accurate map of the Milky Way's interstellar route? Broly suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked Paragath. "How do you know so much?" Paragath looked at Broly in amazement and lost his voice. You know, in the heart of Paragus, Broly is an absolutely savage scion who would never know anything like an interstellar route map. Moreover, Paragath finally felt where Broly had changed, that is, his expression. The original Broly either had a perverted expression, or was like a 3-0 boy, but he didn't show an indifferent and mature expression at all. And now Broly, no matter what time it is, has an indifferent and mature expression. But this is also no way. Broly was not only a famous college student in his previous life, but also relatively mature and calm, so it was naturally the same after crossing. So it's normal for Paragus to notice that something is wrong with Broly, but Broly doesn't care. "I'm just awakening." Broly smiled mysteriously, and then his eyes gradually became dangerous, and the mysterious smile also turned into a sneer. "I advise you to answer my question quickly, otherwise what will happen later, I can't guarantee." Chapter 003. After Broly said this, he also exuded his own breath, although he would not perceive the breath, but it was still okay to emit the breath, but it directly burst out in all ways. The entire room was messed up by Broly, the long table was also smashed by the breath, and everyone in the room looked at Broly with a terrified expression. Paragath also looked at Broly with a terrified expression, knowing that Broly's power was too strong. As long as he wanted to kill himself and others, these people were not even ants. There is. In the warehouse of the Spaceship Management Department, there is a map of the interstellar route where the galaxy is stored, Paragus replied in horror without any hesitation. Broly glanced at these people indifferently, wasted no time, and walked towards the Spacecraft Management Department. Seeing Broly leave, these people finally breathed a sigh of relief. their faces were all scared out of cold sweat, and some people were even scared to pee. Paragus is also an expression of the aftermath, but it quickly turned into fierce, and his eyes even revealed killing intent. Broly. Paragus clenched his fists. When did this bastard become like this? If you dare to do this to me, I must kill him. When those subordinates next to them heard this, they immediately broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that they still want to kill Broly with your combat strength. The head is clamped by the door. Great King, you calm down first. At this time, one of his subordinates finally calmed down and said to Paragus, it is impossible to kill Broly, the gap between us and him is too great, and we still need to use his power to rule the entire universe. When Paragus heard this, he also came to his senses, and suddenly took a deep breath, barely calming down. You're right. So you have to think of a way. Paragus glanced at his subordinate who had just said that and said to him, you quickly turn on the surveillance and monitor Broly to see what he plans to do. Yes. The subordinate bowed in response, and then quickly went to the computer to turn on the monitoring screen, and then saw that Broly's body had arrived at the gate of the spacecraft management department. Broly, no matter what you become, you will always be my son, and I will control you to rule the universe. Paragus looked at Broly who monitored the screen and said viciously in his heart. Broly didn't know this at this time. He directly opened the door of the spacecraft management department, and then walked in. The spaceship management department is very large, at least the sum of thousands of halls, and there are many spaceships here, both the classic ships of the Scions and the spaceships of other planets. Although Scion spaceships are classic, Broly prefers a high-class and moderately sized spaceship. Just when Broly didn't know which spaceship to choose, an old man came over with a few people with respectful faces. Lord Broly, did you come to choose a spaceship? Why didn't you see Lord Paragus? The old man in the lead asked Broly respectfully. Broly glanced at this old man and recognized this old man as the head of the spacecraft management department, and the most powerful scientist in this base, named Dr. Sang. And those behind him should be his students. Only I will go this time. You quickly help me find a map of the interstellar route of the Milky Way, and by the way, pick me a highest level and medium-sized and cool spaceship. Broly ordered Dr. Sand. After Dr. Sang heard these words, a flash of essence flashed in his eyes, nodded respectfully to Broly, and then followed his people to find the spaceship and get the interstellar route map of the galaxy. Dr. San, I hate when people play tricks with me, unless the person is impatient to live, so your words should be understood. At this moment, Broly suddenly said such a sentence coldly. Broly was not a fool. Dr. Sang would not understand the idea in his heart, but because he also needed spaceships and interstellar route maps, he did not make a move, just threatened. Hearing Broly's threat, Dr. Sang realized that his thoughts had been discovered, and suddenly broke into a cold sweat, and all thoughts were held back in his heart. By the way, after finding the spaceship I want, destroy all the monitors in the spaceship. By the way, if I find that one is not destroyed, you don't have to live in this world. Broly knew that Paragus was definitely watching him now, and although he didn't care right now, he wouldn't let anyone spy on him when he got on the spaceship and headed to Earth. But each spaceship has a monitor and is connected to the headquarters of this base, so if the spaceship's monitor is not destroyed, Paragus must be able to monitor him through the main computer of the headquarters, so he wants Dr. Sang to destroy the monitor after finding a suitable spaceship. Yes. B. When Dr. Sang heard this, he was stammered in fright, and without the slightest hesitation, he quickly ran towards the position of his student. Dr. Sang and the others moved quickly, and immediately found the spaceship and the interstellar route map of the galaxy, and quickly came to Broly's front and brought it outside a spaceship. This spacecraft is a disc, the kind of spaceship that often appears on TV, with a white appearance and a row of green glass, which looks very good, and Broly feels that it is also a good size, about 50 meters in diameter. Broly and Dr. Sang walked into the spaceship and found that everything in the spacecraft was supposed to be, and it was also very wide, which suited Broly's appetite. "Lord Broly, please look here and here." While Broly was admiring the spacecraft, Dr. Sang bowed and pointed to the spacecraft's main computer. After hearing this, Broly looked at the main computer and found that the computer screen showed a map of interstellar routes, which clearly marked the Milky Way. Broly carefully looked at the interstellar route map and quickly found the location of the solar system. Broly asked Dr. Sang to zoom in on the position of the solar system, and after Dr. Sang magnified it 10,000 times, the path map of the solar system appeared clearly on the computer screen. And Broly also set his sights on a planet in the solar system, and this planet ranks third in the solar system, and its name is Blue and White Star, that is, Earth. Chapter 004. Set the destination of the spacecraft here. Broly pointed to Dr. Sang to the Earth in the route map. "First of all, don't use any crooked brains, otherwise you will be ready to go to hell." "Yes, yes, yes." Dr. Sang quickly nodded with a cold sweat, and then quickly set the destination location of the spacecraft on Earth. After fixing the position, Broly did not intend to waste any more time, waved Dr. Sang to leave, and the spaceship he drove left the planet. After watching Broly drive the spaceship away, Dr. Sang and his disciples breathed a sigh of relief as if they had survived the disaster, and fell directly to the ground, without any strength. Broly naturally didn't know so much. He was on the spaceship at this time, but he didn't know what to do. But there is no way, after all, this is his first time in a spaceship, and even if it is the fastest spacecraft, it seems that it will take a year to reach Earth. It is very difficult and basically impossible for a person to stay in one place for a year. Let's go to sleep first. After all, now you have to adapt to the environment inside the spaceship. Broly thought about it, but finally decided to go to sleep first. Just as Broly was preparing to sleep, he suddenly noticed that something outside the window seemed to be rapidly approaching, which also seemed to be a spaceship. "Hey? This is the spaceship of the Frisia Legion." Broly looked at what was rapidly approaching suspiciously, and suddenly realized that it was really a spaceship, and it was also a spaceship of the Frisia Legion. However, Broly soon understood that the Frisia Legion was originally a group of robbers, and they must have seen that their spaceship was so advanced, so they were ready to come and snatch it. Broly showed a sneer. These little miscellaneous soldiers also dared to come and grab their own things. It was really self-defeating. Not to mention these little miscellaneous soldiers, even if Frisia himself came, it was just to send him to death. Broly first stopped the spacecraft, then opened the door of the spaceship and flew straight out. As a legendary Super Saiyan, Broly is not like an ordinary Saiyan and cannot survive in the universe, so he has no plans to wear a spacesuit. This spaceship is really advanced. If it weren't for the fact that he could control it with a Saiyan voice, I wouldn't have piloted it. Broly thought to himself as he glanced back at his spaceship. Broly turned his head and looked at the spaceship of the Frisia Legion that was almost in front of him, and flew towards it quickly. Saiyan. And they are also Saiyans who can survive in the universe. Looking at the figure that appeared on the computer screen, the people inside the Frisia Legion spaceship suddenly lost their voices in surprise. This person is green and blue-skinned, looks like a woman, and is the Sob who often appears next to Frisia. This time Sob travels to a planet on Frisia's orders, preparing to kill all the inhabitants of that planet and obtain it. However, on the way, he encountered a very advanced spaceship, so he wanted to obtain it and give it to his king Frisia, so that his status in the Frisia Legion could be improved. And that spaceship is naturally Broly's spaceship, so when Broly came out, Sob was so surprised. In Sob's cognition, the Saiyan planet should have been destroyed by its own king, and there would be no other Saiyans other than Vegeta's 3 Saiyans. But now not only has there been another Saiyan, but it seems that it is still a Saiyan who can survive in space. Humph! Even if it is a Saiyan who can survive in space, in front of my Lord Sob, it is not a waste? Sob sneered, not wondering for too long that he had never looked down on the Saiyans. However, Sob wanted to find out why Broly could survive in space, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Broly had now flown outside the Frisia Legion's spaceship. At the same time, Sob also floated out from the top of the spaceship with a group of Frisia soldiers. Hehe, isn't this Frisia's lackey Sabo, are you here to look for death? After noticing Sob and the others, Broly sneered. I originally thought that it was just an ordinary Frisia soldier, but I didn't expect that this lackey also came, just because I was unhappy with this guy and just destroyed it casually. What? A scion dares to be so arrogant? Look at Lord Ben who doesn't destroy you. Sob didn't expect Broly to say this about him and completely lost his mind. As for why he knew himself, Sob only thought that as a cosmic emperor, he must be famous in the whole universe. However, Sob is a little head after all, although he thinks that a scion will not be powerful, but he still presses the button of the combat power detector. This? How is this possible? But Sob's eyes soon widened in horror, as the data of the combat power detector kept rising, surpassing him at once. After the combat effectiveness data reached 100,000, the combat effectiveness detector finally couldn't withstand it and exploded. But this is purely normal, even if it is the strongest combat power detector of the Kainu special forces in the original work, the maximum ceiling is less than 1 million. And Broly's normal combat effectiveness is about 4 million, although it is only speculation, but it is definitely only high. This must be a broken combat power detector. How can the combat power of the scions exceed 100,000? Sob looked at Broly incredulously and clenched his fists. It is impossible to believe that a scion would have such combat power, unless this person is a legendary super scion, but that is just a legend. Just when Sob was unbelievable, Broly didn't mean to waste time, and directly threw an energy bomb towards Sob and the others. Boom! In just a moment, before Sob and the others could react, they had already been blown up into cosmic dust. Broly looked at Sob and the others who were blown up into cosmic dust, and thought that this was really killing Sob and the others. But this is also normal. Sob and others were originally small characters and had no combat effectiveness. Chapter 005. Broly looked at the spacecraft of Sob and the others, and an idea seemed to be born in his heart. Wouldn't it be nice to lure Frisia and Vegeta to Earth? Broly thought to himself as he looked at Sob's spaceship. Broly had planned to destroy Frisia after going to Earth, and now he was just luring him to Earth and destroying him with his hands. Then by the way, he led Vegeta to Earth so that he and Sun Wukong could see below. After all, these two people are real opponents. Broly also has the will to cultivate his opponent, although it can also be said that he should be the one who was beaten, and Sun Wukong is a very good choice. And Sun Wukong also needs a practicing opponent, and this opponent is best met as soon as possible, and this opponent is naturally best to choose Vegeta in the original book. Therefore, if you can, it is better to get them all directly to Earth, so that you don't have to bother to find them yourself. After thinking about it, Broly entered Sob's spaceship and walked directly to the control room. Fortunately, although this spaceship is very large, it has markings, otherwise it would be more difficult to find this control room. Broly thought, and then walked into the control room, and found that there were many Frisia soldiers in the control room, but at this time, they all looked at Broly with a look of horror. Broly just killed Sob in seconds, but they can see it clearly. You must know that Sob's combat power is 23,000, and they have been directly killed in seconds, not to mention these miscellaneous soldiers who have not even reached 1,000. After seeing Broly, these Frisia soldiers quickly knelt down and kept begging for mercy. My lord! We really don't know Tarzan, please let us go. Broly glanced at these Frisia soldiers, and there was a look of disgust on his face, which was also too provocative, right? As long as you answer me a few questions, I won't kill you, but if you don't answer, or if you don't answer well, Broly glanced at the Frisia soldiers indifferently, what will happen to you, you know in your hearts. Clear. Clear, the Frisia soldier who knelt on the ground nodded sharply, and quickly asked Broly, "What do you want to ask?" "I have something I want to say to Frisia, you guys help me connect to the main computer of the Frisia spaceship first." Broly looked at the Frisia soldiers and replied. Broly's answer made these Frisia soldiers stunned, in their hearts. Although Broly's combat effectiveness is indeed very high, he is definitely not their opponent of King Frisia. Isn't this looking for death? However, these Frisia soldiers did not dare to think about it, but thought that this scion was very arrogant, and one Frisia reacted quickly and went directly to the main computer to start operating. Soon, the main computer of the spacecraft was connected to the main computer of the Frisia spacecraft, and two characters appeared on the screen. One of the two figures is very short, sitting in a hovering semicircular aircraft, with two horns on his head and a tail, which is none other than Frisia. The other one is relatively large, and the two people are a round ball, pink skin, and they can be said to be extremely ugly. It is Dodolia of the same level as Sob. "Mr. Sob, is there something going on?" Frisia looked at the main computer indifferently, but soon noticed Broly, and asked with a grim look in his eyes, "Who are you? Wait. Are you a scion?" Dodolia next to him seemed to notice something, and suddenly lost his voice in surprise. Dodolia did not expect that scions other than Vegeta and the others would appear on Sob's spaceship, which is why he would be so gaff. "Scion." Frisia turned his head to glance at Dodolia, then fixed his gaze on Broly, and suddenly revealed a weird smile. It turns out that in addition to the three people of Vegeta, there are other wild monkeys alive. "So, Mr. Sob must have been killed by you, right? This means that your combat power should be above 30,000, and I am really surprised that wild monkeys can have such combat power." Frisia smiled at Broly, "So why are you looking for me? Is it a provocation or a search for death?" "It should be regarded as a provocation. You are not qualified to say to me that you are looking for death, although you have 5 forms, but now you only have 530,000 combat power, and you still don't let me put it in my eyes." Broly smiled and replied in a defiant tone. Frisia was even angry at this time, but as the Emperor of the universe, he was not so easy to lose his mind, and the most important thing was that Frisia was very surprised at this time. Because Broly had been very accurate in stating his combat power and knowing that he had 5 forms, this matter was unknown to not even one of his subordinates except his family. "It seems that you are not an ordinary scion. Who are you?" Frisia suppressed his anger and asked Broly. "I said I was the legendary Super Saiyan, do you believe it?" Broly smiled and replied defiantly to Frisia. "Super Saiyan? That's just a legend, do you think I'll believe it?" Frisia glanced at Broly with disdain, clearly disbelieving. "Believe it or not?" Broly shrugged, but suddenly changed his tone. "But if you want to kill me, you'd better bring Vegeta with you to Earth. I'll be there waiting for you, Frisia." "Do you think I'll believe you?" Frisia looked at Broly indifferently and said. Broly raised his eyebrows, suddenly looked at Frisia with playful eyes, and said, "Whatever you want, but if you really are so intimidating, then there is no way, little man." Before Frisia could react, Broly had already turned off the screen of the main computer, and Frisia outside the other screen was already extremely angry at this time. After turning off the computer screen, Broly smiled. He knew that Frisia was also a person with strong self-esteem, and he would definitely come to Earth if he provoked himself like this. "Hey! I'm waiting for Frisia, hoping you won't be destroyed by me so easily." Broly smiled grimly and thought to himself. Chapter 006. "King, this must be that Scion trap, we can't fall for it." Dodoria looked at the extremely angry Frisia and couldn't help but speak. "I'm the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, how can I be afraid of a small Scion?" But as soon as Dodoria finished speaking, Frisia stared directly at him with murderous eyes and said angrily. Dodolia took a step back from the stare, and then did not dare to say more. After all, if he provoked Frisia, there was only a dead end for him. After a while, Frisia calmed down, but the killing intent revealed in his eyes became more serious. "Doria, Order down, let Vegeta and them return, and by the way, tell the driver to go to Earth immediately. Frisia glanced at the terrified Doria and ordered. Yes. King Frisia. Doria was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and hurried back to do what Frisia had ordered. That scion wild monkey. I will definitely let you understand the horror of my universe emperor. Frisia looked out the window, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually rose. Broly looked at these terrified Frisia soldiers, showed a mysterious smile, and asked, "Why, am I that terrifying?" "No, no, no." A Frisia soldier quickly shook his head. How can a scion as handsome and dashing as an adult be terrifying, right? Yes, yes. The other Frisia soldiers quickly nodded and seconded. Really? Broly glanced at the Frisia soldiers and suddenly showed a kind smile. I think so too. Don't worry, what I said will definitely count. I will not only release you, but also give you a ride. Broly still smiled and added. Send us a trip? When the Frisia soldiers heard Broly's words, they suddenly felt that something was wrong, and by the time they reacted, it was too late. Yes. Broly's smile finally turned into a grim smile. Send you to hell, this can be regarded as letting you go, right? Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and between the flashes of flames, the spaceship of the Frisia soldiers was no longer visible, and under Broly's energy bomb, everything was in ashes. It's really bright, and the explosion is very loud, it's really good. Broly looked at the masterpiece he had made and couldn't help but say three very. This is not because Broly is really very cold-blooded, but these Frisia soldiers are originally evil people, and he naturally can't really let them go. Broly admired it for a while, and then returned to his spaceship. After all, the most important thing now is to go to Earth. Start the ship. The target is still the Earth. After returning to the spacecraft, Broly commanded the spacecraft control system. Understood. The spacecraft made a mechanical sound, and soon the spacecraft was running. Broly looked out the window and realized that he was going to stay on this spaceship for a whole year, and fortunately there was a lot of food on it, enough for a year. Just hungry, let's go eat first, and then go to sleep. In this way, Broly began the process of his own cosmonial voyage. 1 year later. Master, it has reached the solar system, there are still 2 minutes to reach the Earth, please be ready. Just as Broly was meditating, the voice of the spaceship appeared. Hey! Broly, who was meditating, opened his eyes, looked out the window next to him, and finally found a familiar planet. Pluto. Broly stood up, thinking that after such a long time, he had finally reached the solar system. After the use of comprehension chi, my combat power has finally reached 10 million, and now in addition to Chuan Chao, I can perfectly use the power of Super Saiyan. Broly sensed the chi in his body and thought to himself. Broly's voyage time during this year was to try to comprehend the use of chi, that is, the cultivation of chi. The Kung Fu paid off, and Broly finally fully comprehended chi, and his use of chi also reached the point of pure fire. And it seems that because of the use of comprehension chi, Broly's normal combat power now has 10 million. In order not to let those old guys on Earth be scared to death, it's better to suppress the combat power to 1000, Broly thought about it, and finally decided that it was better to suppress the combat power. Master, having reached the outside of the Earth's atmosphere, do you want to land directly where no one is? Just as Broly suppressed his combat effectiveness, the spaceship's voice reminded again. Broly looked out the window and found that the spacecraft had indeed stopped, and one of Broly's most familiar planets, Earth, appeared outside the window. Broly nodded, and then quietly waited for the spacecraft to land. Master, found that there is a perfect place for landing. At this time, the spacecraft reminded Broly again. What place? Broly glanced at the picture of the main computer screen, and was stunned for a moment. Hey? This is the Temple of the Earth? Broly did not expect that the place that the spacecraft said was suitable for landing was the Temple of the Earth. Broly smiled, just in time to go to the Earth Immortal to ask him where the Earth Dragon Ball was located, so that he could find the Divine Dragon to fulfill his wish. Just land there. Broly nodded again, and then the spacecraft began to land. Hey! It seems that someone has come to Earth. Moreover, this person's chi is also extremely powerful, even far beyond the Vic Great Devil. Inside the temple below the Broly spaceship, a man suddenly looked up at the sky and wondered. Judging from this person's green skin and white clothes with the word God, it is the heavenly god of the earth. Boom! At this time, Broly's spaceship also landed on the Temple of the Gods. Report. Already landed at the destination. Listening to the sound of the spaceship, Broly nodded with mixed feelings. 1 year. Finally reached Earth. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 007. Broly calmed down for a moment, and then ordered the spaceship to open the door and teleport himself. At the same time, a dark-skinned man appeared next to Tenjin, wrapped in a white bandage on his head and a cyan gemstone on his head. It was Mr. Bobo. Heavenly God, what kind of anger is this? Powerful and evil, Mr. Bobo looked at Broly's spaceship and said worriedly to the gods. The god nodded, his eyes were also full of fear, but after all, he was the god of the earth, so he still seemed calm. I'm afraid this person's combat power is similar to yours. If he is an enemy, then we can't help. Tenjin looked at Broly, who had appeared from the spaceship at this time, and said to Mr. Bobo. Mr. Bobo's combat power is 1030, this is officially certified, but the combat power suppressed by Broly is about 1000, which is naturally similar in the eyes of the gods. The god of the earth and Mr. Bobo, since they are all there, you can just ask the location of the Dragon Ball. Broly naturally noticed the celestial gods and thought to himself. Who is your excellency, and why did you come to Earth? The god suppressed the fear in his heart and asked Broly. Me. Broly pointed to himself, then smiled and replied to the gods, I came to Earth to do something, but I can't tell you anything. You can rest assured that it will not be something evil. And, before the gods could speak, Broly added, if I'm really going to do something bad, do you think anyone on your earth can stop it? The god was stunned, but he quickly reacted, and then his mood was a little low, because he knew that this was the truth, and there was really no one on the earth that could stop the person in front of him. I also have some things looking for you. I don't know if you know the exact location of the Earth Dragon Ball. At this moment, Broly said again. Dragon Ball. Tenjin and Mr. Bobo looked at Broly in surprise, and said in unison, how did you know about Dragon Ball? How do I know that the Dragon Ball is not important? The important thing is whether you know the exact location of the Dragon Ball. Don't tell me you don't know, you are the god of the earth, it is impossible not to know. Tenjin looked at Broly, his eyes showed a complicated light, he really didn't expect this person to know about Dragon Ball, and this person seemed to want to get Dragon Ball very much. What would happen if he didn't give it? The gods did not dare to continue to think, a Vic Great Demon King was enough to make the world fearful, this person was too much stronger than the Vic Great Devil, and it was simply impossible to fight it. I can find the Dragon Ball, but it will take about a day, I don't know if you have the patience to wait. Tenjin looked at Broly and finally decided to meet his conditions. It's okay, it's just a day, I can wait. Broly nodded, don't say a day, you know, he has been in the spaceship for a whole year. You only have 1 day, I hope you won't let me down. After Broly finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something, and asked the god again, do you know where the Universal Capsule Company is? Tien Shen was stunned, and then nodded and said, you know, the Universal Capsule Company is the largest company on the earth, I naturally know, to be precise. Can you stop talking so much nonsense? Broly interrupted impatiently. Just tell me the name and location of the city. The central location of the western capital of the earth, 1,000 kilometers to the west. When the god was interrupted, he was naturally very unhappy in his heart, but he did not show it on the surface, and by the way, he pointed to where the west was. Broly nodded. He planned to take advantage of this day to see the condition of Sun Wukong first. The current Monkey King should not have participated in the world's first martial arts conference. Broly glanced at the location of the western capital, and then flew towards the location of the western capital with all his strength. For Broly, it only takes 1 minute to fly 1,000 kilometers. What about the gods? When Mr. Bobo saw Broly leave, he looked at the gods. Do you really want to promise him? Is there any other way now than to promise him? I can only hope that his wish will not be very evil. The god shook his head helplessly. How could he hope to agree to such a powerful and evil person? Go find Dragon Ball now. Tenjin shook his head again, and then told Mr. Bobo the location of the Dragon Ball, and asked him to go and retrieve the Dragon Ball first. Yes. Mr. Bobo nodded, and then jumped off the temple and flew towards the location of one of the Dragon Balls that the god said. This should be the western capital, and it is exactly the same as in the original book. Broly floated in the air, looking at the city below and thought to himself. Tenjin said that the Universal Capsule Company is located in the center of the western capital, which should be in the middle. Broly thought about it and flew towards the middle of the city. Soon, Broly came to the middle of the western capital, and then landed so quickly that no one noticed Broly's landing. Broly landed on the roof of a tall building and looked down. Because Scions had much higher eyesight than Earthlings, so Broly quickly noticed a very large corporate company. This enterprise company is definitely at the headquarters level, covering an area of about thousands of acres, and the words Universal Capsule Company are marked at the gate and many places. It was clear that this corporate company was Broly's target, Universal Capsule Company, and the business of Dr. Bulma and Brive. Broly looked at the Universal Capsule Company, and a high-speed movement directly flashed into the Universal Capsule Company. Because it was too fast, even if someone found something, they thought it was an illusion. After Broly entered the Universal Capsule Company, he found that there were so many people here that he had no way to find Dr. Brive. The reason why Broly came to Universal Capsule Company was to find Dr. Brive and ask him to help him build the gravity cultivation room, although it is not clear whether he will help or not. Chapter 008. Of course, Broly naturally has a way to get Dr. Brive to help him, and if it really doesn't work, threats are also a good way. Hey? Is that Bulma? Just as Broly was thinking this, suddenly a figure caught his attention. This figure is from a woman, with beautiful blue hair and eyes, claw face, and good features. Looks can be said to be very cute, and those should have it. It is Dragon Ball heroine Bulma. At this time, Bulma was talking to a female white-collar worker, and this female white-collar worker should be an employee of her company, and should talk about work. Although Bulma is playing very hard now, after all, she is the continuation of the Universal Capsule Company, and there are some things she naturally has to do. Having Bulma take me to meet her father should save you the trouble of searching. Broly thought about it for a moment and thought it was a good idea. Okay, I see, you go back first. Bulma nodded to the female white-collar worker, who also bowed to Bulma before retiring. When Broly saw this scene, he couldn't help but think that Japanese women have quality. Although the Dragon Ball world is not divided into countries, only a country where the dog is the king, after all, many cultures are still mainly Japanese. After Bulma watched the female white-collar worker leave, she was also ready to leave, but before she could take 2 steps, she was blocked by a person. And this person is none other than Broly, who moved at high speed. You are? Bulma looked at Broly who suddenly appeared, and was immediately stunned, thinking when did this person appear? And this person's clothes, let alone her company's people, to be precise, it seems that it has nothing to do with the earth, just like not being an earthling. But this person is so handsome. It also looks very strong, but Bulma didn't have long to be stunned, and she actually became a fool, thinking to herself. Nope. I already have leaping in my heart, and I can't pay too much attention to other handsome guys. But at the thought of leaping, Bulma shook her head. Excuse me, sir, who are you? After Bulma calmed down, she politely asked Broly, is there something wrong with coming to Universal Capsule Company? I'm here to find Dr. Brive. Broly also bowed politely and smiled at Bulma, do you know he is there? Because he was a high-achieving student at a prestigious university in his previous life, Broly is still very civilized in Japanese, and he is very good. However, although Broly is handsome and polite in front of Bulma's eyes, perhaps because Broly is more terrible, he looks a little strange. But it still can't hinder Bulma's first impression of Broly, which makes Broly's future actions more convenient. I'm sorry, Dr. Briff is my dad, but he's not here today, I'm afraid you'll have to come back another day. Bulma looked at Broly apologetically and shook her head. Is it? That's a shame. Broly didn't expect Bulma's answer to be like this, and he was suddenly a little disappointed. Or, let's leave a contact information so I'll let you know when my dad comes back. Bulma said suddenly to Broly. No, should you be going to the world's first martial arts conference now? I'm actually a friend of Monkey King, and we just happened to go together. Broly smiled mysteriously at Bulma and said. The reason why Broly said this was because he found that Bulma was dressed the same as in the original book to go to the world's first martial arts conference. You know I'm going to the world's first martial arts conference today. Bulma looked at Broly in surprise, and then asked suspiciously, you are still Goku's Mingyu? I really don't believe it. But yes, after all, no woman in reality would trust a person so much. Broly thought to himself. I am a friend of Sun Wukong, and it was the gods who asked me to come to him, and I have something to tell him. Broly laughed and made up a fuss about Bulma. Who is Tenjin? Bulma looked at Broly suspiciously and asked Broly, does Goku know him? When Broly heard this, he was stunned, and then remembered that according to the development of the plot, the current Bulma does not know the gods, so it is useless to say the gods. Broly sighed in his heart, originally thinking that it would be okay to say the gods, but suddenly remembered that they didn't know each other. But this can't be blamed on Broly, after all, the plot of the first part, Broly, really didn't remember much, and it was very normal to forget. By the way, maybe you can try this method. Broly seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and picked up Bulma, who was still suspicious. Hey! Bulma didn't expect Broly to suddenly pick herself up, and suddenly thought that Broly was a bad guy and wanted to yell. But before Bulma could call out, Broly flew directly into the air, and the speed was still very fast. Of course, in order not to let Bulma have an accident, Broly also protected her with gas. Wow! Wow, but despite this, Bulma is a little exaggerated, but in this case, women are like this. Okay, don't shout so loud. Broly stopped at an altitude of 10,000 meters, looked at Bulma, who was still shouting desperately, and said helplessly. When Bulma heard Broly's words, she didn't continue to shout, but after a glance below, she started again. Well, I'm not going to let you die. Broly shook his head helplessly again, and then suddenly looked at Bulma with a smile and said, I can't bear to let a beauty like you die, you can't trust me. No. Isn't it? Bulma didn't even know what to say at this point, but she actually believed Broly in her heart. Bulma is not a fool, she can see that Broly is not an ordinary person, although she does not know how many people can dance air arts, but I heard Sun Wukong say that all those who can dance air arts on the earth are top masters, so she naturally thinks that Broly is a top master on the earth. In Bulma's heart, he thought that Broly should have met when Sun Wukong was cultivating, and even because of Broly's current clothes, Bulma thought that Broly was a master from the world. Most importantly, this person is so handsome. Bulma thought and couldn't help but glance at Broly again. Chapter 009. Broly looked at Bulma's eyes, knew that Bulma had already believed it, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Broly descended from a high altitude, this time directly holding Bulma to the tallest building of the Universal Capsule Company. "This is the central office building of my company, and you can go down from here." Bulma pointed to a passage to Broly. Broly nodded, and then walked with Bulma, and in the process, Bulma also told Broly to choose a dress for him. After all, his clothes were too conspicuous. Broly did not refuse. He also knew that his clothes looked different on Earth, not at all like the clothes worn by a normal Earthling. Broly didn't want to be noticed too much, so he originally planned to change into a normal dress after coming to Earth. Of course, although Broly was a very high-quality person in his previous life, it does not mean that he likes to wear clothes such as suits, especially now that he has become a scion of the fighting nation, so Broly plans to change into sportswear and the like. Therefore, in the end, based on Broly's requirements, Bulma specially made a training suit for Broly, and the style was also more casual sportswear. "Since you have changed your clothes now, let's hurry up and go to the world's first martial arts association." Bulma glanced at Broly, who had changed his clothes, and said. Broly nodded. After seeing Broly nodding, Bulma took out a box with a special box for universal capsules written on it. After seeing this box, Broly knew that Bulma should use the plane in the universal capsule to go to the world's first martial arts association, but for Broly, the speed of the plane was too slow. "Hey! What are you doing?" Just as Bulma took out a universal capsule, Broly directly picked Bulma up. Broly didn't speak, just smiled handsomely at Bulma, and then protected Bulma with his chi and flew into the air as fast as he could. When choosing clothes before, Broly and Bulma already knew the location of the world's first martial arts association during their chat, so they flew away at great speed. The world's first martial arts conference is 800 kilometers away from the western capital, but for Broly, it takes less than a minute to reach its destination. After arriving at his destination, Broly put down Bulma, and then said apologetically, "Sorry, I think this is faster." "It's okay." Bulma shook her head, and even looked at Broly very seriously, and said, "I think we can do the same next time we go back." "Why?" Broly was stunned when he heard this, and asked Bulma suspiciously, "Aren't you afraid?" "At first, I was naturally scared, but then I found that flying high in the sky was so free, and the white clouds around me were also very beautiful, so," Bulma didn't say more, but Broly already understood. In fact, Broly is the same thing. After all, as long as a human being, especially a man, should aspire to fly freely. "In that case, then we will send you back like this next time." Broly smiled at Bulma and said. "Great. Thank you." Bulma nodded happily, and then suddenly thought of something, and said to Broly, "But it's better to slow down, so that I can enjoy the scenery properly." "I'll listen to you." Broly smiled and nodded. Now Bulma still has a childlike side in some ways. "Hey! There's a phone." Bulma pulled out a walkie-talkie-like cell phone and went to a quiet place. When others called, Broly naturally did not bother others, but looked around, and this look was suddenly startled. Broly was really surprised. This did not look at it, he was startled, and the eyes of the people around him were focused on him, especially the woman. "This person is so tall and handsome. Why is this person so tall? Oh my god! It's so handsome." These are all from all around, and of course there is more to that. Scions have good hearing, although they are not as good as those of Nemesis, but they are enough for Broly to hear clearly, which makes Broly understand that his attention is already star level. But these can't be blamed on Broly. After all, Broly is not only handsome, but most importantly, he is particularly tall, almost 2 meters away. So handsome and so tall, it is impossible not to be noticed. If it was a past life, Broly would definitely be very happy, but now Broly is not adapted to this environment. "What's wrong, Broly? What kind of scene are you not happy about?" It was at this time that Bulma's words reached Broly's ears. Broly looked at Bulma and saw that she had already made the call, and was looking at Broly with a smile. But I don't know if it's Broly's illusion, Bulma is a little different from before, at least looking at her eyes differently, it seems to be something more. So many girls say you are handsome, you should be very happy, right? Bulma still smiled and asked Broly. I'm not very comfortable with such a scene, and, Broly seemed to understand something, looked at Bulma with his eyes, and smiled, they are not as beautiful as you, are they? Every woman likes men to praise them for being beautiful, and Bulma is no exception, just like Bulma is very happy now. Let's go buy the tickets first. Bulma smiled at Broly, and his tone seemed much better than before. Do you know who made that call just now? After Bulma bought the 2 tickets for the world's first martial arts association, she suddenly asked Broly. It's my boyfriend who called, but before Broly could ask, Bulma had already answered, what else is said that it may not come back this time, this fancy guy must be again. Bulma didn't speak, but Broly knew that Bulma was in a state of anger and sadness. There is no such scene in the original book, so Broly speculates that this should be just a joke of Yamcha. After all, Yamcha also came over in the end. Hey! Broly smiled inwardly, but it just gave him a chance to make Bulma his girlfriend. Chapter 010. I'm afraid Yamcha never dreamed that one of his own jokes would give his own girlfriend to someone else. Don't be sad, after all, some men are like this, and there is no way around it. Broly smiled inwardly and comforted Bulma. So are you such a man? Broly, Bulma suddenly looked at Broly very seriously and asked. It's possible, but at least I will never abandon you, I can swear to heaven. Broly looked at Bulma equally seriously and replied. Most of the men are fancy, there are very few single-minded men, at least Broly thinks that he is not a single-minded man, at least he does not plan to come to the Dragon Ball world, and only accepts a woman. After all, there is more than one Dragon Ball beauty, and since it is impossible to accept only one, then do not say it to death, only say that it may be the best choice. Because if you really say it's impossible, if something happens later, the final result will definitely not be verbose, it must be a breakup. As for what to swear to the sky, it is just casual talk, after all, in reality, it is impossible to say this sentence by lightning, and the heavenly God only has one side in front of him. So Broly's words are simply seamless, not dead, and it feels very honest, at least Bulma is satisfied with Broly's answer. Your answer really makes me wonder what type of person you are. Bulma shook her head helplessly on the surface, but she was still psychologically satisfied. You go first, I'll go buy some snacks. Bulma handed Broly a ticket and headed for a nearby supermarket. Broly glanced at Bulma's figure and knew that she should take some time to choose snacks, just in time to do something. As for what to do? Naturally, he couldn't let Yamcha spoil his good deeds, after all, Bulma was already the woman he had decided. Broly has a strong combat power, and the gas content surpasses the same combat effectiveness, at least Broly can fully know the chi of any powerful person on the earth, no matter where it is. Although Broly doesn't know what the chi of Yamcha is, only these people's chi on the earth is relatively strong, and now Yamcha and Klin should be together, as long as 2 powerful chi are found together, it should be. Broly soon discovered 2 strong auras of Earthlings, both with more than 100 combat powers, and they were rapidly approaching this side, which should be Yamcha and Klin. Meanwhile, above a wilderness, 2 people dressed identically were chatting, one with long hair and the other a bald monk, none other than Yamcha and Klin. After discovering the 2 of them, Broly directly ignored the surrounding situation and directly soared into the sky, and the powerful airflow directly rushed down the people around him, and then flew towards the location of Yamcha. Klin, how long will it take to get to the western capital? We've all been flying for a day and a night. Yamcha looked at the bald Klin next to him and couldn't help but ask. Who told you to go so far to cultivate? Klin glanced at Yamcha helplessly and said, I also called Bulma, and said that I might not be able to go back. Klin looked at the map and said, but are you really okay like this? Although it is to surprise her, what if Bulma misunderstands? Don't worry, as long as we can arrive before the start of the world's first martial arts meeting, naturally nothing will happen. Yamcha shook his head indifferently, seemingly not worried. What would he feel if he knew that Bulma had taken a heart for other people, and it was because of his joke? Klin, don't worry, Bulma can be said to be very good to my Lord Yamcha, and there will definitely be no accident. At this time, a cat-type earthling suddenly appeared on Yamcha's shoulder, and helped Yamcha speak. This cat-shaped earthling with blue hair is none other than Yamcha's pet and friend's Pool. I'm just worried, Klin shook his head helplessly. He knew that Pool was going to Yamcha for everything, and if something really happened, he wouldn't blame Yamcha. Then don't you hurry up and tell me the location of the western capital and the distance. Yamcha yelled angrily at Klin. Yes, yes, yes. Klin nodded helplessly, knowing that Yamcha liked to joke, and did not care. 1,300 kilometers to the south, you should be able to fly at full strength for an hour and a half. After reading the map, Klin turned to Yamuti ceremony. 1,300 km south. Yamcha looked to the south, it's really far away. Can't waste time, hurry up and go. Klin nodded to Yamcha, and then prepared to fly with the dance technique, but before he and Yamcha could fly out, they suddenly found a very powerful and evil aura appear above them. What kind of anger is this? Yamcha and Klin looked into the air and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It's far beyond the Vic Great Devil. Hey! The gas is gone. However, just as Yamcha and Klin looked at the sky, they found that there was no one, even the evil chi just now had disappeared. Yamcha and Klin knew that the powerful and evil chi could not be fake, so they looked around warily. Although they also know that people with such an aura, they cannot be opponents no matter what, only to be easily killed. But at this time, Yamcha and Klin suddenly felt dizzy in their heads, and before they could react to such a thing, they fell to the ground. Next to Yamcha and Klin, Broly also suddenly appeared, and then, without saying a word, knocked Pool, who was about to look at him, unconscious. Looking at the three people who had completely fainted, Broly showed a smile and finally solved these troubles. Now that these troubles have been solved, it is time to think about how to conquer Bulma once and for all. After all, although Bulma is a little interesting to herself, she has not yet reached the level of liking, and she has to work hard. Bulma, you are destined to be my woman. Broly is also a possessive man. Chapter 011. Broly glanced at the three people who had passed out in front of him, and with his control of chi, it was enough for these three people to be uninjured and unconscious for a full day. Broly didn't care about these people, this is the wilderness, there will be no beasts, and even if these people die, it has nothing to do with him. These people have nothing to do with him, so he doesn't take care of these people too much, just wraps them up with chi and provides them with a guarantee. After Broly did this, it was naturally impossible to do anything, and being able to do this was already his greatest limit, knowing that he himself belonged to the evil category. Although he is not like Broly in the original book because of the crossing, he is still influenced by Broly in essence, which is why his chi is very evil. Broly did not mean to stay here any longer, and directly returned to the western capital as quickly as possible. After all, it had taken him a full 3 minutes to complete these things, and if he didn't hurry back, he might be suspicious. Although according to the plot of the original book, Tianjin rice and dumplings do not seem to have met with Yamcha and Klin, so there is no need to worry. The source of that evil aura should be here, but why did it suddenly disappear? However, Broly did not know that although his chi was not discovered by Tianjin rice and dumplings, he led another person over. This person is wearing the same clothes as Yamcha and Klin, but the words written on Yamcha and Klin's clothes are turtle, while the words written on this person's body are Goku, and there is an exaggerated word head, which is the Dragon Ball protagonist Monkey King. No, although the breath is very weak, it is indeed here. Sun Wukong nervously scanned the surroundings, and suddenly found that bro used to protect Yamcha and cleanse qi. However, because the color of this qi is very deep, Sun Wukong did not notice the Yamcha and Klin inside, but just watched vigilantly on the periphery of this qi. This should be the anger that the person stays, but why leave such qi? Sun Wukong thought suspiciously. But the heavenly god is also true, doesn't it mean that the Vic Great Demon King is the most evil person on earth, but the person who leaves this qi is definitely several times stronger than the Vic Great Devil? Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "Wait." As if he had suddenly discovered something, Sun Wukong looked at the location of the western capital. That evil aura has appeared again, and it is still moving rapidly. The destination seems to be Zidu. Sun Wukong's gaze suddenly became grim. Does he want to go to the west capital to destroy? Sun Wukong thought nervously in his heart, and then flew directly towards the position of the western capital, although he knew that he could not fight such a powerful opponent. But his friends are all in the western capital, and because he is essentially a scion, he is very attached to the strong, so Sun Wukong also wants to challenge such a powerful and evil person. Although he knew that he was only killed in seconds, he still couldn't help but want to challenge such a strong person. Maybe this is a scion. However, Sun Wukong's speed is far less fast than Broly. Broly only took 2 minutes to fly back, and although Sun Wukong can already use the dance void technique very familiarly, the difference in chi content is too large. So it will take at least 10 minutes. Where did you just go, Broly? Looking at Broly, who had just appeared, Bulma looked at Broly with a dangerous look in her eyes, and something seemed wrong in her tone. Of course, to give you something. Broly smiled, not seeming nervous at all, and suddenly took out a bouquet of roses from behind his back and handed it to Bulma. Thank you, Broly. Bulma took the rose, looking very happy, and the anger just now disappeared. As for where this rose came from, Broly naturally wouldn't tell Bulma that he had come by moving at high speed. Hey? This chi is, when Broly looked at Bulma with a smile, he suddenly noticed that there was a chi that was very powerful on Earth, approaching them. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the old man. Broly seemed to understand something, and then waited quietly. If this anger is really the old man, Broly can't let him take advantage of his future girlfriend. And this person, I am afraid that in this situation, I am afraid that there is only one person, that is naturally the turtle immortal. Sure enough, at this time, a taxi drove from Broly and the others, and the gas that Broly found came from there. The taxi stopped about 10 meters from Bulma, and then someone stepped down from the taxi, and Broly glanced at it and knew that he had guessed correctly. The people who came down were the turtle immortal and Oolong and Lan Chi. And Oolong and Lan Chi quickly noticed Bulma and immediately prepared to come over to say hello, but were stopped by the turtle immortal. This made Lan Kai and Oolong look confused, as if they didn't know what was happening, and Bulma was also confused. Only Broly's expression was normal. Because Broly knew that although the turtle immortals were not strong in combat, after all, they were the most senior people on the earth now, and their use of chi was also the most powerful. So even if Broly suppressed the chi, the turtle immortals still felt Broly's evil and powerful, and they didn't even look like earthlings. Could it be that Bulma's beauty can already affect aliens? The turtle immortal suddenly opened his brain, and this person is also very tall and very handsome. This person must be an alien, he must like Bulma, but this popularity is also too evil, I can't let Bulma be with him. The turtle fairy looked at Broly and thought to himself. In fact, the turtle immortal really guessed correctly, but just as he was about to ask Bulma for clarification, a man suddenly descended from the sky, right between them. The sudden appearance of this person surprised everyone except Broly, and this person is one of the reasons why Broly came to Earth. It is none other than the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku. Has it finally appeared? Broly looked at the Monkey King who suddenly appeared, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 012 For the appearance of the Monkey King, Broly did not show surprise, because he had already felt the chi of the Monkey King before, so it was normal for him to appear here now. Sun Wukong glanced around. He followed Broly's chi to the western capital, although Broly had already come to the western capital, but Sun Wukong was sure that the powerful evil chi disappeared here. Hey! Grandpa Turtle Immortal and Bulma, why are you there? After Sun Wukong scanned the surroundings, he found the Turtle Immortal and Bulma, and then said in surprise. You! Could it be Goku? After hearing Sun Wukong's words, the Turtle Immortal and Bulma all looked at Sun Wukong carefully, and then lost their voices. Yes, it's me, it's my Monkey King. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, but the Turtle Immortal and Bulma and the others were still a little suspicious. This is naturally a matter of course, after all, a person has grown so much taller in 3 years. I am afraid that even a person who is in the best time for growing tall will not grow so much in 3 years. The Turtle Immortal was the first to determine. He found that Sun Wukong's chi was very powerful, so he speculated that he was Sun Wukong's, and Bulma was determined that he was Sun Wukong's because Sun Wukong was like a hillbilly. Hey! Before Sun Wukong's gaze had time to be surprised, he suddenly became grim, and then looked at Broly with a vigilant look. Although Broly suppressed the chi, Sun Wukong's intuition told him that the powerful and evil chi before was emitted by this person. Did something happen? Bulma also noticed that the situation was wrong, and thought to herself that Broly was not a friend of Sun Wukong. Why was he so vigilant? Bulma, something is wrong with my friend, I want to talk to him, can you go first? Broly stopped Bulma, who was about to ask about the Monkey King, and said with a smile. I don't know why, compared to Sun Wukong, who has known him for a long time, Bulma believes more in Broly, who has just met, nodded obsessively, and entered the venue of the world's first martial arts association. No one stopped this move, after all, no one wanted an ordinary person to stay in this place, especially the Turtle Immortal. He didn't want Bulma to be obtained by aliens. Monkey King. Or should I call you Kakarot? Broly set his eyes on Sun Wukong, and as for the Turtle Immortals and the others, he had ignored them. Kakarot. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze was still very vigilant. Who is this? I don't know him. The Turtle Immortals and the others were also very puzzled at this time, not knowing who Kakarot really was. Broly smiled, and then began to say what Raditz said in the original book, only changing it slightly. For example, change I am your brother, Raditz to I am a scion of your kind, Broly. Sun Wukong naturally didn't believe it at first, but the Turtle Immortal did play his role, that is, he said what Raditz said when he came over in the original book. So what's your purpose? The Turtle Immortal looked at Broly, his expression very serious. Do you want to tell Goku if he is an evil scion or some other purpose? If you really think so, I advise you to give up. After all, now he is not some scion Kakarot, but the Earthling Sun Wukong. The Turtle Immortal said again. Of course I know this, so I don't mean it, I just want to develop an opponent. But now it seems that you are too weak. Broly glanced at Sun Wukong indifferently and said indifferently. Sun Wukong, you have to know that there are many strong people in this universe. For example, although I am much stronger than you now, I am still weak in front of those top powerhouses in the universe. Broly glanced at Sun Wukong, who had nothing to say, and said again. If you want to become stronger and believe me, after this world's first martial arts meeting is over, I will show you a quick way to improve. After that, Broly did not continue to stay and entered the venue with the ticket. Only Sun Wukong and others with a complicated face remained. As for Sun Wukong, he naturally wanted to enhance his combat effectiveness, especially Broly's words just now made him understand that there are people outside the people, and there is a sky outside the sky. This makes Sun Wukong feel very excited when he is in a complicated mood. After all, scions are belligerent, and the stronger the person he encounters, the more excited he is. and Sun Wukong is the most typical one here. Broly, Sun Wukong looked at the venue of the world's first martial arts association with complicated eyes. Even if you are really much stronger than me, you can even kill me in seconds. I must challenge you too. Sun Wukong's current combat power is really too weak. It seems that if I don't cultivate him early, it will be impossible to become my future opponent. Broly thought as he walked. In fact, the way he said that Sun Wukong can quickly increase his combat effectiveness is to use the physique of scions to constantly come back to life from a near-death state. Of course, it is not enough to rely on a little, and this point seems to be a bit limited, otherwise why not use this method all the time in the original book? Maybe it's because it leaves dark wounds or something. As for the rest, there are similar things like telling him the House of Spirit and Time, let him go in and cultivate, so that he can also quickly increase his combat effectiveness. Broly. While Broly was still thinking, he heard someone call his name, and turned his head to see that it was Bulma. Hi Bulma. Broly raised his hand and greeted Bulma with a smile, but before he could say a word, Bulma spoke first. What the hell is going on here? Bulma stared at Broly and asked, didn't you say that you and Goku are good friends? Broly began to explain to Bulma, and as for how to explain it, it was naturally saying that he was a scion and these things. As for how to explain it, it is to tell him that he is a scion, but it does not say that the scions are a combative and evil fighting people. Bulma sympathized with Broly very much after hearing this, and even kept comforting him, which made Broly a little embarrassed. You must know that although he is a scion, Broly is not sad at all about the demise of planet Vegeta. After all, he has no feelings. Chapter 013. The game is about to start, right? Or let's go to the game first. Broly was really comforted and a little weak-hearted. Bulma nodded helplessly, thinking that she was kind enough to comfort you. It really saddened me that you are still like this. Broly saw Bulma like this, and knew that she was kind enough to comfort herself, so he couldn't bear to waste her kindness and put his hand on her head. I know it's good for me that you comfort me, don't worry. I'm strong, but this kind of comfort is not very needed for boys like us. Broly smiled and said to Bulma. Bulma looked at Broly obsessively, and the liking in her eyes could not be concealed, which made Broly very accomplished. This made Broly understand that he was one step closer to conquering Bulma. Let's go to the game. Broly was not interested in such a game, after all, it was a battle of a group of weaklings. But he is willing to watch it with Bulma. After all, it takes time to pick up a girl. If you don't even have this patience, then how can you succeed in picking up a girl? Sun Wukong and the Turtle Immortal also entered the venue at this time. After all, Sun Wukong wants to compete, and the Turtle Immortal they want to watch the game, so naturally they want to enter the venue. Of course, there were other people who came in with them, such as Tianjin Rice and Dumplings who had just arrived, and the other half of the Earth God, Vic the Great Demon too. The Vic Great Demon King is probably the worst boss in the Dragon Ball worldview, not only became a second-tier character in the later stage, but also Son Gohan's father to be precise. The big boss of Neo B in the early stage is a Nani in the later stage, which is really a bit big, and the strength in the later stage is really not good. In the power conference, it is just a trick. In addition to helping Son Gohan cultivate, I am afraid that the only use for himself is Dragon Ball. Broly didn't care too much about Bike, and now what he cared most about was how to conquer Bulma's heart. The competition began quickly, and the current competition is just about selecting real players, so none of them will use their full strength. Of course, those ordinary earthlings will not mention. As for Sun Wukong, when they were discussing the competition, they were also discussing why Yamcha and Klin did not come to the competition, and the final discussion result was that they were still cultivating. However, no matter how much they discussed, it was impossible for Broly to beat them unconscious in order not to let Yamcha spoil his good deeds. The game soon began. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings solved the opponent very quickly, and Bic and the sudden appearance of Dobai directly killed the opponent in seconds. The only one who has not yet played is Sun Wukong, and finally the host mentioned Sun Wukong, but his opponent is. Let's have Sun Goku and Broly on the field. After the host finished speaking, Broly was suddenly stunned. How did he not know when he was in the competition? Could it be that there is a person with the same name and surname among the contestants? What's going on? Bulma asked Broly suspiciously, when did you compete? Broly just shook his head and did not speak, and then looked at Sun Wukong, and found that Sun Wukong was also looking at himself, and his expression was very indifferent, and he was even laughing, as if he knew that this was the case. Broly is not a fool, knowing that this is what Sun Wukong made in order to challenge himself, and should make Oolong become his own appearance to sign up for the competition. Do you want to be killed by me in seconds? Broly smiled strangely, since Sun Wukong wanted to find abuse, then he would fulfill him. I'll go back. Broly smiled at Bulma next to him, and then walked into the ring together from the other side of Monkey King. Looking at Broly on the opposite side, Sun Wukong was very happy at this time, although Broly's strong combat power made him a little afraid, but fear was afraid, and the Saiyan fighting instinct made him want to fight more. I hope you will not show mercy to your subordinates and show your true strength. Sun Wukong stared at Broly, and finally slowly said such a sentence. That's pretty much what I said to you. Broly shook his head helplessly. Even if he only used 1/10,000th of his strength, it was enough to kill Sun Wukong in seconds, let alone with all his strength. I'll take 1,000th of my power to kill you in seconds. Broly smiled at the Monkey King and told the truth. Broly's combat power of 1 in 20,000 is also about 500, and it can be said that it is very simple to deal with Sun Wukong, who only has 260 combat power. The setting in the original work, as long as the combat power is 1.5 times stronger, and use full strength, you can kill it in seconds. The game begins. The host watched both sides of the match walk to the ring and the match began. Come on, Broly. Sun Wukong took a fighting stance, stared at Broly, and rushed towards Broly after speaking. For an opponent like Broly who does not know his true strength at all, Sun Wukong brought out all his strength at the beginning. After all, although he does not know his true strength, his combat power is definitely stronger than himself. Sun Wukong's opponent does not seem to be an ordinary person, but it should not be Sun Wukong's opponent, Vic thought to himself as he looked at the game. However, Vic couldn't feel Broly's anger, so he thought that Broly was inferior to Sun Wukong. After all, in Bike's heart, only he was stronger than Sun Wukong. In fact, the only people who can see the speed of Sun Wukong clearly outside the field now are Vic and Tianjin Fan, and as for the Turtle Immortals, they can barely see clearly. Rumble. But under the horrified eyes of Vic and others, Broly quickly punched. Only listening to a muffled sound, Sun Wukong flew out directly upside down, and then fell off the ring. Bang! Sun Wukong hit the wall, then hit a big hole, and flew out directly upside down for hundreds of meters before finally stopping. Shhhhhhh! Countless people gasped, and Broly's punch really scared them. As for Vic and the others, they were even more stunned, thinking that Goku was killed by a punch like this. I didn't expect him to be so much stronger than Goku. Bulma also looked at Broly in surprise. Could it be too heavy? Broly looked at the Monkey King who flew out upside down, and felt a little worried in his heart. Chapter 014. But it seemed that Broly's worry was purely superfluous, and after a while, Sun Wukong stood up and slowly walked towards here. Although he is not dead, it does not mean that the injury is not serious. At this time, Sun Wukong has been seriously injured, even walking is very reluctant. I am afraid that he has broken several bones. Sun Wukong finally walked back, his eyes were very complicated, and he put on Broly's body without saying a word. Although the gap in strength between the two sides was already clear, Sun Wukong still did not expect that he would be defeated so easily, and judging from Broly's shot, it seemed that he did not use his full strength at all. In fact, if Sun Wukong knew that Broly only used 1/1000th of his strength, what would he think in his heart? After Sun Wukong returned, he took out a green bean from his pocket, which was one of the few fairy beans on Earth so far. Broly, you are too powerful, I am not your opponent at all. After Sun Wukong ate the fairy beans, his strength suddenly recovered, even stronger than before, and then said to Broly. Broly didn't answer, but it seems that he guessed correctly, and he can increase his combat effectiveness by forcibly wounded and recovering. Knock your opponent off the ring and win, right? Broly suddenly turned to look at the host, and then asked. The host was stunned, but quickly reacted and nodded to Broly, but wondered why Broly didn't even know this. And what if I abstain? But to the host's surprise, Broly immediately asked such a question. You? Are you sure you want to give up your qualification? The host can be said to be very surprised, not to mention that there will be a lot of prizes after winning this game, not to mention the strength of this person, he can definitely win this competition. Broly nodded. Such a competition, he did not disdain to participate at all. As for money, there is a world's richest man waiting for him. I didn't expect you to be so strong. In that case, you should be much stronger than the great demon king of Bike, right? Bulma came to Broly excitedly and asked curiously. Of course, so if you are looking for a man, you also have to find a strong and handsome man like me, so that I can protect you well, right? Broly smiled. The underlying meaning of this sentence was to indicate that it was better to find yourself. Bulma was not a fool, naturally she could hear what Broly meant, and then she didn't say more, but judging from her face, she seemed to be a little moved. Broly smiled, knowing that he needed to chase after the victory at this time, just like when some people chased girls, it was because of the lack of victory pursuit at the critical time that they finally missed the opportunity. Bulma, I really like you, I liked you the first time I saw you. Broly looked at Bulma warmly and said slowly and gently. Me too. After Bulma heard Broly's confession, her face turned red at once, and she didn't know what to say, and finally just said this sentence. Broly smiled, very calm on the surface, but in fact, he was also very unbelievable. He was not a veteran, just tried the method in the TV in his previous life, but he didn't expect to succeed. Bro used the princess embrace to pick Bulma up, and before Bulma could slow down, he left the venue of the world's first martial arts association. The turtle immortal also noticed this at this time, and wanted to catch up. But it was simply impossible. After all, he could not dance the void technique, and he could not be faster than Broly. Broly had already brought Bulma back to the Universal Capsule Company by this time, and since it was a weekend night, there was no one in the company. What are you bringing me back for? Haven't finished watching the game yet? Bulma looked at her own company below and seemed to understand something. Broly looked down at Bulma and asked softly, don't you want to leave some deep memories with me? Hearing Broly's words, Bulma knew that she had guessed correctly, but she did not resist, but told Broly where she lived at the company. After Broly listened to Bulma's directions, Broly soon came to a building underneath, which seemed to be a dormitory, and began to look for the room number that Bulma said. After Broly found the room, he walked inside without saying a word, and then gently put Bulma on the bed. Bulma's face is still red. After all, doing this thing, unless experienced people, will be like this. And although Broly looks experienced, in fact, he is just thick-skinned and very capable of pretending in this matter. In fact, it is the first time he has done this. Broly looked at Bulma, the beauty, and the two finally looked at each other and blushed, especially Bulma, who looked very beautiful at this time. Broly. Bulma couldn't help but close her eyes, although the voice was small, but Isian's hearing, Broly could still hear clearly. You don't have to worry too much, I'll be gentle. Broly knew that Bulma was a little scared, so he comforted her. Broly looked at Bulma's face, began to lean over, and finally collided, and Broly's wolf hand was also placed on Bulma's charming snowy peak. As time passed, Broly and Bulma became a little crazy, and Bulma began to cooperate with Broly. Because Broly was very gentle, Bulma didn't seem to feel great pain. Bulma snuggled into Broly's arms, looking a little like a bird. Broly, I didn't expect me to love you so much, and you have to love me very much. Bulma couldn't help but glance at Broly secretly and whispered. Of course. Broly kissed Bulma's forehead. You must be the woman I love the most, you don't have to doubt that. But are we doing this a little too fast? Bulma looked at Broly with some doubt at this time. I'm not repenting, after all, it's all ready. Don't worry, it's not fast, you just need to love me, don't you? Broly smiled and gently touched Bulma's head. Yes, too. Bulma also smiled and nodded, and the two then slept together. Chapter 015. I didn't expect me to be your first man. Broly and Bulma didn't sleep long, perhaps because they weren't used to it. You're just my boyfriend now, and you haven't become my husband yet. Seeing Broly so proud, Bulma couldn't help but contradict him. How? Although he knew that Bulma was joking, Broly still pretended to be angry and asked, don't you want to be with a man as strong as me? You know, I'm getting your first man. Broly leaned close to Bulma's ear and whispered. Hearing Broly's words, Bulma's face turned red all of a sudden, and when she thought of the big battle just now, she was suddenly speechless. Okay, I'm joking with you, after all, you started this joke first. Broly knew that enough was enough, and if he continued, he might damage their relationship. Bulma is also not the kind of woman who does not understand other people's minds. Seeing that the joke has passed, she is not saying much, but continues to snuggle into Broly's arms. She said so, but in fact, she really liked Broly, and not just because she was tall and handsome. But when she saw Broly, she had a feeling of love at first sight, which made her can't help but like this person, so much so that she couldn't refuse his love at all. The lover's arms were the warmest, so it wasn't long before Bulma fell asleep again in Broly's arms. Looking at Bulma's sleeping face, Broly also smiled, and his mood can be said to be very happy, because he and Bulma, like each other, are also very fond of each other. Just as Broly was about to sleep with Bulma in his arms like this, a fighting force similar to Sun Wukong suddenly appeared outside the house, making Broly dispel this idea. Broly can be said to be very unhappy at this time, but he does not dare to make too much movement. After all, Bulma is sleeping soundly now, so it is better not to wake her. Broly gently removed Bulma, and then slowly helped her cover the quilt, seeing that Bulma was not woken up by herself, and her heart was relieved. The only person who has the same combat power as Sun Wukong on Earth now should be Bike, Broly thought, probably knowing in his heart what Vic came to him for. After all, Vic thinks that he and Sun Wukong are the strongest in this world, but he appeared strongly and killed Sun Wukong with one punch. I am afraid that anyone's personality will come to him. Broly walked lightly to the window, and then flew out, just in time to see Vic about a few tens of meters away from him. It's really you. Broly looked at Vic indifferently, but his heart was angry, thinking that you had disturbed my sleep. Vic should be glad that he disturbed him when he was going to sleep, and if he disturbed him while he and Bulma were doing that, he would kill Vic himself, even if he didn't want Dragon Ball. Of course, the current Broly naturally won't kill Bike, but I still have to teach him a lesson. After all, who called him to disturb his sleep? Looks like you're not surprised by my appearance. Vic looked at Broly with slightly narrowed eyes and asked indifferently. Why should I be surprised? Of course I know that there is a scum who is looking for a second kill. Broly smiled mockingly and replied. When Vic heard this, his angry face turned green, and his eyes were full of dangerous light, but he did not rush to make a move. Why? Because you can't beat it. What a simple reason, and he is not an aggressive person like Sun Wukong. Naturally he will not take the initiative. I just want to ask the question, which is who are you? Vic calmed down and kept his eyes on Broly. You shouldn't be an earthling, right? Why should I answer your question? Broly suddenly asked a rhetorical question, completely not giving Vic a face. Broly is not the kind of unreasonable person. Since he wants to teach the other party, he naturally has to find a good reason, and this good reason is naturally legitimate defense. Author, to be precise, you just want to play. So he now has to find a way to anger Bic, and then kill in a second, so that it is more interesting. After all, it is just a simple revenge, it cannot relieve him. Vic was naturally angry by Broly's words, but he still didn't make a move. But if Bike's eyes could kill, Broly would die at least 100 times. Also, whether I'm an earthling or not doesn't seem to be your business. The scumbags should be in charge of the scumbags, and defeat the Monkey King first. Broly shrugged, ready to go back. In fact, the Monkey King, who recovered from serious injuries, has far surpassed Bike, although it is not tyrannical, but it is still possible to completely suppress it. Because Broly turned around, he didn't see that at this time, Vic's face had appeared blue, and he clenched his fists. Vic was already on the verge of collapse, and he put his palm at Broly, seemingly ready to send energy waves and the like. You bastard! But before Vic could finish speaking, Broly suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked him out violently. Rumble. One is not very muffled. Vic is different from the previous Monkey King, directly fell from the sky. As for the expression on Vic's face, it was like he was about to vomit. Broly came to Bike. His kick was not the same as the previous punch. The previous punch was explosive plus impact, and now this kick focuses on strength, so Vic did not fly out backwards. Looking at Bike, who was completely unable to stand up, Broly smiled mysteriously and made a silent gesture. My woman is still sleeping, don't wake her. The reason why Broly was so quick was to prevent Vic from waking Bulma. After all, she was sleeping soundly now, and Broly was reluctant to let people wake her up. Actually, you and Sun Wukong are similar, he was killed by my punch, and you were killed by my kick, right? Broly's expression at this time made people feel very bad. But Broly said, you can't beat me, I'm so strong. Broly didn't care about Vic anymore, although his injuries were serious, but not fatal, and the recovery of the Nemesis should not take too long. Chapter 016. Vic barely stood up, and just standing up took him a lot of time, and his face was extremely painful. You? How much strength did you just use? Vic looked at Broly in a complicated voice, his voice tinged with decadence. Being defeated so easily, and the person who defeated himself didn't seem to have used his full strength, which hit Vic, who had always thought he was invincible in the world. Physically and psychologically hit, Vic sounded not only decadent, but also weak. About 1 in 20,000. Broly is very honest. When it is time to tell the truth, he will tell the truth. As for whether this sentence will hurt others, that has nothing to do with him. The corners of Bike's mouth twitched, but he didn't completely collapse, because he didn't admit in his heart that Broly had such a great power that he hadn't used. Since you already know my power, then I won't play with you first. Broly glanced at Vic and thought that he had to go to sleep, and then there would be time to play with you again. Vic was not talking or stopping Broly from leaving, and since he already knew the gap in strength, he naturally would not be looking for death. Whether it's you or Sun Wukong, I, the great demon king of Bike, will definitely surpass it. Vic stared at Broly's departure, and then left the place. Broly jumped in through the window, looked at Bulma, who was still asleep. A smile appeared on his face, and then lay down gently. The day passed quickly, and because of the habit he had developed before, Broly was up before 6. Broly, there are extra toiletries in that cabinet, you can use them first. Bulma also got up almost at this time, to Broly road. Broly nodded, and after washing, he was dressed, but women took longer to wash, so Broly waited for a while. Okay, where are we going to play today? After Bulma washed and dressed up, Bulma finally took Broly's hand and asked. I'm going to the temple, I can go with you if you want, how about it? Broly hasn't forgotten about the Dragon Ball, and now that a day has passed, the gods should have already found the Dragon Ball. Did you go to the temple for something? Hearing that Broly was going to the temple, Bulma suddenly became puzzled and asked Broly. In fact, Bulma doesn't want Broly to go to the temple, because she prefers to go on a date with Broly and spend a whole day outside. Broly knew what Bulma thought, smiled gently at her, comforted and replied, "Don't worry, we will definitely have time to play today, but I do have some things going to the temple," and I said, "I can take you with me. Then let's go together." Bulma smiled in agreement, since her man insisted on going to the temple, then she naturally would not object. Seeing that Bulma agreed, Broly picked her up, jumped out of the window, and immediately used the dancing technique to fly into the sky at once. Bro used his chi to protect Bulma, and then flew towards the location of the temple. Tenjin, this is the 7th Dragon Ball. Mr. Bobo held a Dragon Ball in his hand and said to the gods. Looking at the Dragon Balls in Mr. Bobo's hand with complicated eyes, Tenjin looked into the distance, then nodded, and said, "Put all the Dragon Balls here, he has already come over, and brought another person." When Mr. Bobo heard this, he laid out all the Dragon Balls on the ground, and then quietly waited with the gods for the last person they wanted to see. Broly was fast. And in a minute he was above the temple, and then landed with Bulma in his arms. "You came, and by the way, you brought another guest." The god looked at Broly who fell from the sky and said without a trace of emotion. "Hey! Vic the Great Devil!" Bulma has never seen the gods, but he has only heard people mention them, and now after seeing the gods, he suddenly thinks that he is the great demon king of Bike. "I am not the Vic Great Devil, but I used to be one heart with the Vic Great Devil, and I separated the evil side for the sake of the gods, and finally became the Vic Great Devil." Seeing that Bulma had misunderstood, the god explained to him. "Hey! This is Dragon Ball." When Bulma was nodding after listening to the explanation, she suddenly noticed the Dragon Ball next to her and exclaimed. "Broly, why are all the Dragon Balls here?" Bulma asked Broly suspiciously, the surprise in her tone still hard to hide. "The reason why I came to the temple is to summon the Divine Dragon to fulfill my wish." Broly is still very honest with his own women, and he is directly honest. It turns out that Broly, you have a wish too. What's your wish? After Bulma suddenly realized, she was curious about Broly's wishes. This. Summon the dragon first. After hearing Bulma's words, Broly remembered that he had not yet thought of what wish he wanted to fulfill. But this is not important, first summon the dragon first, and he already has the answer to what wish to fulfill. Broly looked at the celestial god, who also noticed Broly's gaze, nodded to Broly, and said, "Since you asked to find the Dragon Ball, then it is up to you to summon the Divine Dragon. Come out, Shenlong." Broly also nodded, and then said a sentence that he had always wanted to say when he was a child. After Broly finished speaking, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground suddenly flashed with golden light, and then a lightning bolt emanated from the Dragon Balls, hitting the zenith. Immediately, the sky became dark, although it was because of the cloudy clouds, but it was as dark as the night, and the thunder and lightning were mixed. Broly was a little excited in his heart. Every time he saw the summoning of the dragon when he was a child, he very much hoped that he could also summon the dragon, and now this wish has begun to be implemented. In such an environment, a green oriental dragon appeared in the sky, with blood-red eyes looking at Broly and the others. "Name your wish, I can help you fulfill any wish, but there is only one." Shenlong said his opening remarks to Broly and the others. Chapter 017. Broly also looked at the dragon. He didn't like the feeling of being looked down on, but in order to fulfill his wish, he endured it. "This wish is given to you, as a gift for us together." Broly suddenly smiled at Bulma and said. "Hey!" Bulma looked at Broly in surprise. "You? Do you want to give me this wish?" And the gods and Mr. Bobo on the side also looked at Broly in surprise, as if they did not understand why such a good opportunity should be given to others. Why, don't you want it? Broly smiled at Bulma. Didn't I say, take this as a gift for us together? Hearing Broly's words, Bulma suddenly blushed and lowered her head, and her heart could be said to be very happy. She didn't expect that her boyfriend could give her the opportunity to fulfill any wish, and suddenly her love for Broly was even more. In fact, Broly did this, he also had an idea in his heart, and his wish for immortality did not have to be fulfilled now. In this case, it is better to give this wish to your own woman first, so that you can not only realize your woman's wish, but also make her love herself more. Mr. Bobo, the old man, definitely doesn't understand, but the intelligence of the gods still has it, so he already understands Broly's thoughts in his heart. Broly, what do you say I wish for? Bulma looked at Broly with a happy look on her face, wanting to hear his opinion. It's best to let us live forever, and you should want to do the same, right? After thinking about it, Broly replied to Bulma. This is obviously your own idea, right? A flash of disdain flashed in the eyes of the celestial god, and he could be said to know Broly's thoughts very well. As for what Broly thinks. In fact, Broly's wish was indeed intended to be so, but it would be more beneficial for him to let Bulma fulfill it. Bulma nodded, these two are indeed what I have thought about. In that case, do we want the divine dragon to help us both immortal and youthful? Yes, I think that's a very good wish, especially since we both think so. Broly said this, but thought that everything was planned. You guys hurry up and fulfill your wishes, the energy of the divine dragon is also limited, and if you consume it like this, you will regret it when he flies. The god of heaven really couldn't stand it, and spoke up. Yes, too. Bulma also reacted, and with her research on Dragon Ball, she also knew this. Broly looked like he didn't care, it was a big deal to let the gods go find the Dragon Ball again, although it seemed to take a year. Shenlong, please fulfill my wish and let me and Broly live forever and stay young. Bulma raised her head to look at the dragon and said her wish. After Shenlong listened, his red eyes suddenly flickered, and then Broly and Bulma suddenly flashed a white light. I've already helped you fulfill your wish, then. Bye. After the divine dragon finished speaking, it turned into 7 Dragon Balls, flew into the sky, and then flew in all directions. How do you feel? Did the wish really come true? Broly examined his body carefully and found nothing different. Yes. Bulma also nodded, also looking around under her body, I also don't feel anything. Immortality and eternal youth, what do you want to feel like now? The god looked at Broly and Bulma helplessly, thinking that these two were funny. That's right, too. Bulma nodded in understanding, and Broly also reacted at this time. But on the surface it was still very indifferent. Perhaps because he was too excited to fulfill his wish, Broly had forgotten such a simple truth, which made him feel a little embarrassed. However, the god did not continue to speak. After all, the reminder can only be a reminder, cannot go overboard. After all, he does not want to die. Tenjin, thank you for your help, since the wish has been granted, then we will leave first. Broly said, and when he got up in the morning, he also promised Bulma to hang out with him today. Since he had promised Bulma to go out to play today, naturally he would not regret it, and now that they go back at this time, they can still play for a long time. The god nodded indifferently on the surface, but in his heart he wished that Broly and Bulma left quickly, and nothing more happened. The cat fairy is under the Carinth tower below, right? Just as Broly was about to leave, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and asked the god again. Broly is ready to train the Monkey King after this date, and to make the Monkey King strong, he must keep getting injured, and they are all very serious injuries. Only after being injured and recovering can you improve your combat effectiveness, so Broly needs something to restore damage, and this thing is naturally a fairy bean. Although Sendu doesn't have much left because of Yajirobe Bai, who is stupid and fat, there should still be some. Are you looking for the cat fairy for something? As if curious about why Broly was looking for the cat immortal, the god did not answer immediately, but asked suspiciously. I need Sendu to do something. Broly answered the god succinctly, and judging from this sentence, he did not want to answer too much. Right down there, you yourself should be there soon. Tenjin was stunned for a moment, knowing that Broly didn't want to answer too much, so he didn't ask more. Broly nodded, turned to look at Bulma, and said, I have something to go down, can I come and pick you up later? It's okay, just do what you want, and just take something, it shouldn't take long. Bulma laughed. Broly nodded slightly, then suddenly looked at the god and whispered half-threateningly, don't talk nonsense with Bulma-do, I don't know what I will do if I'm angry. Tenjin was stunned, but quickly reacted, knowing that Broly was telling him not to say bad things about him to her woman while he was away. In fact, the gods originally had these plans, but Broly's threat wiped out all of his thoughts. Chapter 018. By the way, what about my spaceship? Just after reminding the gods, Broly noticed that his spaceship seemed to be no longer on the temple. I'll put it in a safe place, and you probably won't want to leave Earth right now. At least when you're done what you want to do. Don't you dare not answer Broly's question now. Broly didn't care too much, and then jumped from the temple, and now the most important thing is to get the fairy beans. After all, such an artifact can not only be used to train Sun Wukong, but also can be used to prepare for trouble. Almost instantly, Broly had already arrived at the top of the Karinta Tower below the temple, and just happened to collide with a white fat cat. Meow. Wow. Of course, with Broly's combat power, naturally the white fat cat was knocked out and flew out, but it didn't take long to fly out and was caught by Broly. Meow. Don't kill me, big guy, I'm just a harmless little fat cat. After the white fat cat was caught by Broly, it still kept barking. Harmless to humans and animals. Broly couldn't help but smile. For me, your combat power is indeed harmless to humans and animals, but for Earthlings, it is outrageously strong. The combat power of the cat immortals is also about 200, which is definitely the peak level at the level of the Earthlings, but for Broly, it is simply weaker than an ant. But what the hell is a little fat cat? In terms of age alone, the current cat immortals are about 800 years old, and they are definitely one of the old fritters. You have such a good relationship with the celestial god, you should already know me from his mouth, right? Broly put the cat fairy down and asked. Ahem. Meow. I know you for sure, this big guy. After the cat fairy saw that he had been debunked, he did not continue to act, and nodded like an old fritters. Since you know who I am, you should know the purpose of my coming here, right? Broly smiled, I guess the gods must have already transmitted a message to you, right? The cat immortal nodded helplessly, he really didn't expect that this evil alien would be interested in his fairy bean. You know, since Yajiro Baiwei was tricked here by Sun Wukong, not only did he live here, but there were fewer and fewer sendu. Although Yajiro Baiwei didn't eat much after knowing the importance of sen beans, it was still decreasing, and now there is another person who doesn't know how many sen beans he wants, and he is also an evil alien. Meow. Why is my life so miserable? That's the divine bean I worked so hard to cultivate. The cat fairy couldn't help but roar in his heart, now he just wanted to cry without tears. How many fairy beans do you still have now? You might as well take them all out. Broly looked at the helpless cat fairy and said everything directly. Meow. You're not going to take it all, are you? The cat immortal looked at Broly in horror, he now has only about 100 immortal beans, if he takes all of them, he will die of distress. Can anyone tell me how much money you still have? If there were few, I might just take them all. Broly replied honestly. Meow. That is 100 or so too many or less. The cat fairy did not dare to hide Broly and asked. 100, Broly thought for a while, then suddenly smiled at the cat fairy and said, "Although I am not a good person, I will not pit you too much, so I can take 70. Meow. 70 pieces. The cat fairy looked at Broly with a look of surprise. This is not called a lot of pits, it is about 70%. How, do you have an opinion? Broly smiled very gently, but the cat fairy still felt cold and threatening. Meow. That one. It's not like this, it's just that if you want to grow more fairy beans in the future, you need at least dozens of fairy beans. The cat fairy rolled his eyes and began to trick Broly. In fact, not to mention whether the fairy beans can be planted again, even if they can really be planted, in fact, only one is needed, which is not the dozens of cat immortals said. Broly's eyes narrowed slightly. How could he not know about this? Raise a hand to the cat immortal, and a stream of energy condenses in the palm of the hand. Meow. What are you doing? The cat fairy looked at Broly in horror, as if he didn't understand why he suddenly became like this. Are you a fool? Broly's eyes narrowed and looked dangerous at the same time. When did it take so many seeds to grow a thing? Are you looking for death? Meow. What I said is true, I really need to, but before the cat fairy could finish speaking, he was glared back by Broly. It seems that you really like to find death, old fat cat. Broly's eyes have completely changed, the killing intent looks directly at the heart of the cat immortal, and an energy bomb has also been condensed. Meow. I was wrong. I was wrong. The cat immortal saw that Broly really moved the killing intent, and no longer dared to deceive Broly, and directly shook his hand without stopping, looking terrified. Seeing this, Broly knew that the cat fairy was really afraid, so he took the energy of the energy bomb back, but in case the cat fairy repented, the killing intent in Broly's eyes had not disappeared. The cat fairy turned to a cabinet and took out a bottle, and put the bottle on the seat with a heartache on his face, which is his years of hard work. Is there 100 fairy beans in this? Broly looked at the bottle taken out by the cat immortal, and looked very puzzled, thinking that such a small bottle really has 100 fairy beans? The cat immortal still had a heartache expression on his face at this time. I'll take 70 for you now, you will be an adult regardless of the amount of small people, forgive me this time. Whatever you want, just hurry up and give me the fairy beans. Broly wasn't that kind of person to care, but after so long, he didn't have much patience. The cat immortal trembled, did not dare to waste time, quickly opened the bottle, poured out the fairy beans in the bottle, and began to count. After counting to 70, he put the 70 fairy beans back into the bottle, and then handed the bottle to Broly. After Broly got the bottle, he put it in his pocket of his clothes, and he saw the cat fairy loading fairy beans with his own eyes, so naturally he would not suspect anything. Moreover, Broly also believes that the cat fairy does not have this boldness. Now that he had obtained the fairy beans, Broly had no intention of staying here, and glanced at the cat immortal who was still terrified, and then flew towards the temple above. Chapter 019. Broly, how do you take so much time to get something? Seeing Broly return, Bulma asked him a little angrily. In fact, it took Broly a full 10 minutes to take the fairy beans, and Bulma thought it would take 2 or 3 minutes at most. I'm sorry, because that old fat cat likes to routine people, so I spent more time. Broly said apologetically to Bulma. Can an old immortal like the cat immortal also set a routine? Bulma seemed surprised and asked suspiciously. Of course there will be routine people, generally such old fritters will be more routine people. When Broly said this, he was a little unhappy in his heart, and he was actually routined by an old fat cat, although he was not successfully routined. This way, Bulma doesn't really care much anymore, and the most important thing for her now is to go on a date with Broly. Broly, you should remember what we're going to do, right? Bulma now only thought about dating and asked Broly. Of course I remember. Broly nodded with a smile, then turned to look at Tenjin again, then see you next time, Tenjin. After that, he picked up Bulma, and when he was sure that his chi could protect her, he immediately flew towards the location of the western capital. Nope. I hope we never see each other again, Tenjin and Mr. Bobo couldn't help but think to themselves as they watched Broly leave. For the next day, Broly was almost dating Bulma, going around, and Bulma's feelings for Broly became deeper and deeper. Just as they were about to end the day's date, Broly happened to meet the man he was looking for. Hey! Goku, why are you here? Looking at the Monkey King who suddenly appeared, Bulma asked in surprise. I came to find him. Sun Wukong glanced at Bulma, then looked at Broly, and said slowly. Goku, you. Is there anything wrong with looking for my boyfriend? Bulma glanced at Sun Wukong, then at Broly, and asked suspiciously. Hey! Broly, isn't your boyfriend Yamcha? But after hearing this, it surprised Sun Wukong. When did it become Broly? Not only was that guy from Yamcha careful, but he didn't come to me, so I broke up with him, so Broly became my boyfriend. Bulma explained to the Monkey King. This way. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. Yamcha's personality is like this, but I really didn't expect you to break up. Let's not talk about this. Bulma didn't seem to want to talk about the topic for too long. You still haven't said what you came to my boyfriend for. I came to him to cultivate, and he said that there are cultivation methods that can quickly help me enhance my combat effectiveness. Monkey King glanced at Broly and replied to Bulma. Bulma, you go back first. Before Bulma could continue, Broly suddenly spoke first. You won't be like them, you will have to cultivate for a long time, will you? Bulma looked at Broly reluctantly, and even grabbed Broly's arm. Don't worry, it's just a little bit to teach the method of cultivation, it won't take too much time, I will come back tomorrow at most. Broly smiled and comforted Bulma. Okay, if you dare to come back later, I won't be able to spare you. Bulma looked at Broly dangerously and said threateningly. Yes, I will definitely listen to my wife. Broly nodded sharply, giving a very obedient feeling. After Bulma heard the 4 words wife, she was immediately overwhelmed, did not say anything more, and left obediently. Since she has left, let's practice. Sun Wukong looked at Broly with an excited face. For him there was nothing more exciting than increasing his combat effectiveness. You know what? We Scions actually have a very special physique, that is, we can recover when we are seriously injured, and our combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Broly looked at the excited Monkey King and began to explain his physique. Does the Scion physique still have such benefits? Sun Wukong was very surprised when he learned this, and wondered. Broly nodded. Of course, it is impossible to cultivate by relying on this alone, and there are things like fighting against me. Can I still fight you? Sun Wukong looked at Broly stunned. To be precise, what he wanted most now was to fight Broly. If I suppress my combat effectiveness, I should be able to fight. Broly nodded. I will also tell you one more thing by the way, there is also a house of spirit and time in the temple, where it has been cultivating for a year, but the outside world has only passed 1 day. Oh! The house that drove me crazy in a month? Sun Wukong was very surprised, looked at Broly suspiciously, and asked. Broly nodded, but there is no time limit for this time and spirit house, and we can cultivate there for a long time. The house of time and spirit could only enter twice, of course, this is the original setting, and the later setting is that as long as the time does not exceed 2 years each time, the number of times is infinite. In Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku and Vegeta stayed in it for 5 years, already inside, so the setting in Dragon Ball world is really too easy to change. Although there are also rumors, it is because Dandy rebuilt the House of Time and Spirit later, so he can enter it to cultivate in this way, there is no time limit or a limit on the number of times. Broly had already decided, since he wanted to help Sun Wukong cultivate, he would cultivate in the House of Time and Spirit. Not only can this reduce a lot of time, but you can also try the feeling of cultivating in it. The Frisia Legion's spaceship is definitely more advanced than Paragas's, so it won't be long before you can come to Earth. Broly also wants to abuse Frisia well, although as long as he transforms into a Super Saiyan, it is still enough to abuse, but if you can abuse him without changing his body, this is naturally the best. Chapter 020. It took a lot of time to explain this to Sun Wukong, but although Sun Wukong is very simple, he still has a head, so he also understood. So, Sun Wukong looked at Broly with a somewhat ugly face and asked, "Do Scions need to be seriously injured if they need to increase their combat effectiveness?" Thinking that he would be constantly injured afterwards, Sun Wukong was a little instinctively afraid, but he was excited because he could greatly improve his combat effectiveness. "Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt constantly. The physique of the Scions is not so awesome, there must be some interruptions." Broly's words made Sun Wukong feel a little relieved. If he kept being severely injured, his heart would definitely collapse. After all, the self-esteem of Scions was very serious. "So where should we go now?" "The House of Time and Spirit." Sun Wukong looked at Broly excitedly. He couldn't wait to cultivate now. After all, Broly crossed over, so he is not as aggressive as purebred Scions, but it can be said that he is a cultivation mania and a battle maniac. "Let's go, we'll go find the god now. I guess he will welcome us to the House of Time and Spirit." Therefore, Broly did not intend to waste time, and after saying this sentence, he flew from the location of the temple. When Sun Wukong saw this scene, he also chased after him, and even thought that his combat effectiveness would increase wildly after that, and the speed was several points faster than when he was the fastest before, but he still couldn't surpass Broly. Why? Why is this guy here again? And why did Goku come with him too? Looking at Broly and Sun Wukong, who suddenly arrived again, three whys sounded in the heads of Tenjin and Mr. Bobo. "Hey! God!" Broly narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I said we'd see each other again, look. Isn't it accurate?" At this time, Tenjin had an unlovable expression, but he quickly changed his amiable expression and asked Broly, "I don't know why your excellency came back," and he brought Goku with him. "Hey, Broly," Sun Wukong came to Broly and whispered, "why do I feel that the gods don't welcome us?" "It's not that he doesn't welcome you, but he doesn't welcome me, but for the gods, a person like me who is evil and pitted, he naturally won't like it." "Your delusion is just that." Broly naturally wouldn't say such a thing, just casually saying a reason to perfunctory the Monkey King. "Oh." Sun Wukong nodded suspiciously, but he didn't care about it. What he cared most about now was when he would be able to enter the House of Time and Spirit. "We are here to do our time in the House of Spirit, so please help us open it," Broly rarely said to the god in a more polite tone. "You? How did you know about the House of Time and Spirit?" Tenjin was really surprised, knowing that no one in the House of Time and Spirit knew about it except him and Mr. Bobo. The gods found that Broly seemed to know so much about the earth and the temple, that there was almost nothing to hide from him. "How do I know? You don't need to ask more, first help us open the door of the House of Time and Spirit." Broly smiled and didn't mean to answer. A fine sweat appeared on the heavenly god's forehead, and although Broly did not say it explicitly, with the intuition of the heavenly god, he still felt the threat in Broly's tone. "Of course." The heavenly god nodded indifferently. After all, Sun Wukong was also present. "Before that, let me help you introduce the House of Time and Spirit." "No need to introduce it." But before the god could speak, Broly interrupted him, "I know everything I should know, you just open it. Then you should know that the maximum time to enter each time is 2 years, and only 2 people can enter. The gods are worried about the Monkey King, so it is better to confirm it." Broly did not speak, but nodded again, and seeing Broly nodding, the god also ordered Mr. Bobo to go down and open the door of the House of Time and Spirit. This is the House of Time and Spirit. After entering the House of Time and Spirit, Broly and Sun Wukong suddenly began to look around. The House of Time and Spirit is very large, because it is a different space, equivalent to a wide space like the Earth. The air is thin and stuffy and abnormal, the temperature is between 50 degrees and -40 degrees, people with weak spirits and mental concentration are prone to hallucinations, and the whole space is white, as if there is no border. Therefore, cultivating here must have a strong willpower, and in the original work, little Wukong can only stay for a month and can't stand it. Have you eaten? Just when Sun Wukong was still looking, Broly suddenly thought of something and said to him, "Hey!" Sun Wukong was stunned, and then shook his head, "Not yet, could it be that you have already eaten?" "I haven't eaten either, so I'll leave the matter of finding food to you in the future, and I'll be responsible for the training, how about it?" "Yes, we will do our own thing, so that no one will be bothered." Sun Wukong nodded seriously, seemingly agreeing with this idea. "Since you agree with this idea, there is no need to say more." Broly took out the bottle containing the fairy beans from his clothes pocket. Sun Wukong looked at the bottle that Broly took out suspiciously, and then reacted, "This is the bottle containing fairy beans that he has seen in the Cat Immortal." "Broly, there are fairy beans in it, how many are there?" Sun Wukong asked suspiciously, "You won't take all his immortal beans, will you?" "No, that old fat cat fritters are very good, but I am more kind, so I only took his 70 fairy beans." Broly waved his hand and said without a point in his heart. Hearing the astonishing number of 70, Sun Wukong could only pout. With his understanding of cat immortals and fairy beans, 70 was definitely not a small number. "Don't worry, soon there will be one less fairy bean." Broly looked at Sun Wukong and suddenly showed a kind smile. After Broly finished speaking, he also suppressed the combat power to the same as when he fought with Sun Wukong before, that is, 1 in 20,000. Chapter 021. Why do you say that? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and there seemed to be a bad premonition in his heart, and he instinctively took a step back. "They all said that they came here to practice." Broly did a warm-up exercise and once again showed a kind smile, "Then start now." Then, in the next 3 minutes, the screams of the Monkey King continued to sound. As for how seriously was the Monkey King injured in the end? Broly said that even eating fairy beans was fed to him himself. In this way, Broly has to train Sun Wukong like this almost every week, and as for other times, how Sun Wukong cultivates is nothing more than some exercise. As for Broly, because his physique was too strong, other cultivations were useless, but he still insisted on exercising every day, while the rest of the time was meditating. In his previous life, Broly was born into a martial arts family, and he practiced self-cultivation meditation almost every day, but he was naturally rebellious, and he did not practice any martial arts except meditation. Instead, he became very interested in martial arts, and eventually learned martial arts with the world kickboxing champions at the time under the introduction of his father. Finally, he also learned other similar martial arts, and later, on the recommendation of his master, he participated in the domestic random fighting competition at that time, and strongly defeated a national Sanda champion and became the first place. Therefore, in the following time, Broly also practiced the fighting arts of his previous life, which is precisely the so-called mixed martial arts. Of course, Broly also learned the fighting techniques of the Dragon Ball world from the Monkey King and tried to fuse them into one. 1 year later, in the House of Time and Spirit. Finally, these fighting techniques have been completely integrated. Broly threw a few punches and kicks excitedly, and it took so much time to finally completely fuse. Using this fused fighting technique, he can be said to be unrivaled in the same level of combat power. Even if he suppresses the combat power to the same as Sun Wukong, he can still defeat Sun Wukong, the protagonist of Dragon Ball. It's also time to give this fighting art a name. Since it has been fused, it is naturally impossible to call it mixed martial arts. After all, this is not all martial arts used together, but fused into one, just like Jeet Kune Do. Although this is a fighting technique that is fused with the fighting art of the Dragon Ball world, it is called Dragon Kwon-do. Broly thought about it, and finally settled on the name. Broly. Sun Wukong's voice suddenly came into Broly's ears, "Hurry up and eat." Broly nodded and found that Sun Wukong next to him had made some food at this time, but in the course of this year, Broly had understood very well that Sun Wukong was not very good at cooking. But yes, after all, there is a wife, cooking and the like are all done by the wife. How can Sun Wukong, a battle maniac, make good dishes? It's just that they can't eat anything good here, so they adapted. After all, it's been a whole year. Broly came to sit opposite Sun Wukong, looked at Sun Wukong, who was constantly eating wildly, and found that his combat effectiveness had improved to a lot, and the normal state was about 20,000. Compared with the time and spirit house he just entered, the combat power of 400 has increased by 50 times. The protagonist's aura is really not covered. And Broly's improvement is very small, just 5 times better. Now his normal combat strength is 50 million, Broly feels that he should be about to transform. As for what kind of transformation, it is naturally the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly always feels a little close, but he just can't seize that opportunity. Broly, are you still trying to transform into a more First Order one? Monkey King, who was eating, suddenly asked Broly. In the past year, Sun Wukong has also seen Broly transform into a Super Saiyan, and he also knows that the gap between himself and Broly is as huge, so he is now practicing all the time except for eating, basically not sleeping, which can be said to be madness in madness. Broly nodded, and after eating, he had already stood up. No matter what, I must successfully transform today. It's been a year, they've been trying for a whole year, but they still feel a little worse. Broly's self-esteem doesn't allow such a little difference, and they have decided to go out tomorrow. So, no matter what, I must successfully transform today. Broly came to an open area, condensed the chi on his back, and immediately burst it out. Broly's Super Saiyan comes in 2 forms, one is the normal blonde hair and green eyes, and the other is blue-haired, while Broly transforms into the former. Although in the past year, Sun Wukong has seen the form of the Broly Super Saiyan more than once, but every time he sees it, there will be an instinctive fear. A big law of Dragon Ball, the output depends on roar. Especially Saiyans, if you want to become stronger or transformed, you must roar. As the roar became longer and longer, Broly's muscles began to expand continuously, and the chi became bigger and bigger. Is it possible to succeed in a real way? Sun Wukong looked at Broly in horror, his fear continued to rise, and he even had a feeling of not being able to move. In the original work, Sun Wukong also mentioned fear, but far from being afraid to this extent. That is because Sun Wukong in the original book can become a Super Saiyan long ago, so he is not so afraid. Broly seemed to feel something, and did not hesitate to directly prepare a one-time breakthrough, and at this time, Broly's body shape has become the same as in the original book, only the hair is still ordinary super race. Of course, although Broly didn't notice, Sun Wukong still found that Broly's hair was constantly changing blonde and green, but he couldn't convert. You can't throw in the towel like this. Broly thought to himself, and then roared out what was in his heart, I'm a legendary Super Saiyan. Broly can be said to have exceeded the limit. In fact, according to his talent, he can transform himself in a few years, but if he does not do this, how can he become the strongest in the universe? Finally, just when Broly was about to lose his energy, he suddenly found that his physique seemed to have improved a lot, and under the gaze of Monkey King, Broly's hair also changed from blonde to green. Successful transformation. Legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 022. Boom. Broly's chi was expanding like crazy, as if there was no limit, and the energy was constantly increasing. This is Legendary Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's voice was trembling at this time. The legendary Super Saiyan is not only much stronger than ordinary Super Saiyan, but most importantly, it can be constantly enhanced. The initial combat power increase multiplier seems to be 200 times, but it seems that it will continue to improve with time. Broly also took note. I feel that my current combat power has far exceeded the initial increase in combat effectiveness, but it seems that I can't continue to improve, and my body seems to be unable to hold on. But Broly also noticed that as his combat effectiveness increased, his body seemed to begin to experience severe pain. However, at the same time, Broly also found that his body seemed to be tempering, but it obviously could not keep up with the increase in energy. It seems that the first time I changed the transcendence, there are still many people who can't adapt. Broly in the original book is not like this. It seems that he will have to adapt in the future. But he is now very excited. After working hard for a whole year, he finally succeeded in becoming a super passer, which is very difficult. Broly glanced at Sun Wukong and found that he was almost unable to hold on. It seemed that Chuan Xiao's oppression of ordinary Saiyans made them instinctively afraid, especially if the combat effectiveness was so far worse, it would definitely not be able to hold on. Sun Wukong is still good. If the real ordinary Saiyans would have collapsed a long time ago, you must know that in the original work, Vegeta directly lost the idea of fighting. Broly exhaled and began to suppress Chuan Chao into a Super Saiyan, and then gradually returned to normal, and his combat effectiveness was also suppressed. It's amazing, is this the legendary Super Saiyan? The Monkey King, who had returned to normal, looked at Broly excitedly and asked. Broly nodded, did not deny it. On the contrary, he was also very excited at this time. A year has finally not been in vain. I really shouldn't have practiced with you, but now I find that the gap between me and you is getting bigger and bigger, and it seems that you can continue to improve your combat effectiveness after transforming. Sun Wukong shook his head helplessly, and seemed to be deeply shocked. Although I said that, after all, my talent far surpasses you, and although I can continuously improve my combat effectiveness, there must be some sequelae. Broly comforted the Monkey King. Of course, Broly did not tell Sun Wukong that as long as he adapts well, even if he becomes a super and infinitely improves his combat effectiveness, his body will not have much impact. Broly clenched his fists, and suddenly found that his normal energy had increased a lot, and judging from the feeling of chi, his current normal combat power should be 200 million. Such combat power has surpassed Frieza and Sun Wukong, who first transformed into a Super Saiyan in the original work. With his current strength, I am afraid that except for Majin Buu, none of the previous bosses can pose a threat to him. Let's go, it's time for us to go out too. Since he has successfully transformed and his combat effectiveness has improved so much, he should not continue to stay. As for what to go out, it is natural to go to Frieza to play. After all, with the speed of their spacecraft, they should be on Earth soon. But Broly didn't know that Frieza came much earlier than he thought. Sun Wukong nodded, it is useless to continue to stay here now, it is better to go out and breathe fresh air. For the sake of convenience, Broly and Sun Wukong usually live close to the switch of the House of Time and Spirit, so they go out quickly. Hey! What's going on here? Broly and Monkey King, who had just gone out, suddenly found that a lot had changed outside. The temple was already tattered, all traces of destruction. It seemed that someone had come here, and it must be stronger than Tenjin and the others. Definitely not Vic did it, he is not strong to this level. Broly looked around and ruled out Vic directly. Mr. Bobo's combat effectiveness is not bad, at least it must be stronger than Vic, so from this situation, the other party should be someone stronger than Mr. Bobo. Could it be aliens? But what will come to Earth at this time? Broly narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he couldn't figure it out. Broly closed his eyes and began to feel the breath of the entire Earth, and suddenly found that hundreds of people with more than 1000 combat power appeared on the Earth. Strange, how come these guys' breath is so much like Frieza's soldiers? When Broly discovered this, he wondered in his heart. Eileen. It's only been a few days, and Frisia has already come over. Broly thought in amazement, as if he hadn't expected Frisia to reach Earth so soon. Could it be that the Frisia Legion's spaceship is so much more advanced than the Pelaga's spaceship? Not good. Broly seemed to feel something suddenly, and without saying a word, he flew towards the position of the western capital, and directly shed the Monkey King with a confused face. Hey! Broly! When Sun Wukong reacted, Broly's figure disappeared, and finally he could only catch up with Broly's chi. The reason why Broly was so anxious was entirely because he found that most of those unknown powerful auras came from the western capital. You must know that his girlfriend Bulmarco is still there in the western capital, which is why he rushed over so desperately. After all, he was afraid that something would happen to her. However, after he sensed the very powerful aura in outer space, Broly was sure that it was Frisia who attacked. Because the combat power of this chi seems to be 530,000, and this is exactly the combat power of Frisia's initial form, there is no need to think about it, it should be the Frisia soldiers who attacked the temple. Broly didn't think that such a cruel character as the Frisia soldiers would not kill after coming to a planet city. Because of the improvement of combat effectiveness now, Broly's speed has also changed a lot, and he flew at full strength for less than a minute to come to the western capital. Chapter 023. Sure enough, the character of the soldiers of Frisia will not spare humans on a planet, and the western capital has already been attacked at this time. Not only are there potholes everywhere that have been blown out, many buildings have been turned into ruins, countless corpses lie on them, and many people are crying in despair, which looks very miserable. The central location of Xidu is the best developed location in Xidu, and Xidu is also known as the richest city in the world, and the people who live here are super rich. At this time, the place was also attacked by Frisia soldiers, and many soldiers flew planes to attack them, but it was only in vain. With little damage here, the Frisia soldiers slaughtered all the Earth soldiers and came to the center of the western capital. This should be the most developed city on this planet, right? One of the Frisia soldiers couldn't help but show a mocking smile. Is this the only strength of the caretaker soldiers here? It's just a low-level planet with a good environment, even the most developed city, it's just this level. Another Frisia soldier next to him said with disdain. The king doesn't have so much time to waste, kill everyone here first, and then go find that scion. At this moment, it seemed that a leader said to them. This leader has a purple face, including his beard, and if you have seen Dragon Ball completely, you will know that this is Chu Yi, who was killed by Vegeta in the original book. Yes. The two Frisia soldiers had terrified expressions on their faces, they did not dare to provoke their great cosmic emperor. 1 minute to kill all these people. I hope you guys won't let me down. Chu Yi looked indifferently at the dozens of Frisia soldiers behind him and ordered. Yes. All the Frisia soldiers smiled mockingly in their hearts, just killing these earthlings with combat trash was more than enough for a minute. Their voices were not small, and although they were in the air now, they were not very high, so their words could be heard on the ground, and their faces suddenly turned pale. And Bulma, who was also on the ground, saw this scene, and her face turned pale. After all, she was young and saw such a scene for the first time. Broly! Where are you? Come and save me! But Bulma is still a young girl after all, and tears are already flowing at this time, and her heart is constantly calling for the only man she can rely on. Just as these Frisia soldiers were laughing evilly and preparing to start the slaughter, Chu Yi's combat effectiveness detector suddenly sounded. This, Chu Yi's eyes widened suddenly, and he gasped, how is this possible? Seeing this, those Frisia soldiers were stunned, and they also stopped rushing up to slaughter, and looked at their boss with a confused expression. Phew! The crisp explosion sounded, and Chu Yi's combat power detector exploded directly, making the expressions of those Frisia soldiers suddenly change from confusion to horror. The energy that can make the combat power detector explode, then the combat power must be at least 100,000 or more. Could it be that there is a person on the earth whose combat power exceeds 100,000? This idea made these Frisia soldiers suddenly unable to believe it, thinking that it was just that the boss's combat power detector was broken. How could the earthlings have more than 100,000 combat power? Only Chu Yi was silent. But the panic in his eyes could not be concealed, because this was the latest combat power detector, and it was impossible for it to malfunction. Also, because it is the latest model, the performance and the limit of detection have been improved, and the maximum limit of this detector is not 100,000, but 1 million combat effectiveness. That is to say, the horror in Chu Yi's eyes continued to expand. Could it be that there are really hidden masters on the earth, and the combat power is still so strong? Could it be that Sion? The distance between that person just now doesn't seem to be very far, it seems to have arrived here. Chu Yi relied on his memory to look at the location displayed on the detector before. But as soon as he looked at that position, he found a man floating there, staring at him with a gloomy face. You're that Sion? Chu Yi soon discovered that this person was the Sion that King Frisia had spoken of. So, it's really this Sion. This Sion actually has a combat power of more than 1 million. When Chu Yi thought of this, his legs were already soft, and he looked terrified. The other Frisia soldiers also noticed Broly, and immediately looked terrified when they thought of the explosion of the previous combat power detector. I heard that you like slaughter. I wonder what it will be like when you are slaughtered by me. When Broly said this, his smile was very friendly, but anyone could hear the killing intent in his tone. Before these Frisia soldiers could react, Broly had already struck, but because they were not very high in the air now, Broly decided to punch and kill in a slaughtering manner. Ah! By the time these Frisia soldiers reacted, Broly had already killed 5 or 6 in seconds, and then he heard their miserable cries. Broly's massacre really lived up to its name. All of them were punched through their bodies, and some of the more awesome professions were slapped to death. The cruel and dramatic scene left the humans below speechless and stunned, and the aliens who were so bullish before were only killed and slaughtered with a punch in front of this. This includes Bulma, who, although he also noticed the arrival of his boyfriend, he was still very worried. After all, these aliens had behaved too much before. However, it was obvious that she still underestimated Broly, and these aliens were simply powerless to fight back in front of him. Broly was fast, having eliminated all the Frisia soldiers in a minute, and then looked at the only surviving boss. Chu Yi was afraid because Broly was powerful, and because he was afraid, he didn't even have the courage to escape, although he also reacted at this time, but it was too late. Please let me go, this is all what Frisia told me to do. Knowing that he could no longer escape, Chu Yi did not hesitate, and directly knelt in the air and begged for mercy. Chapter 024. Broly looked at Chu Yi, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, with a look of disgust on his face, so arrogant when he killed, and like this when he was killed. It's not impossible for me not to kill you, take me to Frisia now. Broly's face was full of anger, thinking that if he hadn't arrived in time, Bulma would have been in an accident. Therefore, Broly had already killed Frisia, and although he had no intention of letting this cosmic emperor go, he decided to torture him before killing him. Broly is not a good person. People who mess with themselves, especially when life and death are in their own hands, even if they want to die, it depends on the situation. Broly. At this moment, Bulma's voice suddenly came, and Broly looked over and found that Bulma was calling herself. Broly's expression suddenly changed from anger to gentleness, slowly descended and came to Bulma, hugged her, and asked, "I'm sorry, I'm late. You didn't have an accident, did you?" Seeing Broly so worried about herself, Bulma smiled sweetly in her heart, and then shook her head at Broly. "I'm fine, it's just that many people in the company have been killed, which makes me very sad. Don't worry, I'm going to solve their king now, and after I solve him, I'll go to find the divine dragon to revive them." Broly smiled and comforted her. Of course, Broly naturally wouldn't tell Bulma that the reason these guys came to Earth was because of him. Well, I believe you. Bulma nodded. She trusted Broly very much, and now the only person she trusted was Broly. Broly. What's going on here? Just as Broly was about to go to find Frieza, Sun Wukong also came here, and after discovering the tragic situation in the western capital, he asked Broly. Goku, it was this bastard and his companions who did it, and Grandpa Turtle Immortal was also killed by them. Bulma remembered that the Turtle Immortals died to save her, and tears suddenly flowed. What did you say? Hearing Bulma's words, Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Chu Yi with murderous eyes, and because of anger, even his combat effectiveness had improved somewhat. Broly looked at Chu Yi like a fool. Just such a good opportunity, he didn't escape, although he wouldn't give him a chance to escape at all, but this guy really didn't escape. It means that his head is sick. After all, normal people will take this opportunity to escape. What Broly didn't know was that his powerful combat power had completely made Chu Yi lose the mind to resist, and he didn't think of escaping in despair. Goku, remember what I said to you this year, this enemy will be killed by you. Broly originally planned to kill Chu Yi in front of Frieza, but now he gave the opportunity to Sun Wukong. During this year, Broly told Sun Wukong not to show mercy to his subordinates when he killed people, and to be merciful to his enemies is to be cruel to himself. The world of Dragon Ball is a very real world. In fact, if it weren't for the protagonist's aura, Sun Wukong would have died a long time ago. But now it's different. Now that he has crossed over, the plot may change a lot. If he can't even learn this truth, how can he live in this real world? Sun Wukong was very resistant at first, but later he gradually understood this truth, and he can only say that he really likes to leave a chance for others. Through this year's exchanges, Broly understood that this was what his grandfather, Sun Gohan, taught him. But in addition to giving the bad guy a chance, he also set a premise, that is, if the bad guy really has no cure, he must be killed quickly to avoid leaving a scourge. Monkey King is really stupid in some ways, at least in this regard. He does not understand what the so-called hopeless means, so he will give a chance when he encounters bad people in the future. It took Broly a whole year to finally teach Sun Wukong the meaning of this truth, so now he should not show mercy to Chu Yi's subordinates. Chu Yi, if you can defeat him, I can spare you a way to live. Broly glanced at the terrified Chu Yi and said indifferently. Sun Wukong's combat power at this time is 20,000, which is stronger than Chu Yi, who is only 19,000, which is just enough to make him Sun Wukong's opponent and let him adapt to his current body. After all, Broly is too strong. Even if he presses the combat power Sun Wukong, he is far from being an opponent, so after such a long period of cultivation, he has not found an opponent with similar strength to fight. But isn't there just one now? Broly naturally won't let go of this opportunity, so he gave the opportunity to kill Chu Yi to Sun Wukong. Are you serious? After Chu Yi heard these words, it was as if he had heard hope, and his eyes were full of expectation and asked Broly. Chu Yi thinks that he is not the opponent of this scion, can't he beat an earthling? Obviously, he thought of Sun Wukong as an earthling. Broly nodded, understanding that because Sun Wukong had no tail, and his emotions were still so deep, Chu Yi naturally would not think that he was a scion. Goku, you should know his combat effectiveness, while avenging the Turtle Immortals, just adapt to it and fight well. Broly turned to the Monkey King and said. Sun Wukong nodded, he really had to fight now, and then rushed towards Chu Yi. Although Chu Yi thinks that Sun Wukong is an earthling, Broly is too confident, and Sun Wukong rushed over like this, so he planned to test Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong and Chu Yi are entangled together, because there is no battle for a long time. Sun Wukong can only exert the strength of almost 17,000 combat power. This made Chu Yi let go of his heart, thinking that Broly just wanted to make himself a sparring partner, so although he gave his all, he did not make a death move. Chapter 025. However, after about 3 minutes of fighting, Chu Yi found one thing: Sun Wukong's combat power seemed to be equal to himself, and even above himself. In 3 minutes, Sun Wukong almost used his full strength to fight, and he was almost adapted, so he could naturally hammer Chu Yi. Poof! Sun Wukong punched Chu Yi's stomach fiercely, and because of the impact of the boxing, Chu Yi directly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You bastard!" Chu Yi was really angry. He didn't expect that an earthling could hurt him, but before he could fight back, he was kicked out by Sun Wukong again. "You are the bastard, I will help the turtle immortal grandfather and them take revenge." After speaking, Sun Wukong combined his hands into a calyx shaped, and then a ball of energy condensed in the palms of both hands. "Are you going to send out the turtle sect Qigong?" Broly saw this scene and nodded in his heart. It seems that the Sun Wukong is going to solve this battle. The turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Sun Wukong shouted, and then a blue chi wave shot out from the energy ball, directly and quickly rushing towards Chu Yi. Although Chu Yi could not sense the existence of chi, he could also feel the horror of the turtle sect Qigong, and after finding that it was too late to dodge, he also sent out a pneumatic wave. "Chu Yi, does this guy want to use Qigong waves to beat back the turtle faction Qigong?" Broly looked at the two who had already confronted each other, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "You must know that there is a law in the Dragon Ball world, that is, you must not fight against the Sun family, and the Turtle School Qigong is precisely the strongest among all Qigong waves. At the same level, it cannot be blocked by other Qigong waves, not to mention that Sun Wukong's combat power is 1000 stronger than Chu Yi, so Chu Yi will definitely lose." Sure enough, Chu Yi's Qigong wave didn't fight at all for long before it was blasted back by Sun Wukong's turtle faction Qigong, and it exploded directly when hit. Broly speculated that with Sun Wukong's current combat power and going all out to send out turtle sect Qigong, Chu Yi should not be able to withstand such energy. However, Broly guessed wrong. Sun Wukong still did not use his full strength at the last moment, and Chu Yi's figure appeared, although the injury was very serious, but it was not fatal. "Did your subordinates show mercy in the end?" Broly's eyes narrowed slightly, and he shook his head helplessly. "I thought you had grown, but now it seems that I think too much." Sun Wukong's eyes are also very complicated. He originally planned to completely end Chu Yi, but I don't know why, and in the end his subordinates showed mercy. "You go, don't do bad things again. Next time you want to do bad things again, I won't let you go." Sun Wukong thought that as long as he let the Divine Dragon resurrect the Turtle Immortals, they would do it, and there was no need to kill them all. What a famous saying! A mocking expression appeared on Broly's face, and at this time he had noticed that Chu Yi was secretly condensing energy while pretending to regret on his face. This guy was originally a villain, and it was the same in the original book. While saying that he wanted to defect to Vegeta, he was ready to sneak attack, and was finally killed by Vegeta. Although Broly noticed this, he did not mean to make a move, and if Sun Wukong did not teach a lesson, I am afraid that he would never grow. Of course, he said so, but he definitely wouldn't let Chu Yi kill Sun Wukong like this, so he was also ready to strike. "Don't worry, I will definitely change my past mistakes and never do bad things again," Chu Yi said with a sincere face while bursting into tears. "The acting is so good." Broly shook his head. This guy is really suitable to be an actor, even he almost was cheated by him. Just when Sun Wukong had already believed Chu Yi's words, Chu Yi's sincere expression suddenly turned fierce, and an air bomb shot directly towards Sun Wukong, and it happened to be the location of the heart. Sun Wukong was startled, but his reaction was fast. One sideways was ready to dodge, but because the speed of the air bomb was too fast, he was finally pierced through the shoulder. Shhh! Sun Wukong screamed because of the pain, and at this moment, Chu Yi came to the back of Sun Wukong, strangled his neck, and placed an air blade in his hand in front of Sun Wukong's neck. As long as you let me leave safely, I won't hurt him. After Chu Yi finished this, he looked at Broly at any time and said nervously. Chu Yi felt that Broly was not the completely bad scion, just like he seemed to take the woman next to him very seriously, which was not like the behavior of a scion. Therefore, Chu Yi can only hope that this hostage in his hand can help him save his life, and with such a powerful force as Broly, even if he sneaks up on him, it will not be useful. Broly glanced at Chu Yi indifferently. In fact, in the House of Time and Spirit, he and Sun Wukong can be regarded as cultivating friendship, so he will not let Sun Wukong die at Chu Yi's hands. Goku, remember what I taught you. Broly's combat power was enough to kill Chu Yi before he could react, but he still wanted to give Sun Wukong a chance. When Sun Wukong heard Broly's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly grabbed Chu Yi's arm with one hand. Seeing this, Chu Yi immediately prepared to fight back, but Sun Wukong's movement was one step faster, and the other hand grabbed Chu Yi's neck. His body went up, and he sent it out from his shoulder with the help of his foot, throwing Chu Yi out backwards. This is when he watched Broly complete the dragon boxing do. He was very interested in this trick, so he asked Broly to teach him, and this is the only trick that Broly fuses grappling and wrestling in his previous life. Chu Yi didn't expect to be thrown out so easily, and by the time he reacted, it was too late, and Broly also shot over with an air ejection. Why? I will die on this garbage planet? Chu Yi looked at his heart that had been pierced, his eyes gradually lost their light and fell to the ground. Broly came to Chu Yi's side, touched him with his foot, and after making sure he was dead, kicked him high in the air and casually sent out an energy bomb that exploded it into powder. This chapter seems a bit watery. Chapter 026. After solving Chu Yi, Broly looked at Sun Wukong, who had landed on the ground, with a complicated expression on his face. It seems very difficult to want Monkey King's change, but this may be the charm of Monkey King, although he is really stupid in Dragon Ball Super. Sure enough, I still can't keep my heart down. Sun Wukong smiled helplessly at Broly and said. Maybe you're such a fool. Broly also smiled helplessly, and then took out a fairy bean from his pocket and threw it to Sun Wukong. Let's eat the fairy bean first. Sun Wukong nodded, because the injury was too serious, it was about to eat immortal beans, and Sun Wukong also took several seconds. However, after eating the fairy beans, it was different, the injury was directly recovered, and the combat effectiveness was increased from 20,000 to 30,000. Sun Wukong jumped up directly from the ground, watched his chi rise again, kicked his feet very excitedly, and even jumped like a child. When some earthlings next to them saw this scene, they were immediately stunned, in their hearts, how could such an injury be so fast, and they immediately regarded Broly and Sun Wukong as gods. Goku, are you all right? Bulma also came to Sun Wukong's side at this time, and after looking at it, she asked worriedly. Don't worry, the fairy beans are very powerful, if you eat one, it's fine, and my chi is stronger than before. Monkey King replied excitedly. Bulma was still a little worried, and after carefully looking at Sun Wukong, he finally breathed a sigh of relief after finding that he really had nothing wrong. Since it's all right, then let's go find the king of these guys. Broly glanced at the location of the Sky Frisia spaceship and said to the Monkey King. Great King. Sun Wukong also looked at the sky, and he could also feel Frisia's powerful aura, but no matter what point of view, it was not comparable to the normal Broly. Your battle should be very easy, right? Monkey King retracted his gaze and asked with a smile at Broly. Maybe. Broly nodded noncommittally. His current normal combat power is 100 million, although Frisia's 100% transformed combat power is 120 million, but he does not think that he will lose if he is normal. There should also be a lot of things to be busy, then let's go first, you have to be careful on the way. Broly looked at Bulma and said gently. Don't worry, I'm not such a weak woman, you just do what you want. Bulma nodded in understanding, and then left. If only Kiki could be like Bulma. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma's disappearing figure and couldn't help but speak. Before cultivating with Broly, Sun Wukong promised Kiki to marry her as in the original book, but she was really very entangled, which made Sun Wukong, who likes freedom, a little annoyed. Broly couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking that Sun Wukong could only say bad things about Kiki now, you know, in the later plot, but I was afraid that my wife would die. Can your wife and my wife compare? Broly was proud for a moment, and then he didn't waste any more time and flew towards the location of the Frisia spaceship. As a legendary Super Saiyan, he can survive in space, and ordinary Saiyans can also survive in space for a short time. As for Dragon Ball Super, why Sun Wukong can fight with Beerus for so long in the cosmic space, then don't say more, he is not Akira Toriyama, how can he know? Sun Wukong was stunned, but did not continue to say anything more, and chased after Broly's position. What a beautiful planet! Frisia admired the earth in front of him, and his expression was very satisfied. I didn't expect that this Saiyan would send such a good planet before he died. De Wong, the monitor, said that there are dozens of subordinates, including Chu Yi. Just when Frisia was in a very good mood, Darius' words made his good mood disappear all of a sudden. Frisia glanced at Dodolia indifferently, then turned his head and continued to look at the earth. Since he can kill Sabo, then Chu Yi and the others are naturally not a problem. Let the Kainu special forces go, their strength should be able to kill a Saiyan, right? Frisia then said again. Yes. Dodoria nodded. Cold sweat broke out on his face at this time. Although I have been following the king for so long, I am still so afraid every time. Just let me see your strength, wild monkey. After Frisia waited for Dodoria to retreat, Frisia showed a grim smile. Broly, it seems that there are several powerful auras coming towards us, except for one, it seems that they are all stronger than me. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said to Broly. Broly nodded slightly, judging from the breath, it should be the Kainu special forces under Frisia. Sure enough, soon 5 people came to Broly and the others, and they also pretended to pose in various ugly poses. It was the Kainu special forces. These. What is the guy doing? Sun Wukong looked at the scene in front of him with a confused expression, as if he didn't know why they were making these poses. Broly just watched quietly, neither speaking nor moving, just a little glance at the button, and didn't care too much. You know what, this is the best way for our Kainu special forces to appear. Qi Niu glanced at Sun Wukong with disdain, and then said. I still can't understand it. Sun Wukong slowly shook his head. In fact, such actions are indeed redundant. It can only be said that the Kainu special forces are too confident, thinking that in the universe, except for Frisia, they are the strongest. However, just when they were very confident, an energy bomb quickly shot over, and in the instant they could not react, they blew up their captain. No need to understand, Broly still kept firing energy bullets. Why understand some neuropathy that is about to get a bento? For these guys who have no combat effectiveness and like to pretend, Broly generally doesn't talk much nonsense and directly kills them all. Chapter 027. Oh my god! Seeing that his captain was killed so easily, the people of the Kainu special forces gasped and were stunned. Boom! Boom! But before they could react, Broly fired 4 energy bombs in a row, killing all the other Kainu special forces by the way. The Monkey King on the side didn't say much. These people were originally evil, and his own words might not kill them, but if others killed them, he wouldn't say anything. How is this possible? I should be the strongest Saiyan. In a room, Vegeta watched the picture on the computer screen where Broly suddenly destroyed the Kainu special forces, and his heart could be said to be deeply shocked. He has always regarded himself as the prince of the Saiyan, and he has always thought that he is the strongest Saiyan, but now he finds that there is an unknown Saiyan who is much stronger than his prince. He knew that there was such a Saiyan who kept working hard to cultivate, and finally reached 30,000 combat strength, because he could already defeat this scion, but he was deeply hit again. His Royal Highness, the person next to that person looks like my father, it should be my younger brother Cockroach. Next to Vegeta, Raditz seemed to notice something, bowed his head and said respectfully to Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at the Monkey King in the computer screen with disdain, and said, "It's just a low-class warrior, what is there to say, now my mood is annoying." Yes, what is there to pay attention to a low-class warrior? A bald head next to Vegeta, that is, Nappa, said with disdain, "You are a low-class warrior, better not talk much, otherwise His Royal Highness the Prince will accidentally kill you." Raditz nodded in a cold sweat, and although he was afraid that Vegeta would be angry and hesitated, he still said, "Just now a soldier asked us to go to King Frisia's side, and they said that my man in red, that is, my brother, seems to have a combat power of 30,000. After speaking, Raditz looked at Vegeta in fear, although he knew that this word might anger the self-respecting prince, but if he didn't say what he knew, when he knew about it, he would definitely be the first to die. Vegeta glared in surprise, then looked at Raditz with an angry look and asked, "What did you just say? You say that the younger brother of your inferior warrior has 30,000 combat power. How is this possible?" Nappa also widened his eyes in surprise, and then accused Raditz with an angry face, "You bastard, don't talk nonsense, how can an inferior warrior have such combat effectiveness?" "It's true. The soldier who came over before did so." Raditz looked at Vegeta in fear, and even knelt down directly out of fear. Not all scions have strong self-esteem, Raditz does not seem to have such strong self-esteem, and it is not a shame to kneel in front of his own prince. "I hate the most." Nappa found that Vegeta's eyes were full of killing intent when he looked at Raditz, and he was ready to strike first, and he was ready to kill Lotties with a single air bomb. "Prince Vegeta, your subordinates are indeed telling the truth. According to the computer analysis at that time, the scions next to Broly do have 30,000 combat power." At this moment, a word suddenly came. Vegeta looked at where the voice came from and noticed a small figure walking towards him with his tail wagging. It was none other than Frisia. King Frisia. When Vegeta saw Frisia, he immediately bowed respectfully. While Nappa had a lower status, so he knelt directly. "I just told you to come and join me in dealing with your people." Frisia waved his hand to signal that they didn't have to salute, and then his eyes revealed a strange light, and he asked Vegeta, "You shouldn't care, Prince Vegeta." "Of course not, I can't wait to kill him with my own hands." Vegeta looked viciously at Broly on the computer screen. "You can't do this, because he is going to die at my hands, and according to computer estimates, his combat power is more than 1 million, you better deal with the scion next to him." Frisia also looked at the computer screen and said, "More than 1 million, Vegeta's eyes became complicated when he heard this amazing number, thinking that he could really surpass this scion. This was the first time he knew about the scion's combat power, but it made him think that he might surpass his mind and gradually became a little wasted. The combat power of 1 million, and not only, may be higher than this, he has worked hard for so long, and now his combat effectiveness is only 30,000. Nope. I can't give up on myself, I'm the prince of the scion, I'm the strongest scion in the universe." But Vegeta's self-esteem didn't allow him to think that way, so he perked up again. "King Frisia." Vegeta suddenly looked at Frisia and asked, "Broly, is that the name of that scion?" Frisia nodded. "I asked my subordinates to check the information and found that it was a child born with 10,000 combat power, but he and his father were killed by your father, and now it seems that he is still alive." "Did he have 10,000 combat power at birth?" Vegeta looked at Frisia in surprise, knowing that as a high-class warrior, he was only 800 combat power when he was born. "He's Broly, right? That is, this scion?" Vegeta asked, pointing to Broly, who had come outside the Frisia spaceship on the computer screen. "Yes, and he is also considered by your father to be the legendary Super Saiyan, so in order not to let him threaten your status, he sent her to a remote planet, the setting in the Dragon Ball Super new theatrical version. Frieza replied. The legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta pondered for a moment and thought to himself, yes, such a powerful combat power, not the legendary Super Saiyan, who else? Okay, they're all here, and we should go and welcome them. After that, Frieza left, leaving Vegeta with 3 people. Chapter 028. Cut. Frieza is not afraid at all. I am afraid that his combat power is also more than 1 million. Vegeta was not a fool, although he did not know Frieza's accurate combat power, but he could tell from his calmness that he was not afraid at all. Although Vegeta called Frieza the king on the surface, he was constantly trying to find a way to rebel against him in his heart. After all, he had a strong sense of self-esteem, and he did not want to be anyone's subordinate. But there is no way, the gap in combat effectiveness is too big, and he still has to rely on Frieza. After all, Frieza is the emperor who controls 70% of the universe. Frieza, Broly. No matter who it is, I will definitely surpass him. Vegeta thought firmly, then turned to Nappa and Raditz. Let's follow. Yes. Nappa nodded, and Raditz got up from her knees, and then the 2 of them chased after Vegeta. Is it finally Ken coming out, Frieza? Broly originally planned to blow up the spaceship with a few energy bombs first, but after seeing Frieza come out, he didn't do it again. Hello, Mr. Broly. Frieza looked at Broly very politely and said, the 2 of us have finally met, so we don't need to introduce ourselves. Of course not. Broly smiled, thinking that this Frieza's quality is still okay, worthy of being the emperor of the universe. It is really different. Hey! Broly, is he really the king of that bunch of bad guys? Sun Wukong suddenly came to Broly's side and asked in a low voice, doesn't it look like it? Not all bad people will have the word I am bad on their faces. Broly looked at Sun Wukong helplessly, thinking that this guy was still too naive. He is an emperor who rules 70% of the universe, do you think he will not use violence? Broly glanced at Frieza and asked Monkey King. It turns out that this person is so powerful. Sun Wukong nodded, his eyes became excited again, and the Scion's desire to fight began to boil again. Don't look for death. Broly shook his head helplessly, such a desire to fight is indeed good, but there is also a bad side. After all, you don't know what kind of strong people you will meet, it may be those who are the same as Frieza, then if you go to him to challenge, if he takes you as a subordinate, if you don't agree, there is only a dead end. Sun Wukong nodded, he is not a fool, although he is eager to fight the strong, but he will not send him to death. You go straight to your final form, otherwise it's not interesting at all, I'm going to beat you up. Broly looked at Frieza with disdain and said. Scions are really a bunch of arrogant guys, since that's the case, I'll do as you wish, but who was beaten to the bottom, I'm sorry to tell you, it can't be me. Frieza's expression was no longer as polite as before, but he looked at Broly like a dead man, and then made a movement like when a scion exploded. Fans have a good saying, whether it is explosive or roaring, the appearance of scions and the people of the Dragon Ball world are very similar to constipation. Now Frieza is like constipation, his body has begun to get bigger, and his physique is much thicker than before, directly from a short winter melon to a stout tall muscular man. At this time, Frieza's combat effectiveness was 1 million, but he did not stop transforming, and then became a transformation that did not change much, and his combat effectiveness was increased to 2 million. And at this time, the 3 people of Vegeta also flew out, and when they saw this scene, they were suddenly so surprised that they couldn't speak. They didn't expect that Frieza would transform. I really didn't expect that Frieza would even transform. Vegeta saw this scene and thought in surprise. However, his attention was quickly attracted by Broly, and at this time, Broly was still indifferent, and did not seem to be so-called nervous. Sun Wukong's face also did not change, although Frisia's combat effectiveness has improved a lot because of his transformation, but it is far from surpassing Broly. Broly also quickly noticed the three of Vegeta, and found that Vegeta was not the same as in the original book, and the combat power was now 30,000, which was much stronger than when he appeared in the original book. Goku, your enemies are those three people, they are also scions. The shortest person has the same combat power as you, and the one with long hair is your own brother, and the bald head is a person who does not need attention. Hearing Broly's words, Sun Wukong also looked at Vegeta on their side, and found that as Broly said, their strongest combat power there was the same as him. Goku, let's say here that your brother is a very bad person, and whether you want to kill him or not is your decision, but if you are not 100% sure that he is a person who can be changed, you must not show mercy to your subordinates. Just as Sun Wukong was about to go over, Broly's voice came into his ears again. I see. Son Goku looked at Raditz for a moment, nodded to Broly, and then flew towards Vegeta. Seeing this, Broly did not continue to pay attention to Sun Wukong's affairs, turned his head to look at Frisia, and found that it had become the final form, but because the initial combat power was only 3 million. It's just this level, it seems that it will take a while for the combat effectiveness to gradually recover. Broly looked at Frisia and thought to himself. The reason why he didn't directly kill Frisia in seconds was not only because he wanted to torture him fiercely, but also because he wanted to fight a battle that was evenly matched or even suppressed. He is the same as Sun Wukong, although his combat effectiveness has also improved a lot, but he is too lacking in actual combat, although because of his physique, he will not be unable to exert his combat effectiveness, but after all, he still lacks that feeling. Those who practice martial arts understand that if they only practice strength and technique, they will never be able to defeat those who often fight in real combat, not only because of the lack of experience, but also because of the feeling of not having actual combat. Broly's normal combat power now is 100 million, just enough to fight 100% with Frisia, and enjoy this feeling. Chapter 029. So, that's why Broly gave Frisia the chance to transform, but since he's transformed into his final form, let's play with him first. How? Frisia looked at Broly defiantly. Since you know that I have these transformations, then you should also know that the strength of my transformation is not within your expectations. It was unexpected, but I didn't feel powerful. Broly said disdainfully, not seeming to take Frisia seriously. You can take advantage of the fact that you are still alive, just talk harder, and there will be no time for a while. Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly, and he condensed energy with his fingers and fired a gas bomb at Broly. Ha! Broly yawned directly boredly, and then stretched out one finger and flicked all of Frisia's air bombs with one finger. Chiguakuo's provocation. Frisia's chi was violent, but at the same time, he was surprised in his heart that all the gas bombs he sent out with all his strength were followed. Could it be that his combat power is even stronger than mine now? Frisia thought to himself, it seems that we must quickly regain our full strength, or else. Before Frisia could finish thinking, Broly had already made a move, and quickly flashed to Frisia and directly stabbed him. Jabs are generally used for quick strikes and probing, but as long as the force is enough, jabs can also deal a lot of damage, as well as direct knockouts. In his previous life, Broly liked to use jabs first when fighting, so now Broly's punch is so fast that it is almost invisible, so that Frisia can't react at all. Boom! Broly punched Frisia in the face, and there was a muffled sound because of the fist. Broly's jab had an impact, so Frisia flew directly upside down in space, and if Frisia hadn't stopped himself, I'm afraid he would have flown out like this. Ugh! Frisia covered his face and directly shouted angrily, not only because of the pain, but also because of the blow to his self-esteem. As a cosmic emperor, his self-esteem is not worse than that of Asians, and he seems to be only a little lower than Vegeta in the original work, so he was beaten in the face like this. Not to mention him, even ordinary people will be very angry. But Broly doesn't give Frisia a chance to attack, and Broly knows very well that anger can give strength. Therefore, only by constantly making Frisia angry can he recover his strength faster. After all, his purpose is to fight with the all-out Frisia. As for now, you have to abuse him well, and under the premise of making him angry, you must also teach him a good lesson. Your girlfriend is almost going to die at the hands of this guy. Another front swing punch plus a back leg directly knocked Frisia's head to the side, and then the back leg kicked it out. SHHH. The strength of the side leg is not only large, but also has the power to penetrate the flesh, so Frisia directly screamed in pain, and when he was about to fight back, Broly punched him again. In order to accidentally kill Frisia, Broly also controlled his power to about 3 million, so it seems that he was caught by the opportunity and was caught by Frisia with his tail. Hehe, finally let me seize the opportunity. Frisia sneered, and then immediately punched Broly with a straight fist, but was dodged by Broly with a sideways head. Broly looked at Frisia mockingly, grabbed Frisia's tail with his backhand, and then began to spin up quickly, directly turning Frisia dizzy. And the tail also let go of Broly's hand. Seeing Frisia's tail let go, Broly also let go of the hand that grabbed his tail, and then Frisia flew out, and happened to be in the position of the moon. Boom! Frisia crashed directly into the surface of the moon, forming a huge crater, but the moon has many craters, and there is not much of this one. Frisia suffered a lot of injuries when he hit this fall, although most of them were skin injuries, but it was still very painful, so that Frisia could stand up a little. But before Frisia could fully stand up, Broly suddenly came down from the sky and stomped directly on his face, pressing him down again, and forming a deeper pit. What's wrong? Does the Universe Emperor only have this strength? Broly looked at Frisia with a mocking expression, and stepped on Frisia's foot harder. Ugh! If Broly could see Frisia's eyes, he would be able to see that Frisia had red eyes, and his combat effectiveness began to increase wildly, almost all at once to 60 million. Hey! Broly didn't seem to expect that Frisia would suddenly increase to so much combat power, and was rushed out by the powerful chi, and when he was reacting, Frisia hit him fiercely. You bastard, go die! Frisia roared and blasted Broly out with a punch. Frisia was not ready to give Broly time to react, but quickly chased after him, and then immediately began to punch Broly quickly. But Broly only showed a weird smile, and then a wave of gods dodged and directly avoided all of Frisia's fists. This! How is this possible? Frisia looked at Broly in surprise. He had already brought out all his strength, why were his fists still dodged? Broly smiled mockingly and said to Frisia, because I am much stronger than you, and I am not my opponent with this combat power, you trash. What do you say? Frisia clenched his fists, and then seemed to think of something, and asked Broly in surprise, could it be that you are really a Super Saiyan? Although it was due to the order of the God of Destruction, Frisia did worry about the Super Saiyan in Saiyan legend. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I am the legendary Super Saiyan? Broly looked at Frisia sarcastically and said slowly. Impossible. Even if there really is a Super Saiyan, it can't be my opponent. Frisia clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. After speaking, Broly noticed that Frisia's chi began to increase, and his body was also expanding, and it seemed that he was about to become 100%. Finally willing to give a real full strength, it seems that I can have a good fight. Broly looked at Frisia excitedly and clenched his fists in excitement. Chapter 030. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time, but Frisia was too capable of dragging it out, and he just didn't give it his all. However, under the repeated humiliation of Broly, and the serious blow to his self-esteem as the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia finally brought out his full strength. Whew! Phew! I don't know if it's because it's too physically exhausting after the transformation, or because it's too angry. Frisia kept breathing while looking at Broly. Frisia's body at this time was much more inflated, and his muscles were much larger than before, but he was not taller, which was different from his supernatural form. Broly looked at Frisia's 100% form, and could feel that his combat power was 120 million, about 20 million higher than his current self. In this way, it looks like a universe emperor, and the combat effectiveness is indeed extraordinary. Broly smiled, and then took a fighting stance. Broly's fighting stance is his own Dragon Kwando fighting style, which is based on the Sanda fighting style and adds some changes to the boxing fighting style. Frisia looked at Broly, as if he felt that something was wrong with his indifference, which made him not rush to attack, but became vigilant. That Scion is not like before, it is obvious that he is serious, which means that he is a little afraid of my current combat strength, but why is he not nervous at all? Frisia was very puzzled in his heart, thinking could it be that Broly knew his combat effectiveness? But he didn't wear a combat power detector. I know, these guys can also know the combat power of the other party without a combat power detector. Since he is not afraid of me, it means that his combat power should not be below me. Frisia is worthy of being the emperor of the universe, and soon understood the current situation, but because the emperor of the universe has a strong sense of self-esteem, even if he understands the situation, Frisia does not intend to solve it peacefully. In fact, even if he wanted a peaceful settlement, Broly would not agree. After all, he wanted to fight with the all-out Frisia. Broly saw that Frisia did not attack, so he attacked first, and a dodge quickly came behind Frisia, and a high-sided leg was the top. This guy isn't as fast as me. I can see his movements. Frisia moved quickly inside his head, moved down to avoid Broly's legs, and then quickly moved away to keep his distance. Broly's eyes narrowed slightly, knowing that whether it was combat effectiveness or speed, the current Frisia was stronger than himself, so he did not dare to be careless and launched another attack. Looking at Broly who was rushing towards him again, Frisia did not continue to dodge, but also rushed towards Broly, and fought hard. Boom! Boom! The sound of fighting and clashing fists kept ringing, and in just a few tens of seconds, Broly had already fought hundreds of rounds with Frisia. Boom! Broly's fist collided with Frisia's fist again, and the two slammed into each other in opposite directions, and then landed smoothly on the lunar surface. After Broly landed, he clenched his fists excitedly. This was suppressed after the first crossing, and he rarely experienced such a battle. Frisia is also very excited, but for different reasons. He is excited because he finds that Broly's speed is not faster than him, which also means that his combat power is a little lower than his own. I thought you were so strong, it turned out to be just that. Naturally, Frisia would not miss this opportunity and taunt Broly madly. Broly did not speak, and under such a rare battle, he did not want to waste because of speaking, so he did not hesitate and rushed towards Frisia again. I can see his movements. Frisia thought to himself, grabbing Broly by the punch as he came up to him and punched him out. Broly reacted quickly, but Frisia's movements were faster, and he saw a purple energy bullet in his hand quickly condensed. Broly's pupils shrank, a strong crisis arose in his head, and after knowing Frisia's purpose, Broly struck Frisia with an elbow on Frisia's chin. The chin is a KO point, although I don't know how big the gap between Frisia's body and the human body is, but this aspect should be similar. After being hit by the knockout point, and still hitting the elbow, Frisia was not only felt pain, but also had a fainting feeling, which made the energy bomb in Frisia's hand directly dissipate. Broly seized the opportunity and kicked Frisia out with a straight kick, then turned around and swept his leg in his face, kicking him straight out. Although the power of swinging his leg after turning around is very large, it is not enough to seriously injure Frisia, who is stronger than himself, although it is very painful, but it also makes Frisia's way out of the feeling of fainting. Frisia stopped and looked at Broly with anger, but he did not attack rashly, but looked at Broly warily. Broly's weird style of play was the first time he had seen it, and he was able to ignore the gap in combat effectiveness, putting him at a disadvantage, which made him have to be vigilant. But Broly will not give Frisia a chance, and directly rushing over is a flying kick, such a loophole attack, naturally evaded by Frisia. Frisia subconsciously wanted to fight back, but Broly was faster, and a side-to-side knee was the path of the attack, directly hitting the position of Frisia's ribs. Broly naturally did not waste the opportunity, and hit the path with another elbow, but this time Frisia learned to be smart, directly and quickly dodged, came behind Broly with high-speed movement, and strangled his neck with his tail. Not good. Broly was startled, but he reacted quickly, condensed a knife in his hand with his chi, and slashed directly at Frisia's tail. However, Broly still underestimated the gap in combat effectiveness, and Frisia quickly let go of Broly when Broly's air knife was about to cut his tail, and then kicked Broly out. Immediately, several more air bombs shot towards Broly, who had not yet reacted, and an energy bomb was added to the back. Judging from the energy sensation of that energy bomb, if he was moved, Broly would definitely end badly. Chapter 031. But at this time, it was too late to dodge, so Broly could only open the shield around his body. Boom! Broly's shield is still very useful, blocking almost all the air bombs, but when facing the last energy bombs, it looks a little vulnerable. Boom! With a violent explosion, Broly's protective shield was directly shattered, and the flames generated by the explosion also directly injured Broly. Broly endured the pain. He had no time to waste now. Frisia would not give him time to recover, and he would definitely continue to attack. Sure enough, Frisia's figure soon came to the sky above Broly, and then smashed Bro with 2 punches in one, and then kept firing gas bombs. Prince's tactics. Broly seemed more relaxed at this time, thinking to himself that this is not the same style of play as Vegeta, this is a must-lose. Broly barely managed to hold steady with his chi, then began to protect his hand with chi, and then began to frantically take the gas bombs fired by Frisia. Boom! Boom! The sound of the air bomb continued to spread, and it lasted for almost 10 seconds, and Frisia seemed to find that it was useless to do so, so instead of continuing to fire, he rushed towards Broly. Since you like to play with energy bombs so much, I'll play with you. Broly showed a grim smile, took out the energy bomb that had already condensed, and collided with Frisia, who rushed over. Boom! This energy bomb was obviously biased towards explosive nature, and the strong explosion made Frisia very painful, and taking this opportunity, Broly shot several air projectiles in a row. Frisia reacted quickly at this time, almost quickly dodging Broly's air bombs, and directly dodged all the air bombs. But Broly's purpose was not to hope that these air bombs could hit Frisia, and he had borrowed the time that Frisia had dodged these air bombs and had sneaked behind Frisia. Let you go and fly well. Broly smiled mysteriously, and then quickly condensed the energy in his hand, forming a green energy ball, and immediately shot out an energy wave. Energy gas waves and energy bombs are somewhat similar, they both have 2 properties, one is explosive and the other is impact. Generally, the energy waves used to terminate the opponent are explosive in nature, while the energy waves of the impact nature are used to fight or speed up. Not good. Yes. The impact-like energy chi wave also penetrated, and although it did not penetrate Frisia's body, it still made Frisia feel severe pain. After Broly's energy gas wave swept Frisia for tens of kilometers, Broly stopped exporting energy. Broly didn't focus on Frisia anymore, it wasn't so easy for him to break in space, and he wouldn't have the leisure to wait for him to return. Broly began to look at his body, and then moved his muscles. The battle just now had made him accustomed, so he was also ready to solve Frisia. I don't know how the 2 of them fought between Monkey King and Vegeta. Broly thought to himself as he looked at Frisia's spaceship. Because ordinary Scions can't survive in space for too long, the 2 of them entered the spaceship to fight, and it is naturally impossible for Broly to know the battle situation. Although Broly did not know the exact situation, he could know by sensing the breath that they were constantly fighting at this time, but judging from the breath of both sides, they were almost about to divide the victory and defeat. At this moment, Broly noticed the approach of Frisia's aura and found that Frisia had come not very far in front of him. Looks like it took you a lot of effort to come back. Broly looked at Frisia, who was a little breathless, and said with a smile, "Since you work so hard, then I will show you what the Super Saiyan really looks like." "What does a Super Saiyan really look like?" Frisia was stunned for a moment, then his eyes narrowed slightly, and he wondered, Broly, could it be that a Super Saiyan can still transform? "Aren't you talking nonsense?" Broly glanced at Frisia mockingly. "I'll show you the true posture of the Super Saiyan." After speaking, Broly directly exploded, condensed the energy on his back, his hair turned blonde, the chi emitted also turned golden, and his pupils were light green. This is... Frisia seemed to really not expect that Broly would transform, and was surprised for a while. And inside the spaceship, Sun Wukong, who was fighting with Vegeta, also felt Broly's sudden surge and immediately understood that he had become a Super Saiyan. But it doesn't seem to be an infinite improvement, it should just be an ordinary Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong sensed it carefully, but he also quickly understood that it was enough to deal with Frisia only Super Saiyan. "Cut! It's just blonde, what's so great?" Frisia quickly reacted and said with a look of disdain. However, I don't know why, he was very afraid in his heart, so he almost subconsciously rushed towards Broly, and decided to directly use all his strength to kill Broly. In fact, at 100%, it is very physically draining, and it is best to achieve a quick victory, so Frisia decided not to wave any more. But Broly didn't speak, just raised his hand indifferently, and then an ordinary energy wave shot towards Frisia at an extremely fast speed. Frisia's eyes widened, he seemed to sense the threat from the Grim Reaper, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Ugh! With a scream, Frisia's figure completely dissipated under Broly's energy chi waves. The legend of the Universe Emperor will still dissipate under my legendary Super Saiyan after all. After watching this scene, Broly slowly spit out such a sentence. Since he has decided to kill Frisia, then Broly naturally will not continue to waste time, it should be a direct second kill, and he will not have any mercy. Chapter 032. Now that you've solved Frisia, it's time to go and see the battle between Sun Wukong and them. Broly thought, then exited the Super Saiyan state, and flew towards Frisia's spaceship. Boom! Boom! Inside Frisia's spaceship, there is a place used for fighting, a bit similar to Earth's fighting arena, and now there are two people fighting on it, and the sound of fists colliding continues to sound. Impossible! An inferior warrior has been able to fight me for so long, and I still seem to be in the inferior position. Vegeta gritted his teeth and looked at Sun Wukong, his heart was very unbalanced. He has been fighting with Sun Wukong here for a long time, from the beginning of the indiscriminate up and down, to now he is already seriously in the inferiority, and in terms of physical consumption, Sun Wukong seems to be much lower than himself. It was another confrontation, but this time Vegeta was a little empty, and was directly blasted out by Sun Wukong's punch, but it quickly remained stable and slowly landed on the scene. Kakarot, are you so powerful because you followed that guy named Broly? The corners of Vegeta's mouth were bloodshot, but he didn't care, but fixed his eyes on Monkey King and asked. Although my recent combat strength has improved because of him, I can't say it completely, I also worked hard to cultivate it myself. Monkey King looked at Vegeta warily, making sure that he would not attack suddenly before answering with a smile. Kakarot has been staying on Earth, even that powerful Broly wants to go to Earth, is there something good there? Vegeta thought for a moment, he was really puzzled, thinking that wasn't it an ordinary but environmentally good planet, what could be special? It seems that Broly has already solved the Cosmic Emperor. Just as Vegeta was pondering, Sun Wukong seemed to notice the disappearance of Frisia's aura and thought to himself. His Royal Highness the Prince is not good. At this moment, two people suddenly rushed into the fighting arena, it was Raditz and Naba. It was Naba who spoke, while Raditz followed behind him, and then looked at Sun Wukong with complicated eyes, but quickly withdrew his gaze. Although they were born to the same mother, the gap between them at this time was very large, and he knew that his younger brother and their philosophy were different. Raditz did not try to persuade Son Goku in the past, but was completely refused, until finally he and Naba were even thrown out by Vegeta. After all, at that time, Vegeta already knew the combat effectiveness of Sun Wukong, and naturally his self-esteem was seriously hit, so there was this scene now. "Didn't I tell you not to break in?" Vegeta looked angrily at Narba and Raditz. "You don't even obey my orders, are you looking for death?" "Your Royal Highness, we really have something urgent to report." Naba and Raditz's expressions suddenly became frightened, and then hurriedly said, "Hey!" Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he felt as if something terrible had happened, and then his tone relaxed a little, and he asked, "What happened?" Naba hesitated, before slowly replying to Vegeta, "King Frieza has been killed by that scion named Broly." "What did you say?" After Vegeta heard this, his eyes suddenly widened with surprise, and Sun Wukong looked indifferent, which he had known for a long time. Even Frieza is not his opponent. Could it be that he is really a Super Saiyan? Vegeta had already ignored the Monkey King and said a little distractedly, "Impossible. I am the strongest Saiyan, and the Super Saiyan should be me." Vegeta's expression quickly twisted. He had always respected himself as a Saiyan prince, and he would not allow any Saiyan to surpass him. "That's because you're a frog at the bottom of a well." At this time, Broly also suddenly came to this fighting arena, with a look of disdain. "What did you say?" Vegeta looked at Broly angrily, although he knew the gap in combat effectiveness, but his self-esteem did not allow other Saiyans to mock him. But Vegeta wasn't stupid enough to make a move, and although he had a strong self-esteem, he wasn't ready to die if he was mocked. "It seems that you don't believe my words. In that case, I'll let you see the legendary Super Saiyan," Broly said, directly turning into an ordinary Super Saiyan. When the three of Vegeta saw Broly's transformation, they were immediately surprised that their pupils shrank, especially Vegeta, who had slightly comprehended a little of the method of sensing breath in his previous battle with Sun Wukong, so now he is the person who understands Broly's strength the most besides Sun Wukong. "Hehe, this is just an ordinary Super Saiyan, I haven't turned into a real legendary Super Saiyan yet." Broly glanced at the three of Vegeta and suddenly laughed. "What?" Vegeta looked at Broly in surprise and asked tremblingly, "There is more than one Super Saiyan. And the difference?" "Of course. There are several different kinds of ordinary Saiyans turned into Super Saiyans, and there is only one legendary Super Saiyan. I will let you see it now." "Ugh!" Broly clenched his fists, and with a loud roar, the chi on Broly's body kept rising, and an almost instinctive sense of oppression swept towards the three of Vegeta. "This!" Feeling almost instinctive fear, Raditz and Naba trembled the most, but unexpectedly, Naba, who had slightly stronger combat power and self-esteem, was the first to kneel down when he couldn't hold on. Raditz has been struggling to hold on, perhaps because his self-esteem seems to be much stronger in front of his brother than before. Broly had swelled a lot in height and muscles at this time, his hair turned green, and the breath he emitted also turned green. "This is legendary Super Saiyan." Vegeta's current condition is the same as in the original book, his voice and body are trembling. That kind of instinctive fear, as the purest Saiyan and the best genetically best Vegeta, can really feel that unimaginably powerful. He was desperate, as the most noble prince among the Saiyans, he felt despair in other Saiyans for the first time. The instinctive fear and unimaginable strength made him not have the mood to resist, and his body was now full of powerlessness. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5 to April 5. Chapter 033. The legendary Super Saiyan, muttered Vegeta, his body falling with fear and oppression. Broly did not continue to maintain the form of passing super. After all, Vegeta and Raditz were almost unable to hold on at this time, his purpose was to hit Vegeta and make him understand that there are people outside the world, but it did not make him completely lose confidence. Whew! Phew! After Raditz saw that the sense of oppression had disappeared, he kept breathing as if he had been reborn, as if he had come out of suffocation. Broly glanced at Raditz. He didn't expect this guy to hold on the longest. It seemed that he didn't really want to be ugly in front of his brother. Raditz is a very sad character in Dragon Ball. He is the first Saiyan to come out, and the most tricky Saiyan. He was killed after only 3 episodes. But in terms of pure popularity, Raditz is still very good, especially there are always people who like to ridicule Raditz as long as he transforms into a super race as a Super 3 and so on. Broly thought to himself, this person is also Sun Wukong's brother anyway, and Bardock's son. Maybe there will be a different performance in the future. I said it's just you sitting in the well and watching the sky, but if you want to surpass me, or for the sake of your Saiyan Prince's pride, you can consider staying on Earth, provided that you don't do bad things. Broly glanced at the desperate Vegeta and said indifferently. Vegeta also looked up at Broly, whose words made him seem to find a little hope, and he seemed to have a hint of curiosity about the Earth. I'll leave the rest to you. Broly didn't seem to mean to say more, but looked at Sun Wukong, then patted him on the shoulder, and then prepared to leave. What? Sun Wukong was stunned in surprise, and then asked Broly very suspiciously, leave it to me. Give me what should I do? Look at your own level. Broly smiled and said, you have to believe in your own charisma, maybe you can get them back to the shore. In the Dragon Ball world, Sun Wukong's own personality charm, just like Naruto's mouth, can make many people turn back to the shore. In the original book, Vegeta stayed on Earth because of Sun Wukong, and then gradually changed, and Beerus did not destroy the Earth because of Sun Wukong. When fighting against Hit, the Realm King God of the 6th universe was also surprised that Hit would return to Sun Wukong with a smile, and the old Realm King God of the 7th universe explained that this is the uniqueness of Sun Wukong and his unique personality charm. The reason why Chuan Wang wants to be friends with Sun Wukong as a human is also to feel the difference between Sun Wukong, so it is the most perfect to give it to Sun Wukong next. Remember to abduct him to Earth, this is definitely your good opponent. As for your brother, they depend on your own ideas. I believe you can definitely do it yourself. Broly whispered to Sun Wukong, and then left. Sun Wukong's face also changed from surprise to indifference. He seemed to understand Broly's good intentions a little, so he looked at his 3 brothers. Kakarot. What did Brolita say to you? It's just that before Sun Wubeo could speak, Vegeta had already spoken first. He said if he could kidnap you to Earth, it seems that you are a very good opponent for me. Monkey King answered Vegeta very honestly. What? After hearing this, Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong angrily. Does he mean that I am not worthy to be his opponent and can only fight with inferior warriors like you? It's not that I think he feels like an inferior fighter. Sun Wukong smiled slowly, and if you are not even an opponent for me, how can you challenge him? Are you mocking me? Although Vegeta said so, he already had an idea in his heart, if even a low-class warrior could not compare, then how to challenge the legendary Super Saiyan? I'm really not taunting you, do you have any good? And you can't eat it as a meal. Sun Wukong shook his head in denial and said. And if even you don't believe you, who else can you expect to believe you? Sun Wukong smiled confidently and said. In fact, whether it is the current expression or this sentence, it was told to him by Broly when he was cultivating in the House of Time and Spirit, and it was very good to say this sentence, especially the person who said it also showed a confident smile, and the inspiring words were very good. This sentence also made Vegeta ponder for a moment. Yes. If you don't even believe in yourself, then who else can you count on to believe in yourself? Knowing that he was a noble prince of the Saiyans, how could he be discouraged by other Saiyans? Thinking of this, Vegeta's eyes regained confidence. As a Saiyan prince, his self-esteem did not allow himself to be surpassed by other Saiyans. Humph. I don't need you, a low-class warrior, to teach a lesson. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong arrogantly, and then did not continue to fight with Sun Wukong, and left directly. Naba had already stood up at this time, and followed without saying a word, while Raditz took a deep look at Sun Wukong, and then followed. Teach them a lesson in my words, it seems that you are not too stupid. Just as the three of Vegeta left, Broly suddenly appeared again. Sun Wukong did not show a surprised expression, he knew that Broly had been hiding his aura all along. I didn't know what to say, since you gave it to me, then I can only say what you said, as for what their fate will be after that, then I don't know. Sun Wukong said helplessly. Although I don't know what your brother and that bald head will be like, Vegeta should stay on Earth, and he is definitely a good opponent for you. Broly smiled. The reason why he worked so hard to help Sun Wukong cultivate opponents was actually to train Sun Wukong into his opponent. As for what will happen to the fate of the three of Vegeta, it depends on their choice. At least now that the matter of Frieza is over, it is time to do something else. Chapter 034. 3 months have passed since the destruction of Frieza, and a lot has happened in the past 6 months, including the marriage of Broly and Bulma. Because Broly killed Frieza to save Earth, he is now considered the hero of Earth, and Bulma's father, Dr. Brive, also praised Broly, so he agreed to Broly's marriage proposal. Vegeta finally chose to stay on Earth, Naba chose to leave Vegeta to develop on his own, and Raditz did not choose to stay on Earth in the end. But there are changes in the original book with Raditz, and it seems that he decided to practice everywhere to see if he could surpass his brother, and participated in his brother's wedding. Doctor, how is the gravity cultivation room made? In a lab, Broly looked at Dr. Brive, who looked down in deep thought, and asked. Because of Dr. Brive's request, Broly did not call him father-in-law or something, but called him Dr. Smith, and the reason was that he was used to listening. It's almost made, it can be completed today, and the maximum gravity is 100 times. Dr. Brive saw that it was Broly and replied. Broly nodded, and within 3 months, Dr. Brive, at Broly's request, began to build the gravity training room. In fact, even if he cultivates under 100 times the gravity, it is difficult to improve Broly's current combat effectiveness, but Broly has a physique like an external plug-in. Broly found that as long as he became a Chuan Chao, his combat effectiveness would increase without a limit, and even if he didn't use cultivation, his normal combat effectiveness was also improving, especially when fighting. The usual cultivation is only used to stimulate it, or maybe to cultivate something else, but because of this, Broly has almost become another Monkey King, and his heart is also full of the desire to fight. But his current combat effectiveness is too strong, and in 3 months, his normal combat effectiveness has increased to 150 million. So since some strong enemies have not yet appeared, Broly decided to go out for a wave first, and finally decided to go to the planet Adetra to learn teleportation. But before that, he also had to arrange things on Earth, such as this gravity cultivation room, which was actually for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Doctor, after you make it, go and tell Monkey King and Vegeta, I still have something to do and leave first. After thinking about it, Broly said to Dr. Brive. Dr. Brive nodded, and then seemed to think of something, and reminded Broly, spend more time with my daughter, especially now that she has children. Got it. Broly smiled helplessly, he didn't want children so quickly, but who knew that because of an accident, they were too intense, and in the end, they had it. Broly is not an irresponsible person, since he has children and is married, he naturally will not treat Bulma badly, so he usually accompanies Bulma in addition to cultivation. Dad, Broly has been very good to me, you don't have to embarrass him anymore, they Scions are a bunch of battle freaks, and it's rare that he can do this. At this moment, Bulma's voice came. Broly and Dr. Brive looked over and found that Bulma didn't know when she had arrived at the door of the lab. Because it has not been long since she had a child, Bulma's belly does not appear very big at this time, and Bulma's current appearance seems to be very relaxed, but Broly is very nervous. Bulma, you should pay attention to rest now. Don't walk around casually. Broly came to Bulma nervously and asked with concern. Don't worry, where am I so vulnerable? Bulma shook her head helplessly, and then looked at Broly affectionately. I just wanted to come and see you again before you leave. It's okay, I'll be back in a year or two, and that little bit of time is nothing to us, is it? Broly gently touched Bulma's head and comforted her. Bulma nodded. For them who are immortal and eternally young, a year or two is really nothing, but she has not yet adapted to the days when Broly is away, so she is so reluctant. Broly. At this time, Broly heard someone call him and found two more people walking over. It was Son Goku and Vegeta. In 3 months, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were frantically cultivating, that is, their normal combat power was 60,000. The next time we meet, I will definitely surpass you. Remember for me, legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta said this as soon as he came up. Well, I will naturally come to fight with you after I come back, I hope you will not disappoint me. Broly smiled, and since there was nothing to do, he was ready to leave. Broly, wait a minute. But at this time Bulma did speak. Before you leave, you have to name your unborn child. Broly thought for a moment. He already had a choice for the child's name. If it's a boy, it's called Trunks, if it's a girl, it's called Bra. The reason why he gave such a name is also for the respect of the Dragon Ball classics. He is not very good at naming names. Since this is the case, it is better to call the name in the original book. It's just different from the original book that the child's father has changed from Vegeta to himself, and the name doesn't matter, as long as it's his own. The boy's name is the name of the Saiyan, and the girl's name does not seem to be. Vegeta couldn't help but think to himself after hearing these two names. However, Vegeta didn't think much about it. After all, this is someone else's business. The most important thing for him is to hurry up and cultivate. After all, he still has two people of the same clan to surpass. Now it's not just Broly, Vegeta has even taken Monkey King as his opponent. In these 3 months, he thought that he could far surpass Kakarot's warrior, but through these 3 months, he knew that Kakarot was not just a low-class warrior, and the talent he showed seemed to be above him. Therefore, in the past 3 months, Vegeta's attention to the Monkey King has even surpassed Broly, which is an incredible but undeniable fact that makes him feel incredible. Chapter 035. Trunks and Bra. After that, let's call it that after the child is born. Bulma thought for a moment, seemed to think that the two names were good, and nodded to Broly. Since the name has already been decided, then I will leave first. After Broly finished speaking, he touched Bulma's head again and said, remember to pay more attention to rest. Don't worry. Bulma smiled and nodded, then nudged Broly, hurry up and do what you want. Broly also smiled, and then said a few more words, that is, he left the Universal Capsule Company and flew towards the temple, knowing that his spaceship was still there. It didn't take much time for Broly to rush directly to the top of the temple, and then a perfect fancy landing came to the Tenjin and Mr. Bobo, who were already waiting. The god looked at Broly who had come to the temple, and although these recent times made him feel that Broly was not as evil as he thought, he did not want such a person to stay on Earth. Although he knew that in 2 years at most, Broly would definitely return to Earth, but it was good for him to be able to leave now. Looks like you don't want me to stay on Earth. Broly seemed to notice that Tenjin's expression was a little strange, and then asked. Do you think I might hope? The god looked at Broly helplessly, although I don't think you acted like a bad person recently, your evil aura can't be hidden. Broly did not deny that his soul was his own and belonged to Pan Feng, but his body belonged to Broly, and Broly's chi was naturally biased towards evil. It's okay, gas doesn't mean everything, where is my spaceship? Broly shook his head, since he was leaving, the most important thing was the spaceship. I've got it back, it's now in the vault of the temple, the ceiling of the warehouse can be opened, you just fly out of there. After that, he led the way to Broly. Soon they came to a warehouse, and Broly found that the temple was not large, but there were many alien spaces, and this warehouse was composed of an alien space. Broly looked at this warehouse and found that this warehouse is very large, and his spaceship is like a toy here, but Broly wondered in his heart, where does the ceiling come from in the other space? The alien space here can open a gap, and the location is exactly above the temple. As if seeing Broly's doubts, the gods explained it. Broly nodded in understanding, thinking that this was the so-called ceiling, and then suddenly opened the door of the spaceship. Because the spaceship is voice-activated, Broly can open the spaceship with just one word. After seeing that Broly had entered the spaceship, the god used a method that Broly did not understand to open a gap above the other space. Broly saw that the gap had been opened, so he put the spacecraft into an autopilot state, and then flew out of the gap in one breath. Fortunately, this spaceship has the location of the planet Yadetra recorded on it, otherwise how to find it in such a large universe? Broly sat in the driver's seat and thought to himself. It was another very long journey, and Broly found himself traveling so long, most of which he spent in space. But it's okay, just treat it like an adventure. Broly smiled inwardly, and then prepared to go to rest and spend this part of the trip. It was only when Broly arrived on the planet Adetra that he would find out that he would meet unexpected people there, and people he knew well. Broly also wouldn't have thought that because of his travel, the world of Dragon Ball had completely deviated from the original. King Kurd, Lord Gula. King Frieza was killed by the Scions. Inside a huge spaceship, Doria knelt in front of two people who looked like Frieza and said tremblingly, "Oh? Are you saying that my son Frieza was killed by a small scion?" The Kurdish king glanced at Dodolia with slightly narrowed eyes, and the indifferent tone made Dodolia break out in a cold sweat. "Yes. Yes." Doria barely raised his head to look at the Kurdish king. "That person seems to be the legendary Super Saiyan, that's why the great king was killed." "You said the legendary Super Saiyan." This sentence was not uttered by the Kurdish king, but by Gula, whose expression had not changed on the side. The Kurdish king also became surprised. Their family naturally heard of the legendary Super Saiyan, although they thought it was a legend, but they were terrified. "Father, what do you think?" Gula looked down and pondered for a moment, then asked the Kurdish king, "Is it really the legendary Super Saiyan?" "The Scions who can kill your brother are probably no one other than the legendary Super Saiyan," the Kurdish king said with an ugly face. "How about we go to Earth now and destroy that Super Saiyan?" The Kurdish king looked at Gula, as if to argue for his opinion. Although his status is the highest, in terms of combat effectiveness, among the three of their father and son, Gula has the strongest combat effectiveness, so if you think about it, you still have to ask Gula. Super Saiyan doesn't matter yet, the important thing is to find the planet with teleportation skills first. Gula shook his head. "This skill is very important to us. Now that we know the destination, let's go find that Saiyan after we learn it." "Did you hear clearly? Now fly with all your might towards the planet Adetra." The Kurdish king nodded, and then ordered those who flew the spacecraft. "Yes." Half a year later. "Report, Master, you have reached the planet Adra, do you want to land?" The sound of the spaceship came, which made Broly, who was eating breakfast, stop moving. It took half a year to finally reach the planet Yadetra. Broly quickly finished his breakfast and thought excitedly. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 036. Landing. Broly suppressed his excitement, and after saying this sentence, he quietly waited for the spacecraft to land. Boom! After receiving Broly's order, the spacecraft descended very quickly, and almost in a very short time, it landed on the ground of the planet Adetra. After opening the hatch of the spacecraft, Broly also flew out of it, but this flight was surprised. What's going on here? Broly looked around in surprise, and at this time his spaceship landed on a mountain, so he could look down. Just because he could look down on the surroundings, Broly noticed that it seemed to be invaded, and the scene was like the Nemesis in the original book, full of corpses and some traces of explosions. This is the corpse of a soldier of Frisia? Broly discovered at this time that in addition to the bodies of the Adrasians in these videos, there seemed to be the bodies of Frisia soldiers. Could it be that this is the planet that Frisia discovered? Broly looked at the corpses around him suspiciously, but nothing like this happened in the original book. Moreover, Frisia has been killed by me. Even if someone wants to let Frisia soldiers invade a planet, what kind of character is it? Broly already has a character in his heart, that is, Frisia's father, King Kurd, but his brother Gula cannot be ruled out either. Compared to the Kurdish king, Gula is the strongest person in their clan. Of course, the resurrected Frisia is not counted. Although Gula is also arrogant, even far surpassing Frisia, he is also more mature and more scheming than Frisia. The normal self may be more troublesome, but for himself who can turn into a Super Saiyan at will, Gula is just a slightly larger ant. Hey? There seems to be a human chi hundreds of kilometers to the east, although it is not very strong. Broly noticed some breath, although I don't know if it was the chi of the Adetra people or the gas of the Frisia soldiers, but no matter which one, as long as it passed, he would know the exact situation. Broly thought about it, just flew towards that side with all his strength, and with his current speed, he could get there almost quickly, so it didn't take much time to get to the position where he felt his breath. Oh, it's really Frisia soldiers. Broly noticed that some of the Frisia soldiers were fighting the Adras, but they were in a state of distress. The combat effectiveness of the Yadetra Starman is indeed not very good, but the ability to teleport is too troublesome, although it will take a while to put your finger on your forehead, but as long as you keep it on it, it will be fine. But none of the Frisia soldiers are fools, sometimes joining forces to deal with a person, then capturing him and threatening him, sometimes using some trickery to defeat them when they don't react. Zaid. For example, several Frisia finally joined forces to capture one of the Adetras and used him to threaten other Adras. When a female Adetra saw this scene, she couldn't help but cry out nervously, which also made the other Adetra Starmen stop teleporting. Leave me alone. Yes. As soon as the Yadetra star named Psad said such a sentence, he was severely punched by a Frisia soldier next to him. You kid, shut up for me, watch out for Lao Zi to kill you. The Frisia soldier who hit him threatened fiercely, and then gave an order to the people next to him, arrest all these Adraxians. If they dare to resist, shoot and kill. When the other Yadetra people saw this scene, they subconsciously wanted to resist, but soon there was no movement, and they could only grit their teeth helplessly and were grabbed by them with a special handcuff. It seems that this person has a very high status among them, otherwise he would not be threatened, Broly thought to himself after seeing this scene. Broly twisted his neck. He had already decided to make a move, selling the Adetra people a favor, so that it would be easier to learn from them to teleport. What are you? Just as Broly was about to make a move, he suddenly felt 3 breaths appear behind him, and a voice came. It seems that he has been discovered. Broly was not surprised, he did not hide in the first place, naturally it was easy to be discovered. Broly found that these 3 auras were relatively strong, and the weakest combat power was stronger than Kainu, but it was not more than 200,000, so he speculated that it should be the Gula Mecha troops. Sure enough, 3 figures quickly surrounded Broly. It was Gula's 3 strongest subordinates, Gula Mecha troops. You? Are you that Scion Broly? The one who killed Lord Frisia? Shaiza, the captain of the Gula Mech unit, seemed to notice something and looked at Broly in horror. The other 2 Dir and Nez also noticed this. As the strongest subordinates under Gura, they also knew the existence of Broly, and suddenly showed a terrified expression. Hey! It seems that you know me? Broly smiled interestingly, and then quickly condensed energy in his hand, ready to directly kill the 3 people at once. Hey! Broly's eyes flashed, his body flashed quickly to the side, and at this moment, an air bomb flew past him. Broly looked at the location where the air bomb flew over and found that a few hundred meters away from unknown when a person appeared, it was Frisia's brother, Gura. Lord Gula. When the Gula Special Forces saw Gula appear, it was like seeing a savior, and the fear of Broly suddenly disappeared. You're Broly? The scion who killed my brother? Gula came up to Broly, eyes fixed on Broly, and asked. Broly did not answer, but looked at Gula and found that his combat power was only 100 million, which was not as good as the 100% state of Frisia. But this is also normal, after all, Gula also has a form, and the combat power of that form should be above Frisia, and there must be more than a little. Broly smiled, just in the past half a year, his combat power has reached 200 million, let him try Gula's strongest combat power. Chapter 037. Why didn't you answer my question? Gula saw that Broly did not answer himself, which made him feel very uncomfortable, and even had plans to start directly. Why answer a garbage question? Broly smiled mockingly, and then his eyes gradually turned cold, and I don't like the tone of your speech to me. After speaking, Broly did not give Gula time to react, and directly kicked Gula in the stomach, although he did not use full strength, but it was enough to make him unable to stand up in pain. Ugh! Gula didn't seem to expect that Broly would suddenly make a move, and was directly kicked and swollen by the fierce kick, and instantly was so soft that he knelt on the ground, covering his stomach with his hands trembling. Seeing their master being kicked like this, all the people in the Gula Mecha unit gasped, and their faces returned to fear. You! Burst! Before Gula could say anything, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood because of his anger, and looked at Broly with anger so angry that his face was twisted. How? As Frisia's brother, you are even weaker than him, which really disappoints me, and someone as weak as you should hurry up and get out. Broly taunted Gula so that he could quickly use his full strength. Hey! What Broly didn't expect was that Gula calmed down when he heard this, and then sneered, no wonder Frisia is not your opponent, you do have 2 strokes. But, I'm different from my stupid brother, I have another transformation. With that, Gula barely stood up. Ah! Ah! Gula made a pose in which Frisia became 100% state, and then also roared like a scion, his body swelled in a circle, and his height was much higher than before, starting from the head and extending backwards, the 2 shoulders protruded like chest protectors, 2 horns grew from the back, and the arms also protruded like a knife. Appeared the final form of Lord Gura. The Gula Mecha troops looked at this scene in surprise, and the fear disappeared again, as if they were very confident in their final form. The combat effectiveness has increased to 400 million, and it is indeed stronger than Frisia, but it is a pity that it is only at this level. Broly thought to himself as he looked at the transformed Gura. How? Gula looked at Broly with a defiant look and asked, am my form much stronger than my stupid brother? It's quite a change, and I'll admit that it's better than Frisia, but if you really want to evaluate, it's just rubbish that can play with me. Broly replied with a look of disdain. Is it? Then let me see how many pounds and tails the legendary Super Saiyan has. I hope you don't disappoint me. Gula looked at Broly angrily, because he had a mask on his face, so he couldn't see his expression clearly, but he knew from his tone that he was angry. Broly is very calm on the surface, but he is very excited in his heart, knowing that he has not fought for half a year, this is a rare opportunity. Broly raised his chi slightly, and the hair that was originally standing up stood up, and the hair was even much more. To deal with a Gura, you don't need so much combat power at all, so he has only increased his combat power by 2, which happens to be the same level as the current Gula. Is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? Although Gula could not sense the breath, he could still feel the pressure emitted by Broly, and suddenly became vigilant. Broly didn't speak, he just wanted to fight now. Kill Gula after the battle was over, and then learn to teleport, which was his purpose now. Broly didn't hesitate to rush straight towards Gura, and Gula did the same, and he also wanted to fight the legendary Super Saiyan. Boom! Boom! The sound of fists clashing continued to sound, and the Gula Mecha troops at this time all looked at the sky in surprise, while the other soldiers and the Astrasians also stopped moving and watched the fierce battle above. I didn't expect that Saiyan to be so powerful. Even Lord Gula can't get the upper hand. Shaviza, the captain of the Gula Mecha unit, looked at the battle in the sky and couldn't help but speak. The other two also nodded, and the soldiers from other places and the Adetraxians also sounded such a surprised voice. At this time, Broly had collided with Gula's fist thousands of times, and they had already fought hundreds of rounds. Boom! The sound of another fist collision spread, and Broly and Gula finally did not continue to fight together, and separated hundreds of meters as the fists collided. After separating, the expressions of the two were different. Broly was excited, at this time he was fully active. This feeling made him very comfortable. Gula felt very uncomfortable in his heart, as if he didn't expect that the Super Saiyan was so powerful and able to compete with him, which made his face full of unhappy expressions. This guy is very strong, and he looks very young, so he must be strangled in the cradle. Gula looked at Broly, and a vicious thought appeared in his heart. Since the activity has already started, let's kill him. The priority now is to learn to teleport first. Broly naturally didn't know what Gula was thinking, but he also had an idea in his heart. Saiyan, let me show you the strongest skills of our clan. Just as Broly was thinking about it, Gula's voice suddenly came over. It is your honor to die under this move. Broly looked over and found that Gula didn't know when he had flown high into the sky, and condensed a super huge energy bomb, but its color was not the usual blue and white, but a very rare golden yellow. This is planet-destroying bombs? Broly finally remembered that this was the energy bomb that the Frieza family used to destroy the planet. It seems that he even ignored his subordinates in order to kill me. Broly smiled and shook his head. Compared to Frieza, Gula had the same attitude towards his men. With the current Gura, killing Broly is the most important thing, and the Super Saiyan is too dangerous, so these subordinates are definitely not as important as Broly. As for the skill of teleportation, he has already captured many Adetras, many of whom are very proficient in the skill of teleportation, and are even ready to start teaching him in order to survive. Think about how many people Frieza killed in Dragon Ball Super in order to pretend to be Bai, so Gula no longer cares about this planet and its soldiers. Chapter 038. A weird smile appeared on the corner of Broly's mouth. Originally he planned to directly turn into a super race to kill Gula in seconds, but now that Gula uses the Star Destruction Bomb, then he doesn't mind playing again. You know, after crossing here for so long, he has never experienced the feeling of waves, and now he can try it with his current combat strength. Lord Gula, don't want it. Just as Broly was thinking this, there were continuous screams of fear on the planet Adetra, including the Gula mech troops. Gula didn't speak, just looked at Broly indifferently, and then threw the planet destruction bomb in his hand towards Broly. Broly did not dare to be careless, condensed all the energy in his right hand, formed a green energy ball, and then an energy gas wave shot out. Boom! Broly's energy chi wave collided with Gula's planet destruction bomb, and the powerful chi wave directly rushed the three people of Gura's mech force out. What a powerful collision this is! Not only the Gula mech troops, but also some soldiers and Adetra people who were nearby were also rushed out, and when they slowed down, they couldn't help but be horrified. Broly can be said to be under pressure at this time. He has used all his strength to push Gura's planet destruction bomb, but he is still approaching. It seems that in the original work, in the case of the same level of combat effectiveness, only the Sun family can use the Turtle School Qigong to push the planet destruction bomb back. As long as the combat power is slightly improved, Broly is sure to easily slap the planet's destruction bomb out. However, Broly is a scion after all, and his self-esteem is also very strong. Since the Sun family can do so much against Bo, why can't he do it? Ugh! Broly did not improve his combat effectiveness, but used his current combat power to constantly force himself to the limit. Refreshing! Under such a strong pressure, Broly's scion blood kept boiling, and Broly couldn't help but pop out such a word. What? Gula didn't seem to expect that Broly, who was at a disadvantage, would actually say the words cheerful, and suddenly gritted his teeth in anger, and output energy harder than before to push the planet destruction bomb towards Broly. But Gula soon noticed a very strange thing, that is, he was obviously pushing harder, but he couldn't push it. This guy. His energy has increased again. Gula looked at Broly suspiciously, and soon noticed that his energy was constantly rising. Stimulated by the huge pressure, Broly's physique as a Chuan Chao played a role, and the boiling of scion blood kept increasing his combat effectiveness, and his combat effectiveness of 400 million was directly increased to 600 million. Ugh! Broly's roar became much louder than before, even tens of kilometers away, and the energy output by Broly became larger and larger, which changed the disadvantage and pushed Gula's planet destruction bomb back. How is this possible? Gula looked at this scene in horror, with a terrified expression on his face, knowing that even he could not withstand the energy of the star destruction bomb. Abominable! I won't be killed by a small scion. Gula Red Eye increased the energy output, but no matter what he did, it was not comparable to the energy output by Broly. Go and die, Gura! This sentence was not uttered by Broly, but by the Adetras who saw hope and the original soldiers of Gura. Needless to say, the people of Yadetra naturally hated Gula very much, and although they loved peace, they did not want Gula to die quickly. As for Gula's original soldiers, there is no need to say more, their boss wants to kill them, and they naturally can't still loyally hope that Gula will win. The star destruction bomb quickly retreated in front of Gura, and then came face to face, and then Broly's energy wave flew out with Gura. The explosion area of the planet-destroying bomb is large, and if you don't get it out of the way a little, you might hurt the planet Adetra. So Broly decided to let Gula fly in space, and when he flew to a safe position, Broly used energy gas waves to detonate Gula's planet destruction bomb. Boom! With a violent explosion, the originally bright sky, the light seemed to be amplified several times, making people unable to open their eyes, and the entire sky was covered by the flames of the explosion. It's really impressive. No wonder the Frisia family likes the fireworks of the planet's explosion so much, it should be even more shocking than this. Broly looked at the flames from this explosion and sighed in his heart. After a long time, the light dimmed and the flames generated by the explosion gradually faded, and finally slowly disappeared. After Broly watched the explosion dissipate, he also descended from the sky, and then a group of Atlas people walked over, led by the Yadetra named Zaid. Because Gula was killed by Broly, the people of Gula Mecha troops have long fled, and the combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers is not strong, so most of them have also fled, and as for a small number of those who have no time to escape, they have also been subdued. Thank you very much for saving our planet. Sad bowed respectfully to Broly, and then asked Broly very politely, Your Excellency's honorable name. I'm Scion Broly. Broly replied with a smile, and then directly stated his purpose, I came here to learn teleportation. Sad was not surprised, almost all of them came to their planet to learn teleportation, and even at this time he was a little happy, he liked such a bold person. As long as you have the patience to learn, we will teach patiently, as for when you can learn, it can only depend on your talent. He nodded to Broly and did not refuse. But you should also be the last person we teach teleportation. Zade said suddenly at that time, we are too active in teaching others these skills that we are in this situation. Broly nodded, it is the so-called wealth is not exposed, not everyone is good to talk or good people, in this real world, doing so is originally a feeling of digging their own grave. Chapter 039. For the rest of the day, the Adetris are also rebuilding their home, and he is the hero who saved them, Broly, and he is taught to teleport by the most gifted man on their planet. I didn't expect you to be the most gifted person on your planet. Broly looked at Sad in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. My combat power is not strong among the Adetris Starmen, because we are not a warlike people in the first place, but in terms of the learning talent of teleportation, I am definitely the strongest in our clan, so I can become an elder second only to the great elder. After listening to Zaid's words, Broly was a little surprised in his heart, but he didn't expect that with his teleportation learning talent, he could become such a high-status person. However, he has also been on this planet for a few days, so he also understands from the mouths of some Adetra people that although they have many skills on the planet, teleportation is the most important, and there is no one. However, this skill is indeed very powerful, the only flaw is that it cannot go to places where there is no one. After all, it senses chi to teleport. How long did it take you to learn teleportation? Broly understood these truths and asked Zaid. Half a year. Half a year. After Broly heard this time, he thought for a while. In this way, Sun Wukong's talent is not bad, he seems to have spent a year. I am the only one who learns to teleport in half a year, and even the second place is about a year, but this is also a genius. Zaid's words confirmed Broly's speculation. Broly nodded, thinking that since Sun Wukong could learn to teleport in a year, there was no reason why he was a legendary Super Saiyan longer than him. So, driven by his self-esteem, Broly decided that he must learn to teleport in less than a year. Are you ready? If you're ready, I'll start teaching you. Sad asked, looking at Broly, whose face changed changeably. Broly only reacted at this time and nodded to Zaid. I'm ready, you can teach me now. The skill of teleportation requires feeling the life energy of a person in order to teleport. Seeing Broly nodding, Sad began to explain. Broly just listened quietly, thinking that the so-called life energy should be chi, but chi is indeed one of the life-sustaining energy, and it is also the most important. Under Zaid's next explanation, Broly finally briefly understood some of the keys to the teleportation skill, and how it teleported. Note, I will explain it myself. After all, the original book does not explain how teleportation works. First of all, when the life energy is sensed that is chi, the chi in the body quickly crosses and fuses towards that chi, connecting them together. Then use the chi in the body to instantly tear open a space and perform the so-called space jump, which is the mystery of the teleportation skill. It seems simple to explain like this, but if it is really simple, then why did the most talented people here spend half a year, and even the Dragon Ball protagonist Monkey King spent a year? Although Broly is very confident in his cultivation talent, the talent for this skill is unknown, so when he will learn it is also unknown. After Sad taught Broly how to learn how to teleport, he told him that everything had to be done step by step, and if he was in a hurry, he might be dragged into the guide space due to an accident, and even the immortals would not be able to save him. Broly also understands this, and he is not the kind of impatient person, so he also began to learn teleportation. The first step is very simple, the so-called induction breath. This Broly will have it early, so he jumped directly to the second step. As for the second step, let the breath he sensed and his own breath cross and fuse together, which is a very difficult thing, and Broly directly failed the first time. This point cannot be rushed, Your Excellency must carefully sense the connection between them, only by connecting them can the last step be carried out. Sad saw that Broly had failed, and reminded him. Broly nodded, and then made several more attempts, but without success, and the day passed. What is the time connection in these breaths? Broly thought as he ate the food Sad had brought him. Broly closed his eyes again as he thought about it, then put 2 fingers on his forehead and began to carefully sense the connection between his own breath and a breath. Feeling the breath requires a certain amount of spiritual power, his spirit is 2 people, although it is now dominated by himself, but his spiritual power is definitely very strong. But even so, feeling the breath for too long makes him a little tired. After all, this is a very mentally draining behavior. There is nothing in a short time, and it will be very tired after a long time. This is just when Broly wanted to give up today because of mental exhaustion. He suddenly found that the energy between the breaths seemed to have some connection, and the spirit was immediately lifted. Broly found that although there was a large gap in combat effectiveness between them, there was a fixed attribute that was the same, and it seemed that it could be cross-fused by this attribute for a short time. The so-called cross-fusion is to use spiritual power to make each other's breath slightly connected together, and then through this link, use chi to instantly tear a space, and you can jump in space. Broly clenched his fists and began to control his mental power to feel the chi cross-fusion, and soon felt repulsion, but Broly was not only not discouraged, but excited. There is exclusion, it means that it is possible to succeed. You must know that before there was no feeling at all, now with exclusion means a turnaround. Broly kept trying like this, and even was already fully committed. Sad couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. It's good to be fully engaged, but too much is not necessarily good. You must know that of the 3 steps of teleportation, the second step is actually the most difficult. In half a year, he has been working on the second step for 4 months, since he can feel that Broly's talent seems to be above him, but if he wants a day to get the second step done, he really thinks that this is a whimsical thing. Chapter 040. I made it. But soon Sad heard the incredible news, which directly made him look at Broly dumbfounded. You did it. Sad looked at Broly in horror as if he were looking at a monster, and if it really worked, it would be a real slap in the face. Broly nodded excitedly, and then prepared to teleport. With his combat power and energy, as long as he completed the second step, he could easily teleport. Put your hands on me, I'll show you teleportation. Broly smiled, motioned for Sad to put his hand on his shoulder, and said. The third step is to tear a space only through the connection of this breath, and then instantly perform a space jump, which is not very difficult for Broly now. As long as this link passes, a small spatial crack will naturally form, as long as it is expanded into a channel with energy. If it's close, it doesn't actually require a lot of energy. The farther away, the greater the energy, although I don't know how proficient Sun Wukong is in teleportation in the original work, but he is definitely the one who can make the farthest space jump, because his energy is stronger than anyone who knows this skill. The aura that Broly sensed was not very far away, only a few hundred kilometers, so he easily completed it and teleported. From Zaid's point of view, he suddenly felt his eyes flicker, and then instantly appeared in an unknown place, at least definitely not the original place. Because he is also a person who can teleport, he knows very well that the feeling just now is brought about by teleportation, which means that this person really completed teleportation in one day. Congratulations on learning to teleport, although some of the blows are enough. Zaid wasn't a narrow-minded man either, congratulating Broly. The time of day is also troublesome for you. Since Sad is so friendly and polite, Broly will naturally give a good face as well. What's so troublesome about this? We used to teach others like this, and some people haven't learned it for more than 10 years. Sad smiled and waved his hand. But then we won't be like this, it's too dangerous for us. At this, Zaid's eyes flashed with pain. In this invasion of Gula, many of his old friends were killed, and they were killed in front of him, which is not an easy sadness to come out. In fact, their planet has always had an enchantment technique that keeps them in a very hidden state, but because they have always had to teach others to teleport, they sometimes let others enter their planet. The reason why Broly was able to land here so easily was also because they happened to open their planet, but Gula came a little earlier than him. Since you have learned to teleport, did you leave this planet? But this sad look only flashed, and Sad asked Broly with a smile again. Yes, I originally thought it would take a few years, but I didn't learn to teleport so fast except for half a year of drifting in space. Broly was also a little unbelievable. After all, the skill of teleportation was so bullish. He only took 2 days, which was simply beyond the record of the planet Adetra, and it was far beyond. I can only say that Your Excellency is very talented, but since Your Excellency wants to leave, then I will not keep it. Are you ready to leave now? Broly nodded slightly. The purpose has been completed. He naturally will not stay here, although there are other skills here, but they are all chicken for him. And there is not much use, so it is not worth learning. Then I hope there will be a chance to see you again in the future, and we will always remember Your Excellency's kindness. Sad saluted Broly and said solemnly. I don't need to remember what kindness is. To be precise, I saved you in order to learn teleportation. Broly waved his hand, not caring. He didn't really want to have a relationship with Adetra, so he wouldn't come back after leaving this time. And Broly also knows that even if he wants to come back, he will not be able to find this planet. After all, Zaid has also said that they will open the enchantment of this planet, and then the planet will seem to disappear. Sad said that he hoped to meet again, but it was just a kind word, and Broly didn't care much about the kindness. I don't know how Bulma is. If you go back now, you should be able to see the child who has not been born for a long time. After returning to the spaceship, the first thing Broly thought about was his wife and children. After setting the location of the Earth, Broly was ready to go to a good night's sleep. After all, in order to learn to teleport, his mental power consumed a lot. However, what Broly did not expect was that this time the return journey was not so stable, but there would be a small trouble. What did you say? The Kurdish king looked at the 3 kneeling Gula Mecha troops in front of him in surprise. Wuer Gula was also killed by that scion. Yes. Shaiza and the other 2 looked at each other, then nodded to the Kurdish king and explained how Gula had been killed by Broly. Is the legendary Super Saiyan so powerful? Gula is no match for him. The Kurdish king's voice trembled, obviously afraid. Lord Kurdish, such a scion cannot exist. I wonder if the Lord can listen. Shaiza's eyes rolled around, as if there was some kind of scheme. Hey! He seemed to be interested in Shaiza's scheme, and he also wanted to get rid of the Super Saiyan, so he nodded. Tell me about it. Yes. Shaiza bowed his head in response, then quickly came to the Kurdish king's side and bowed his head to speak his plan in his ear. This plan is very good, so let's do it. The Kurdish king suddenly applauded, seemingly agreeing with Upper Shaiza's scheme. Yes. Shaviza nodded excitedly, and then retreated with Draenei, but no one noticed that when Shaviza retreated, a grim smile flashed on his face. Chapter 041. It's been 3 months, and it looks like we're halfway through this trip. Broly thought to himself as he sipped his coffee leisurely. For 3 months, he digested some of the things he had come to the Dragon Ball world, and then he discovered something that surprised him. Under the stimulation of pressure, his combat effectiveness seems to have improved, which also led to his normal combat effectiveness from 200 million to 300 million. Moreover, the improvement of spiritual power seems to be accompanied by the improvement of combat effectiveness. Because learning teleportation consumes a lot of mental power, when he sleeps, he finds that his spirit is sufficient, and he also finds that his mental power seems to have improved. With the improvement of mental power, in just 1 day, Broly found that his normal combat power changed from 300 million to 400 million. From this situation, it can be seen that whether it is stimulated by huge pressure or the improvement of mental power, his combat effectiveness seems to be able to improve for this. It seems that in the future, I will find more battles that can cause pressure on myself, or find a way to improve my mental power. After Broly understood this, he had a plan. Boom! Just as Broly took a sip of coffee, the spacecraft suddenly shook, as if it had been hit by something. Alert! Alert! The spaceship was attacked by artillery fire of unknown origin. And almost at the same time, the spacecraft's siren also came. After hearing this alarm, Broly's eyes gradually became cold. This alarm does not mean that he has been attacked, but who is so bold and actually looking for death to attack him? Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The spacecraft seemed to have been hit 3 more times, and Broly suddenly felt that the spacecraft was a little unstable, and it might not be good if it continued like this. Alert! The ship's power system has been damaged and could be scrapped if attacked again. The spacecraft reported the last thing Broly wanted to hear. Enable automatic dodge. Seeing this, Broly immediately gave the order, and then thought of something, and continued, "By the way, tell me who attacked us." The voice of the spacecraft paused slightly, and then slowly came out. According to computer speculation, the spacecraft that attacked us seems to be from the Frisia Legion. The Frisia Legion, Broly mused, could it be that Gula's father, King Kurd, came to take revenge? But this is indeed a good way. Destroy your own spaceship. In the mind of the Kurdish king, I am afraid that you want to die in space. In fact, Shah-Izzah thought so. He told the Kurdish king's plan, that is, to let the Kurdish king blow up Broly's spaceship. Scions cannot survive in space for too long, so he thinks that Broly will die sooner or later. But what Shah-Izzah didn't know was that Broly was not one of those ordinary scions, and surviving in space was not a difficult thing for him. Snap! Broly opened the hatch of the spaceship. He couldn't let his spaceship be blown up like this, although he could survive in space, but without the spaceship, he couldn't return to Earth. Holding the handle in one hand, Broly scanned the surroundings. He had decided to destroy the person who attacked him, and soon found that there was a lot of gas reaction hundreds of kilometers to his right. Because it is the Kurdish king's spacecraft, its size is very large, plus because it is in space. There are no obstacles nearby, and Broly clearly noticed the Kurdish king's spaceship. A grim smile appeared at the corner of Broly's mouth, and then an energy bomb slowly condensed in his hand. Lord Kurd, that scion seems to have come out of the spaceship. The pilot of the Kurdish king's spacecraft looked at the picture on the computer screen and immediately reported to the Kurdish king. The scion can survive in space for a short time. It's best not to let him get close to our spaceship and directly bombard his spaceship with the strongest weapon. The Kurdish king ordered with an indifferent look. But, the driver stopped talking, and finally made up his mind, and slowly said with fear on his face, "He seems to have condensed an energy bomb in his hand." "What did you say?" The Kurdish king looked at the pilot suspiciously. "Is that guy planning to blow up my spaceship?" Shah-Izzah also showed a puzzled expression, wondering if Broly wanted to die together. Could this spaceship resist his energy bombs? "Don't worry, my lord, this spaceship is specially made by me, especially after opening the protective shield. Even Lord Gula's planet destruction bomb cannot be destroyed." At this moment, the man who seemed to be a doctor said, "In that case, hurry up and open the protective shield." The Kurdish king was relieved to hear this, but just in case, he asked the doctor who had just spoken to open the shield. "Goodbye." Just like that, last member of the Frisia clan. Broly naturally refers to the Kurdish king, and immediately threw the energy bomb in his hand towards the Kurdish king's spaceship. Boom! Broly's energy bomb formed a violent explosion in the Kurdish king's spaceship, but Broly noticed that the power of his energy bomb explosion was absorbed by the shield. A look of surprise flashed across Broly's face, but he soon understood how it was the Kurdish king's spaceship that could be blown up so easily. In that case, it's better to become a Super Saiyan. Broly thought about it, and then instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. Haha! Saiyan! Didn't you feel helpless? That's when a picture popped onto the computer screen of Broly's own spacecraft. Broly looked over and found that it was the Kurdish kings who used their computers to control the computers of their spacecraft, which is why such a picture appeared. "It's okay, you don't have to feel too helpless, because you're going to die in space." It was the Kurdish king who spoke, and he saw that he had just finished saying this, and he felt a very powerful force coming towards him. Broly looked over and found that it was an energy bombardment, and from the energy point of view, it felt that it would definitely be uncomfortable if it was hit. It seems that the trouble I encountered is not small. Broly smiled, but he wasn't very worried. If he just wanted to let him die with an energy bombardment, it would be too underestimated him. Chapter 042. Boom! The energy shelling hit Broly hard, and the flames and shock waves of the explosion spread out in all directions, and suddenly arrived in front of the Kurdish King spacecraft dozens of kilometers away. In this way, his spaceship must be wiped out. When the Kurdish King saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile and said, "But the picture on the screen still shows it, it doesn't seem to have been blown up," but the driver seemed to notice something and pointed to the Kurdish King. "What did you say?" The Kurdish King's smile suddenly stiffened on his face, and then he looked at the computer screen in horror, and cold sweat faintly appeared on his forehead. Under the gaze of the Kurdish King, the flames of the explosion finally dissipated, and Broly and his spacecraft appeared on the computer screen unharmed. How is this possible? The Kurdish King's terrified expression appeared on his face, and then he saw Broly's mocking smile on the computer screen. The energy bombardment was indeed powerful, but it was not so great that the Super Saions could not resist it, so he just opened a protective shield to block it. Broly looked at the horrified expression of the Kurdish King on the computer screen, and couldn't help but show a mocking smile, but it quickly turned gloomy. "Let me show you the true skills of Super Saiyan, and it can be regarded as helping you see you off." Broly's gloomy voice came from inside the computer screen. After Broly finished speaking, he was ready to use more powerful energy bombs to solve the protective shield of the Kurdish King spacecraft. "Great King, rest assured, our technology is the strongest in the universe, and it is impossible for him to break the protective shield we made." Just when the Kurdish King was afraid, the doctor swore another packing ticket, and other people who seemed to be doctors nodded in agreement. The confidence of these doctors also seems to have influenced the Kurdish King, if it eased his nervous and scared mood, and then he made a crazy mockery of Broly. "What a Super Saiyan's real ability, is just a wild monkey. I'm waiting for you to kill me, you're coming, you're coming." I don't know where the confidence comes from. Broly shook his head helplessly, but he didn't talk nonsense, and the punch in the face was not said by his mouth, but proved by actual actions. The Kurdish King glanced at Broly with disdain, thinking that Broly was just stubborn and unwilling now, so he pretended to do so. And the Kurdish King only now remembered that Saions can't stay in space for too long, and according to his understanding of Saions, they should not be able to hold on. However, he was quickly slapped in the face, because he found that Broly did not seem to have been affected by anything, and had even condensed the energy ball in his hand. Broly threw an energy bomb out violently, and almost instantly, he came to the Kurdish King spacecraft and collided with the protective shield. Boom! Basically, there was no obstruction, just an explosion generated by a collision, and Broly's energy bomb shattered the protective shield. How is this possible? The mocking smiles of those scientists finally froze on their faces, as did the Kurdish King. He originally planned to continue to taunt Broly, but before the words could be spoken, the protective shield of his spaceship was shattered, and this hit was really loud. Although Broly has smashed the protective shield of the spacecraft with an energy bomb, the energy of the energy bomb has also been absorbed, so the Kurdish King's spacecraft is still intact. "Didn't you say that the shield you made will never break?" The Kurdish King looked angrily at the group of scientists and asked, "What is the situation now?" That group of scientists are also speechless now. Just now they were full of confidence, now they are slapped in the face, and in the face of the Kurdish King's coercion and facts, they can only bow their heads in a cold sweat. A bunch of useless waste. The Kurdish King angrily glanced at the group of doctors, and then ordered the driver to leave quickly. The most important thing now is to live, stay in the Green Mountains, not afraid of no firewood. As long as you can survive, you can say anything in the future. The distance of several hundred kilometers is not so easy to cross, especially now that the Kurdish King has noticed that Broly did not fly towards here and did not continue to attack. The Kurdish king thought that Broly could not hold out in space, so he did not make any moves, and was ready to take this opportunity to leave. The pilot's action was very fast, and he quickly started the spacecraft, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, the spacecraft left quickly. It's finally safe. Next time, I must crush this Scion kid to pieces and let him understand how powerful my Kurdish king is. After seeing safety, the Kurdish king couldn't help but clench his fists viciously. Don't wait for the next time, try it now. But at this moment, a playful voice appeared behind him, making him instantly frightened into a cold sweat. You? How could you appear here? The Kurdish king looked at the figure behind him in horror, and he couldn't even speak. Others also noticed the figure behind the Kurdish king, and their pupils suddenly shrank a little, and they were also frightened. Aren't you trying to kill me? I also had the same intention, so I came over. That figure was naturally Broly, and I saw that the energy bomb that had been condensed in his hand was facing the Kurdish king. Don't kill me. I can give you anything you want, even to your planet. The Kurdish king knelt directly on the ground and begged Broly for mercy. Broly looked at Broly coldly, although this guy was begging for mercy on the surface, but secretly condensed energy, really thought he couldn't feel it. Sorry, I never talk to garbage, especially the vile garbage. Broly had a sneer on his face, and the energy bomb blasted directly towards the Kurdish king. Wait a minute, the horror on the Kurdish king's face was infinitely larger, but before he could finish speaking, he was already engulfed in the flames from the explosion. Boom! Under the explosion of Broly's energy bomb, not only the Kurdish king was engulfed, but also the entire spacecraft. The panic on the faces of everyone in this spacecraft continued to increase, and they wanted to ask for mercy, but before the words were finished, they were devoured like the Kurdish king. After the flames are willing to dissipate, there is basically nothing left, but some debris can be faintly seen, but in the end, it can only turn into cosmic garbage. Chapter 043. The last member of the Frisia clan finally died at my hands. Broly couldn't help but sigh after watching the exploding flames dissipate. As the saying goes, if you don't die, you won't die. Who told you to mess with me, Broly? Broly smiled again and flew back to his spaceship. How damaged is the spaceship? Just in case, after entering the spacecraft, Broly's first question was to ask the extent of the ship's damage. The degree of damage is 40%, the power system is basically not damaged, the system is automatically repairing, please wait for a while. The voice of the spaceship came. Broly nodded, he knew that this spaceship had an automatic repair function, so he was not too worried, quietly waiting for the spaceship to be repaired. It took almost a few hours for the spacecraft to finally repair itself and fly towards Earth's position again. 3 months later. Boom! Report Master, has successfully landed on Earth. Do you want to open the hatch? After landing on Earth, the sound of the spacecraft sounded. After opening the hatch, Broly slowly walked out of the spacecraft, and the spacecraft landed in a position where the air was fresh, so Broly couldn't help but take a few sharp breaths. Neither in a spaceship nor in space can breathe, although it is not very important for Broly, but it is a little uncomfortable. Strange? When did the sky of the Earth become like this? Could it be that someone summoned the divine dragon? Broly thought as he looked at the sky suspiciously. Broly only noticed at this time that the sky was very chaotic, completely shrouded in black clouds, just like the scene of summoning a dragon. Report Master. There seemed to be traces of the arrival of other spacecraft on Earth. Just when Broly was puzzled, the voice of the spacecraft came again. What? Broly was stunned, thinking that someone would come to the Earth at this time, and then sensed the breath on the Earth. It seems that quite a few powerful auras have appeared on Earth. Is it Paragus? After Broly sensed it, he speculated in his heart. According to the timeline, if Paragus really wanted to come to Earth to find himself, he should have arrived before he left, but Broly never saw him. Broly also thought that he had an accident, plus Paragus' combat power was not very strong, so he didn't care very much. Although Paragus is Broly's nominal father, Broly does not care much about these family relationships. A father who will only use himself, Broly will not care about his life or death at all, and it is merciful not to solve this hidden danger with his own hands. It's not Paragus, it seems that many of the people who came to Earth are much stronger than Paragus. However, Broly quickly vetoed Paragus. Although it is said that, it does not seem to be very strong, and it seems that it is only tens of thousands of combat power, which is not enough to pose a threat to Broly. However, under Broly's induction, he still found a few hundreds of thousands of combat power and a few million combat strength chi. It seems that there are many people on the earth. Soon, the black clouds that shrouded the sky quickly dissipated, and Broly also noticed a streamer flying above him, and Broly recognized it as a Dragon Ball. It seems that it is really a divine dragon. Since this is the case, it should be someone's wish to fulfill with the divine dragon, but what is the divine? Broly thought about it, and finally decided to go straight over and take a look. Hope is an interesting character, just look at how Son Goku and Vegeta are now. After thinking about it, Broly flew towards the location of those breaths. Broly soon arrived near the location where the aura was emanating and noticed that there had been a battle here. Clint Yonjin Rice and other supporting characters have fallen, and only Son Goku and Vegeta are still fighting, and Vic is still holding on. A year has passed, and Sun Wukong's combat power is already about 1 million, and Vegeta is slightly less than Sun Wukong, but it is almost the same. After all, Vic is a generation of bosses, although it can be said that it was cut very badly in the later stage, but it seems that after a certain amount of cultivation in the early stage, the current combat power is also about 500,000. Is that Shrag's men? Broly glanced at Monkey King and their opponent, and immediately understood who came to Earth. Slug, a man who was evaluated by the King of Realms, was stronger than both Frieza and Super Saiyan, but now it seems that the combat power is not so strong. Shrag was watching the Monkey King and their battle at this time. It seemed that because of the use of the Divine Dragon to restore his youth, his current combat power has increased to about 20 million. After knowing Shrag's combat power, Broly was no longer interested in him, and such combat power was not enough for him to pay attention. Hey! Compared to Shrag, Broly's gaze was more focused on the two figures behind Shrag, and his eyes flashed with surprise rarely. He was very familiar with both figures, one of which was the Paragus he had guessed before, and the other was Dales, who was once considered by Dragon Ball fans to be Barrack's illegitimate son. Why Paragus and Dales were with Shrag is a question that Broly is now puzzled about. Because he was all too familiar with Paragus, Broly just glanced at him and turned his attention to Dales next to him. If Broly is not mistaken, Dales seems to have a spirit tree seed in his hand, and the fruit of the spirit tree seems to be able to greatly increase the combat effectiveness, and if he can obtain it, the combat power will definitely be able to increase faster. Broly smiled. It was said that this was still a fruit that only gods could eat, and if he didn't get such a good thing, it would be a loss. Since Dales himself sent it to the door, then he must obtain the fruit of the spirit tree from his hand, but wasn't Dales' original purpose to come to Earth to plant the spirit tree? Why did he seem to be Shrag's subordinate now? It seems that because of my crossing, the plot seems to have changed a lot, Broly guessed in his heart. But it doesn't matter, although the plot has changed, but these people are far from their current opponents. Chapter 044. Broly was not too anxious to make a move, and it was better to treat this as a trial for Monkey King and Vegeta, and when they were really not opponents, he would strike again. Abominable. Vic defeated an opponent with difficulty, and couldn't help but wonder, where did these guys come from? Who knows, but these guys are really strong, but I feel that the boss should be the real strong. Sun Wukong also solved his opponent, looked at Shrag, and said, I care more about the scion who looks exactly like you than that nemesis. Vegeta's gaze was focused on Dales and said to Sun Wukong, I admit that you do have 2 strokes, otherwise be my subordinates. Frisia has already been killed, and sooner or later you can rule the universe with me. Shrag began to recruit the 3 of Monkey King. I'm sorry, I'm not interested, I definitely won't be with people like you. Sun Wukong directly refused. I'm a Scion Prince. The Prince of the Scions will no longer submit to anyone. Vegeta also refused. Because the plot has changed, and now Sun Gohan has not yet been born, Vic has not changed as in the original book, but as the great demon of the earth, he also has serious self-esteem, and it is impossible for him to submit to anything. Is it? That's a pity, you chose a dead end, but you don't deserve my shot. Slug looked at Dales, you should have made a move too, right? The combat effectiveness of Dales is the same as eating the spirit fruit in the original work, and the combat effectiveness is almost 1 million. Broly, who was watching the battle, estimated the combat effectiveness of Dales. Of course. Dales responded to Shrag excitedly, and then looked at Vegeta, I can't wait to trample this Scion Prince under my feet. A low-class warrior, who gave you such a crazy mind? I am a prince of the Scions. Vegeta looked at Dales with disdain, but Dales' combat power made him solemn. Abominable. Why are the inferior fighters so strong now? Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong unpleasantly, this guy is like this, and so is Kakarot. Don't always talk about being a Scion Prince, how many Scions are there now? And you're probably still the weakest. Darens also looked at Vegeta with disdain and said. When Broly, who was watching the battle, heard these words, he nodded in his heart, at least among the Scions on Earth, Vegeta's combat power was indeed the weakest. Dallas's words directly became a fuse, and the two directly began to fight. Sun Wukong, are you sure to defeat him? Vic glanced at Sun Wukong suspiciously, I'm afraid his combat power is far above you and me. I know. Sun Wukong nodded and whispered, so I didn't plan to defeat him, I want to delay time and see if I can wait for Broly to come back. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he rushed directly towards Shrag, and Vic knew that he could not intervene in this battle, so he went to deal with the small soldiers behind. This battle is basically without suspense, Vegeta and Vic are okay. Vic can be said to be an easy second to kill that group of minions, although Vegeta is slightly weaker than Dales, but because of the self-esteem of the Scion, he still fights a match. Sun Wukong ended up miserable, directly challenging the boss, even if he did not show all his strength. Shrag can be said to have tyrannized Sun Wukong. Poof! Slagger punched Sun Wukong in the stomach, causing him to hit a group of ruins, causing Sun Wukong to spit out a mouthful of blood. Do you only have this little combat power? It seems that the Scions only have this little strength. Slug looked at the embarrassed Monkey King and mocked. Broly looked at the tyrannical Monkey King, and couldn't help but shake his head, although the current Monkey King's combat effectiveness has improved a lot, but after all, it is only those 2 strokes. Even if the current Monkey King can become a Super Scion, it is possible to defeat the Shrag. Of course, the premise is that it is not large. Shrag, as a super nemesis, became at least 10 times larger than now, and at that time his combat effectiveness surpassed Frisia. Broly didn't know whether to strike now, and he had an idea in his heart to let Shrag kill the Monkey King. Because Sun Wukong has not died, he can't even fist the Realm King now, and if he goes to see the Realm King after he dies, he can also know what will happen in the future. Sun Wukong is because after meeting the King of the Realm, many times the imminent disaster on the earth is told to the Monkey King by the King of the Realm. Therefore, Broly finally decided not to make a move. Maybe it was a good choice to let Sun Wukong go to hell, and then use the Divine Dragon to revive him. I'll give you one last chance, if you're willing to submit to me, I'll let you go, or I'll kill all your friends. You bastard, I definitely can't spare you. Sun Wukong felt weak when he said this, but Broly felt that Sun Wukong's chi seemed to be constantly increasing. It's still the first time I've seen someone as stupid as you, and I want to take you as a subordinate, it's really naive for me, I'll kill you now. A cruel smile appeared on Shrag's face, and then he punched Sun Wukong's face, but to Shrag's surprise, Sun Wukong actually took his fist. I saw that Sun Wukong's hair turned light red, his whole body exuded a light golden flame, his pupils disappeared, and his combat effectiveness increased by 30 times. Mimic Super Scion. Broly looked at the Monkey King whose combat effectiveness had improved, and his expression did not look very surprised. In the original work, the Monkey King also reached the Mimicry Super Scion. Sun Wukong, who became an imitation Super Scion, far surpassed Shrag's combat power, punched Shrag fiercely in the face, and flew out directly. How is that possible? This was the only thought in Shrag's head right now, and it didn't seem to react to being beaten yet. Sun Wukong can be said to have completely lost his mind at this time, so he did not give Shrag a chance at all, and rushed up and beat him up again. Ah! Ah! Listening to Shrag's screams, but Broly knew that this situation would not last long. Chapter 045. I didn't expect you to have such powerful energy. Slag was once again punched out by Sun Wukong, looked at Sun Wukong in surprise, and said, I admit you surprised me. Since that's the case, then I also show my real strength. Slug smiled confidently, as if there were still a lot of whole cards to be taken out. Shrag takes off the hat on his head, and Monkey King instead regains his sanity by seeing his face completely, as he discovers that Shrag and Vic look alike. Is it finally going to get bigger? Broly felt that Shrag's chi was constantly rising, and his body was constantly getting bigger and taller. Shrag almost became 50 meters tall, and his chi was amplified tenfold, and his combat power reached 200 million. The ending after that can be imagined, because Broly did not make a move. Sun Wukong was directly shot to death not long after dodging a few times. Kakarot. That guy's gas is gone. When Vegeta noticed this, he felt a little uncomfortable. The reason why Vegeta was able to improve his combat effectiveness so quickly, in addition to wanting to surpass the legendary Super Saiyan, the most important thing was the stimulation from the Monkey King. Now that Sun Wukong is dead, Vegeta wants to improve his combat effectiveness. I'm afraid it won't be so fast, which makes him feel indescribable, as if something is missing. Monkey King, that guy. Dead? After Vic solved the small soldier, he also felt the disappearance of Sun Wu's breath, and he also had an indescribable feeling. Didn't you say that Super Saions are also on Earth? Shrag suddenly looked at Paragus. Why hasn't it come out yet? Maybe he's no longer on Earth. Paragus also wanted to ask this question in his heart. He naturally couldn't think that Broly was afraid of Shrag, so he hadn't come out yet. Speaking of which, Paragus originally came to Earth to find Broly, but who knew that he collided with Dales. Because of the disparity in combat effectiveness, he had to be Dales's subordinate, and after learning that Darls had the seeds of the spirit tree in his hands, he informed Dales about the Earth. When Dales learned of the existence of Earth, he went to Earth, who knew that he met Shrag halfway through, and then dramatically became his subordinate. After Dales and Polygath became Shrag's subordinates, they had no choice but to tell him about Earth and the Super Saiyan, which also prompted Shrag to come to Earth, and this happened now. Forget it, what about Super Saiyan? The same is not my super nemesis opponent. Slug shook his head nonchalantly and began to utter wild words. Is it? Then let me see how good you really are. Just as Slug was speaking wildly, Broly's voice suddenly sounded. This bastard! Is it finally appearing? Looking at Broly, who looked like the protagonist's last appearance, Vegeta and Vic thought in surprise. When Paragus saw Broly, his eyes suddenly appeared surprised, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he put his hand in his pocket, as if he was holding something. You're a Super Saiyan. Shrag looked at Broly who suddenly appeared, was also surprised, and then asked Broly. That's right. Broly nodded, but his attention was on Paragus. The thing in his pocket seemed to be used to control Broly in the original book. It seems that I still can't keep you, since you have to come to Earth to die, then I can only fulfill you. Broly thought to himself. Since that's the case, then let you see my strength, I'm going to slap you to death. After Shrag finished speaking, he slapped Broly with a slap. Broly didn't even have the desire to transform, just jumped lightly, dodged Shrag's blow, and then rushed directly towards Shrag. Boom! Broly turned his body into a weapon, protecting his body with chi, and still with penetrating chi, directly penetrated Shrag's body. How is that possible? Shrag looked at the wounds on his body in horror, and his huge body fell to the ground due to pain, kicking up a lot of dust. Broly, this guy. More powerful than before you left. Paragus looked at this scene in surprise and couldn't help but think. Originally, Paragus thought that Broly should not be weaker than Slug, but not much stronger, but now he has directly killed in seconds, and even the Super Saiyan has not changed. That Broly guy is a lot stronger than he was a year ago. Vegeta wasn't surprised, he knew how powerful Broly was. However, this actually stimulated Vegeta even more, making him want to become stronger, which I am afraid Broly did not expect. Is this the power of Super Saiyan? However, although it is very powerful, it seems that he is just an ordinary person. Dals also looked at Broly in surprise, but because he had not seen Broly transform into a Super Saiyan, he wondered why Super Saiyans and ordinary Saiyans looked the same. But it doesn't matter, as long as the seed of the spirit tree is still in my hands, I will definitely be able to surpass the Super Saiyan. Dals glanced at the bag in his hand and smiled wickedly. Do Super Namex people only have this strength? I thought it was a character that I would find interesting. Broly glanced at Shrag with disdain, repeating what he had said earlier. Abominable! Did you think you won? Shrag stood up, although his body was pierced, but the Nemesis had the ability to recover, so his wounds had been recovered. However, although the wound is recovered, it requires physical strength, so Shrag's combat effectiveness has also weakened. But Broly didn't mean to continue playing with him, and directly condensed an energy bomb in his hand, and without saying a word, he hit him in the face of Slug. Boom! Shrag's head was directly shattered by Broly's energy bomb, and his huge body fell to the ground, once again kicking up a lot of dust. Broly glanced at Shrag's body indifferently, and then several small energy bombs in a row, blowing Shrag's body into powder. Chapter 046. After doing this, Broly just glanced at Paragus and Dales. Since he had solved Shrag, it was almost time to clean up these two. Broly came to Paragus and found that he was not afraid of himself, but secretly put his hands in his pockets, as if ready to take something. Broly, my son. I knew you would be able to fix him, and I'm so proud of you. After that, Paragus even wanted to hug Broly. But Broly raised a hand and stopped Paragus, who no longer wanted to say anything to this father, who only knew how to use himself. What are you doing? I'm your father. Paragus looked at the indifferent Broly, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. I know, that's why I just gave you a chance, but you want to come to Earth. A sneer appeared on Broly's face, and an energy bomb exploded directly in Broly's hand. Although it exploded on the hand, the range was very large, including Broly, and directly swallowed a radius of hundreds of meters. After the flames dissipated, a large pit of several hundred meters was left, but only one figure appeared, naturally Broly. Only the Father Killer is a true Saiyan, worthy of being a Super Saiyan, and is really the pride of our Saiyan. At this moment, Dale suddenly came to Broly's side. And behind Darren's, Vegeta and Vic also came to them, looking at Darren's with a wary face. Who knows what Darren's wants to do? You haven't even escaped yet? This surprised me, I thought you would leave in fear after seeing my strength. Broly looked at Dale's interestingly, looking a little surprised. I'm not that intimidating, and I want to talk to the legendary Super Saiyan up close. After all, I adore you. Dale's tone was low, with a sense of adoration. There is no need to say flattery. A flash of disdain flashed across Broly's face. He knew very well who Dales was, simply put, a scumbag. It's not impossible for me to spare your life, but you have to give me the seeds of the spirit tree, so that I may be able to spare your life. What are you talking about? As if he didn't expect Broly to know this, Dals denied it a little flustered. What spirit tree seed? Vegeta and Vic also looked at Broly suspiciously, seemingly not knowing what the seed of the spirit tree was. Of course, they also noticed that Darren's was a little flustered. Don't quibble anymore. I know you have a spirit tree seed in your hand. If you don't hand it over, then I'll kill you first and then look for it. After Broly finished speaking, he raised a hand to face Dales and condensed an energy bomb. Dales had fine sweat on his face, his fists clenched and his head bowed. He could feel that Broly really had killing intent. If he didn't hand over the seeds of the spirit tree, he would definitely die. But letting him give the seeds of his hard-earned spirit tree to others is really a very uncomfortable thing. Looks like you chose death, Broly said, and the energy projectile in the palm of his hand enlarged a few more, as if it was about to be launched. I give. Dals finally decided to compromise, and in the face of death, nothing seemed worth mentioning. Dals reluctantly put his hand in his pocket, and then slowly took out a bag, almost very hard, and handed it to Broly. Broly took the bag and opened it to see that there was a very large but ordinary seed inside, which was the seed of the spirit tree. Is there only such a seed? Broly asked Dals. Dals reluctantly looked at the spirit tree seed in Broly's hand, and then slowly said, after the fruit grows, there will be seeds in it. How many fruits do you usually grow? Broly asked again. What planet does that depend on? You should know that, right? Dals looked at Broly with deep meaning in his eyes. Is it that the spirit tree grows with the planet as nutrients? What? Before Broly could speak, Vegeta and Vic were surprised, looking at the seed in Broly's hand with shocked expressions. Vegeta was okay, but he was surprised that there would be such an evil seed, and Vic was not only surprised, but also worried about whether Broly would use the earth to plant this so-called spirit tree. What do you mean? Broly didn't care about Vegeta and Bike, but felt that there was something to say in Dals. I mean, isn't this planet a good choice? Darren smiled strangely. It can definitely grow a lot of fruits, and the effect is good. When Broly heard this, he understood that Dales wanted to use the earth to plant the spirit tree, but although Broly wanted to eat the fruit of the spirit tree, he would definitely not use the earth to plant it. The reason why you let me use the earth to plant the spirit tree must not be for my sake, right? Broly looked at Dales interestingly and asked. Haha, Darren smiled a little awkwardly. He did have some other purpose, that is, he also wanted to eat some of the fruits of the spirit tree. When he was dealing with Sun Wukong and the others with Shrag, he had already checked the quality of the earth and found that the earth was the best planet he had ever seen. If he planted a spirit tree here, he could definitely grow a lot of fruit, and at that time, he could also eat a little and get one or more seeds. Broly is not a fool, naturally knows the setting in the Dragon Ball world. The Earth seems to be the best planet in the 7th universe. On this planet, the fruits of the spirit tree planted must be good and abundant, but this is where Bulma lives, so Broly did not decide to use it. I'm just talking, if you're not going to use Earth, forget it. Darl seemed to notice that Broly did not intend to use the Earth, so he did not continue. It's okay, I never care what the dead man says. But at this moment, Broly showed a murderous smile this time. Originally, there was no intention to let Dals go. If this guy has some talent, he may become a good opponent. But if it's just a scumbag, it's better to kill it directly, in case this guy comes to something yin. Chapter 047. Why? Why are you killing me? Didn't I give you all the seeds of the spirit tree? And he also explained so much about the spirit tree. As if he didn't know what he had done wrong, Dale's first reaction when he heard that Broly was going to kill himself was not fear, but doubt. Do scions still need a reason to kill? Broly also explained, although this explanation sounded very wrong, but it could not be refuted. Dallas's face became ugly, and horror finally appeared in his eyes, because he knew that scions really didn't need a reason to kill people. Goodbye. If you want to blame why your strength is so weak, if you are still a scion in the next life. Then you better die again. Broly's words were amused, but the movements on his hands did not slow down, and under the terrified gaze of Dales, Broly very cruelly twisted his head off. Cruel. But I like it, especially since this guy looks a lot like Kakarot. Vegeta felt refreshed, he liked Broly's approach. Broly wiped the blood off his face, although it was very refreshing and had a special feeling, but the blood on his body was a little troublesome. However, Broly didn't care, he didn't get too much on his body, and for him, the most important thing was the seed of the spirit tree. Broly did not plan to plant the spirit tree now, he finally returned to the earth, naturally he had to wait for a while to go again. Bulma, where is she now? Now that Dales had been solved, Broly's first question was naturally to ask his wife. Do you think ordinary people would be here? And those who are weak in battle are now hiding in Bunza Mountain. Vegeta replied to Broly. Broly nodded slightly, hiding on the bun at this time should be the safest, after all, it is not easy to find, and the location is also very remote. I'm going over now, do you want to come with me? Broly thought for a moment and asked Vegeta and Bike. Vegeta and Vic can be said to have directly refused, and after seeing Broly's strength, they just want to cultivate well. You're supposed to resurrect Kakarot, right? Before leaving, Vegeta asked Broly the question he had always wanted to ask. Even Vegeta didn't know why he cared so much about Kakarot, a low-class warrior, and in the end, he only kept thinking in his heart that he just wanted to kill him with his own hands. Broly nodded to Vegeta, when the dragon can be summoned again, I will naturally revive the Monkey King. After Vegeta got the answer, there was nothing more to ask, and Big basically left without saying a word. Since they also left, Broly naturally wanted to go to Bun Mountain, but Broly did not know the exact location, and the distance was too far. Teleportation at this time is really a very good skill, because of the familiarity with Bulma, Broly instantly felt her breath. Phew! In an instant, Broly came to the home of Sun Wukong of Bun Mountain, and appeared just behind Bulma. Bulma was holding the child, and Broly noticed that it was a girl. If Broly guessed correctly, it should be his own daughter. Broly smiled weirdly and decided to surprise Bulma, and was about to protect the child while secretly hugging her, when Kiki suddenly came out of the room behind him. Hey! Thieves from there! What do you want to do with Bulma? Kiki was very surprised by Broly, who suddenly appeared in her house, because she had not crossed paths with Broly, so she thought that Broly was a thief. Broly was startled, wondering how this shrew suddenly appeared behind him. Who knew that Kiki had already kicked him over, and it was obvious that she really thought he was a thief. With Broly's reflexes, he could easily dodge it, but in this case, Kiki could kick Bulma, so Broly finally chose to catch her foot and throw her onto the sofa. Broly! Because of the movement behind her, Bulma turned her head to look at it, and when she saw Broly appear behind her, she immediately said excitedly, "You're back." Seeing Bulma call herself, Broly directly ignored Kiki, looked at Broly gently, touched her head and said, "I'm back." Bulma subconsciously wanted to hug Broly, but because of the child in her hand, she didn't hold it in the end, just held Broly with one hand. "So you're Broly?" Kiki also stood up at this time and looked at Broly with an apologetic expression, "I'm really sorry, I mistook you for a thief." "It's okay." Broly smiled and shook his head, he was not such a stingy person, since Kiki had already apologized, he naturally would not care about anything. "But why did you suddenly appear here? I didn't hear the door open either." But at this time, Kiki was a little puzzled, and so was Bulma. Because I learned a new skill on an alien planet called teleportation, I can instantly reach wherever someone is. Broly explained succinctly. I didn't expect you to learn such a powerful skill, and now you simply know everything. Bulma couldn't help but praise her man. That's right. Broly, the Earth has now been invaded, Goku they have gone to fight them, you hurry up and help them. Bulma seemed to have thought of something, and hurried to Broly. Don't worry, I've solved them. Broly touched Bulma's head again and smiled. So you've already solved them, so how are Goku now? Kiki learns that the crisis has been lifted, and immediately asks Broly about the condition of the Monkey King. Broly told Kiki the news that Sun Wukong had died in battle. Of course, he didn't tell Kiki, that is, he could obviously save him. After Kiki learned that Sun Wukong had died, her heart was naturally very sad, but after learning that the Divine Dragon could resurrect Sun Wukong, it was slightly relieved. Bulma also promised to help Kiki find Dragon Balls to resurrect the Goku, which also made Kiki very grateful. Chapter 048. Time passed quickly, and in the days with Bulma, a year passed at once. During this time, Sun Wukong, because of his practice with the King of the Realm, asked the divination mother-in-law to tell Bulma that they would resurrect him a year after his death. Broly spent the year with Bulma, and was very satisfied with her in that aspect. As for what he wanted. Of course, after all, the Dragon Ball world is a martial arts world, and Broly naturally does not forget to practice, and even to be precise, it is not much worse than Vegeta. Normal combat effectiveness is really the most important, transformation and everything is secondary. As long as your normal combat power is strong enough, ordinary Super Saiyans can fight Super Saiyan God. Therefore, Broly's main thing now is to improve the normal combat effectiveness. As long as the normal combat effectiveness is improved, then with his super form, it is simply a hanging ratio. You must know that the super form is constantly improving. As long as it transforms, there is no limit. Such a form is not a hanging ratio. Broly had already broken all the robots and then came to a console to restore gravity to its usual state. For a year, he basically trained under 1000 times gravity, and although 1000 times gravity was nothing to him, at least for now, it was the best cultivation method. However, this year's time is not in vain. Broly's normal combat effectiveness has increased from 400 million to 2 billion, but it may be difficult to improve next. Broly also found that although he was talented, there was a bottleneck after all, and it was difficult to increase his combat effectiveness madly, at least in ordinary cultivation methods. It seems that it's time to plant the spirit tree. Broly also remembered the seeds of the spirit tree at this time, and planned to plant it after resurrecting Sun Wukong. After Broly left the gravity training room, he took a warm bath comfortably, and then went to find Bulma. Bulma had already taken out the Dragon Ball radar at this time, and was waiting for Broly while eating with Kiki. Broly soon came to their side and found Kiki holding a boy in her hand, which was supposed to be Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku. Son Gohan is a malleable talent, it's better not to let Kiki bury him, Broly thought to himself as he glanced at Son Gohan again. You know, Son Gohan can be said to be the strongest single existence in Dragon Ball Z, but it directly became Nobihan later, because Kiki made him a scholar. To become the world's top scholar, Shenlong can do it, but a single strongest Shen Rice, this is not something that ordinary Shenlong can do. So, if he could, Broly would prefer that Son Gohan be a warrior rather than a scholar, and it would be a big deal to let Shenlong make him a top scholar in the world. Seeing that Broly had arrived, Bulma asked him to go with Kiki to her plane, and then flew the plane to find the Dragon Ball. It took them a while, but with the help of Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, they soon found the 7 Dragon Balls, and directly in the large mountain range where the 7th Dragon Ball was found, they summoned the Divine Dragon. However, just as they had just summoned the dragon, Broly sensed the arrival of 3 uninvited guests. Broly sensed the breath of the 3 and found that one was weaker than ordinary people, and then looked over and found that 3 people were secretly watching them. I'll go. I almost forgot about these 310,000-year tricks. Broly soon discovered that these three were the super running tricks in Dragon Ball, the Piraf trio. These three people really have their figures from the first part to the latest Dragon Ball Super, and it can only be said that their perseverance is remarkable, and they never give up for Dragon Ball. And they are also the first person in the history of Dragon Ball who can be said to be the opponent of Monkey King, and it can only be said that the opponents behind are getting stronger and stronger, and they can only become supporting roles in the trick. But this does not mean that they are useless. Piraf is a person whose scientific level is no less than that of Bulma, and he also has his role in the back. Xiao Wu is even more bullish, obviously a woman who is older than Bulma, but in the original book is related to Trunks. As for Ash, as a dog, he seems to be the most useless person in the trio, except for a slightly smart nose and running errands. These three may be of some use in the future. It is better to stay with Bulma like in the original book. Broly has plans for the Pilaf trio. You guys go ahead and make a wish to the dragon, I'll go meet three interesting people, said Broly, his eyes sweeping over the three peeking Pilaf. Seeing that he seemed to have been discovered, the three of Piraf suddenly increased, and cold sweat broke out on their faces. We're not going to be discovered, are we? Axia couldn't help but ask Pilaf, and Xiao Wu also looked at Pilaf worriedly. It shouldn't be, I think we hid well, he should just sweep us at random. Although Piraf was a little scared, he did not think that he and the others had been discovered. I'm sorry, you guys have really been discovered. Just when Xiao Wu and Ashiu were finally relieved, Broly's voice came out coldly. Ugh! You! Where did you come from? Looking at Broly, who suddenly appeared behind them, Piraf asked with a horrified face. Broly did not speak, but glanced at the three of Piraf, Pilaf, and Ashur. He only glanced at it, but Xiao Wu looked at it a few more times. Xiao Wu is not as old as in the original book, but she looks very beautiful in her 20s, melon face, there should be everything. If you want the Divine Dragon to help you fulfill your wishes, I may be able to help you. Broly suddenly smiled at the three of Piraf. Really? As if they didn't believe their ears, the three of them looked at Broly incredulously, and their eyes revealed unprecedented excitement. They worked so hard and persistently confronted Sun Wukong and others. The purpose was to find the Divine Dragon and fulfill their wishes. Chapter 049. Why are you helping us get our wish? But Piraf has not lost his mind, and he is still a little wary of Broly. My words are not finished. If you become my subordinates, I will help you. Broly replied again. Hey? Become your subordinate? Piraf looked at Broly suspiciously, and then directly shook his head and vetoed. I, Lord Pilaf, will not become anyone's subordinate. Then you can't fulfill your wish, and Shenlong has already fulfilled your wish. After Broly finished speaking, a sly smile appeared on his face. Nanny! Piraf exclaimed, and after looking over, he found that the Divine Dragon had turned into 7 Dragon Balls and flew in all directions. Shenlong! My dragon! Why is it such an ending again? Piraf was about to collapse at this time, and once again missed the opportunity to make a wish. The Divine Dragon has disappeared, but Sun Wukong has not yet appeared. It seems that he should still be on the snake path, but with his current speed, it should not take too long. Broly speculated. With Sun Wukong's current combat strength, the speed must be very fast. Naturally it is impossible to spend half a year like in the original book, it should appear in a few hours. Hey! Broly looked behind him and saw that Vegeta and Vic had arrived at this time. Vic the Great Devil! After seeing Bike, the Piraf trio suddenly exclaimed, and then their faces looked a little embarrassed. After all, they had helped the Great Demon King, of Bike. Vic also noticed these people, but he didn't have any impression of these people, so he thought that he was too famous. Have you resurrected Kakarot? Vegeta directly ignored everyone and asked Broly without saying a word. Broly also focused on Vegeta, and found that his current combat power was 2.5 million, which should be the limit of what he could achieve now. Don't worry, after he is resurrected, your combat power will be improved, after all, he is one of your stimuli. Broly smiled, and then waited quietly. Vegeta subconsciously wanted to refute, he didn't think an inferior warrior was a stimulus, but he felt unable to refute it, because his subconscious thought so. Vic has not spoken because he has nothing to say, and now he has only 500,000 combat strength, which makes him feel as if he has become a second-tier figure. This guy actually knows both the Vic Great Devil, and it seems that the Vic Great Devil is not as strong as him. Pirav suddenly felt a little moved to become Broly's subordinate. Can you really help us find the Dragon Balls? After a strong ideological battle, Pirav asked Broly. Isn't it because you didn't make the Dragon Ball radar? I can help you get the Dragon Ball radar so you can find the Dragon Ball, don't you? Broly replied with a smile. Although Pirav has a top scientific mind, he just can't create Dragon Ball radar, which is why the Pirav trio has been following Sun Wukong and others. Broly also knew Pirav's wish to become the King of Earth, which Broly thought was good and could be used for himself. In the Dragon Ball world, the King of the Earth is a dog, which makes Broly always feel uncomfortable, thinking that how can a dog become the King of the Earth? With Broly's strength, he can easily become the King of the Earth, but that is too troublesome, and as a king, he must be in charge of many things. Therefore, Broly felt that it was better to make Pirav the King of the Earth, and he was his master, so that he could control the earth. Pirav is a good candidate, which is why Broly wants to help him, and while helping him, he is also helping himself. Why are you sure you can help me get the Dragon Ball radar? Although it seems that Broly seems to know the person who made the Dragon Ball radar, Pirav is still a little unsure. Need to be sure? The person who made the Dragon Ball radar, but I am a woman. Broly looked at Pilaf with some annoyance and said. You woman. As if hearing a shocking event, Pirav was stunned, and then hugged Broly's thigh. Boss. Little brother Pirav wishes with you. Joke. Will the man who can conquer the woman who made the Dragon Ball radar be an ordinary person? So Pirav completely obeyed. Pirav is not a fool, knowing that even if the dragon makes him the King of the Earth, he can't do whatever he wants. After all, the combat power of Sun Wukong and others is placed here, so it is best to hold a thigh at this time. He knew that Broly was using him, but he was not using Broly, using each other, the more, the better. Although he didn't know how strong Broly's combat power was here, he once saw the battle between Vegeta and the Monkey King because of an accident. This watching battle let Pirav know that Vegeta's combat effectiveness is no less than that of Sun Wukong, and since Broly is not afraid of Vegeta when he speaks, his combat effectiveness should not be much worse. Xiao Wu and Ashu saw that Pirav had chosen to be this person's younger brother, and they naturally would not hesitate to do anything, and they really wanted to let Shenlong fulfill their wishes. Boss, how does your combat power compare with Sun Wukong? Although there was some speculation, Pirav still wanted to ask for himself. At least it's me who is the strongest on earth right now. Broly didn't directly say that he was better than the Monkey King, but Pirav already understood. Although I don't know if Broly is bragging, but at least he is a powerful person, and there is absolutely no mistake in this. Then boss, what are we going to do now? Pirav knew that Dragon Ball would have to wait a year before he could summon the Divine Dragon, so he wanted to ask Broly what he could do now. You don't have to do much, just be by my wife's side. Broly pointed at Bulma and said, of course. If you dare to take away the Dragon Ball radar directly, that mountain will be your end. After Broly finished speaking, an energy bomb was thrown towards a mountain, directly under the horrified eyes of the Pilaf trio, raising a mountain to the ground. Yes. The three of Pirav were stunned suddenly, and after reacting, they gave a military salute to Broly with a cold sweat on their faces, and completely obeyed Broly. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 050. Broly. Why did you suddenly blow up the mountain? It scares me. Bulma came to Broly angrily and questioned him. I'm so sorry to scare my baby. Seeing that Bulma was angry, Broly touched Bulma's head and apologized. Seeing that Broly apologized to himself, Bulma naturally didn't say anything to her husband anymore, but just nodded, indicating that she was no longer angry. Hey? These people are... Bulma soon noticed the three Piraf next to Broly, because the time was too old, plus there were many opponents of the Monkey King. Bulma had forgotten their first opponent. Xiaowu and Axia were a little stupid in their heads, and they almost subconsciously wanted to say their identities, but fortunately they were stopped by Piraf. They are the subordinates I just received, they are Pirav, Xiaowu and Ash. Broly briefly introduced the three Piraf. Oh. Bulma nodded, and did not pay much attention to the three of Piraf, out of the feeling of a woman, just glanced at Xiaowu a few times. Bulma seemed to want to say something to Broly, but noticed the arrival of the divination mother-in-law and the Monkey King, so she did not continue. You're finally back, Kakarot. Seeing Sun Wukong appear, the first person to speak turned out to be Vegeta, and these two deserved to be lifelong enemies. Hey! Vegeta, is everyone waiting for me here? Monkey King also said hello to Vegeta, and then glanced at Kiki. Goku. Before Sun Wukong could say anything, Kiki was already holding Sun Wuhan while hugging him, and tears directly wet Sun Wukong's clothes. The current Kiki obviously does not care only about children as much as in the future, so now seeing the resurrection of Sun Wukong, the tears are released like a wild flow. Of course, the current Kiki left tears of emotion and excitement, and Sun Wukong also comforted her, and Kiki stopped crying. That's right, Kiki. What is the child you have on your hands? Son Goku's attention quickly turned to Son Gohan and asked Kiki. These are the two of us, I haven't helped him choose a name yet, so you can help him choose a name. Kiki glanced at Son Gohan in her arms and said. Sun Wukong thought for a while, and the appearance of his grandfather appeared in his heart, and then replied to Kiki, or call me the name of my deceased grandfather, just call it Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong, your name is obviously missing your grandfather, and although Kiki knows this, she also agreed to this name. That's right, Goku. I am indeed waiting for you here, because I want to know if you have learned anything during your time in Hell? Although he knew that the current Monkey King should be able to realm the King Fist, Broly still pretended not to know. I learned a very powerful trick from the Realm King, called the Realm King Fist. Monkey King nodded and said to Broly. Realm King Fist? Kakarot, then let me see your Realm King Fist. Vegeta seemed interested and looked at Monkey King defiantly. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, noticed that Vegeta's chi seemed to be stronger than his own, and then said with great surprise, Congratulations to you Vegeta, have you improved your combat effectiveness a lot? That's why I came to challenge you. Vegeta still looked at Monkey King defiantly, he had been waiting for this battle for a whole year. Judging from Sun Wukong's chi, his current combat power is about 2 million, which has been surpassed by the current Vegeta. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong proudly, he originally heard that Sun Wukong went to practice with the Realm King, thinking that he would be surpassed, but from now on, he is still stronger. I've surpassed you, Kakarot. Vegeta said, setting his gaze on Broly again, next up is you, Broly. Are you sure you really surpassed him? Broly couldn't help but show a smile on his face, and said meaningfully. You must know that in the original work, the normal combat power Vegeta is actually above Sun Wukong, and it can only be said that Sun Wukong has upgraded too quickly, so Vegeta is the second oldest, just like now. Vegeta didn't know what Broly's words meant, but saw Broly said to Sun Wukong again, let me see your limits, the Realm King Fist should be used to improve combat effectiveness, what is your highest multiple? Why do you know this? Sun Wukong looked at Broly in surprise and asked, "Could it be that you know what the Realm King Fist is for? I have heard that it is said that this is a move created by the King of the Northern Realm, which can improve combat effectiveness and double the energy speed, but it is very physically demanding, and the greater the improvement, the greater the consumption." "Yes, but I can now use the 20x Realm King Fist perfectly, and in addition to the Realm King Fist, I have learned another move." "Another move?" Although he already knew that it was a Genki bomb, Broly still asked pretentiously. It is a move called the Yuan Qi bomb, and this move needs to condense the Yuan Qi to use it." Sun Wukong briefly introduced the Yuan Qi bomb. "Abominable! Kakarot, this bastard!" After learning that Son Goku had learned such a powerful two skills, Vegeta's mentality was unbalanced again. "Kakarot, don't think that learning two powerful skills is great, sooner or later I will far surpass you." Vegeta glanced viciously at Monkey King and left. Vic didn't say anything, but a touch of complexity flashed in his eyes, and as time passed, the gap between him and Sun Wukong became bigger and bigger. But after all, Vic was once the existence of the great Demon King. Even if he knew that there was already a gap between them, he did not despair, but decided to cultivate harder. Vic naturally didn't say anything more to the others, just glanced at Broly with deep meaning, and then left. "Since they have all left, can we go to cultivate Broly?" Sun Wukong looked at Broly excitedly. This cultivation maniac would not let Broly go. "Not lately, because I'm going to do something." Broly shook his head, knowing that he still had the seeds of the spirit tree to plant. Chapter 051. Is it? Monkey King was a little disappointed. He really wanted to cultivate with Broly now, and he also wanted to know how powerful Broly was now. Because Broly also likes to suppress the breath, Sun Wukong cannot feel Broly's accurate combat power. However, even if he can't feel the accurate combat power, Sun Wukong knows that the gap between him and Broly is still very large. In particular, he can't become a Super Saiyan yet, so he wants to cultivate with Broly and try to see if he can become a Super Saiyan in the near future. "The matter of cultivation is still after I come back. You finally come back, just accompany your wife and children." Broly pointed at Kiki and said to Monkey King. Sun Wukong nodded, and he also wanted to eat Kiki's cooking now, so he left with Kiki. "Where are you going?" Bulma's eyes narrowed slightly at Broly, which made Broly have a rare sense of crisis. "There are some things to go to the alien planet, but don't worry, I will be back soon, and the three of them will accompany you in between," Broly said, and pointed to the three Piraf. "Then you have to come back quickly." Naturally, Bulma would not stop Broly from doing what he wanted to do, just let him come back soon after he was done. Broly nodded, and then got on the plane with Bulma and Piraf and flew back. After all, his spaceship was still in Bulma's warehouse. Before leaving, Broly ordered the three of them again, and then left in his spaceship. "Spaceship, have you found a suitable planet, such as those newborn planets with very resources?" Broly asked about the ship's system. Because his spaceship was obtained from Paragus, it has the ability to search for planets, and they are all planets with resources. Report. At a distance of 436 light-years from the spacecraft, there is a planet similar to Earth. The spacecraft system was quick to answer Broly. After that, a picture of a planet appeared on the computer screen, and Broly found that the planet was sky blue, with continents and oceans, and indeed had similarities with Earth. "Just set the destination for this planet." After Broly nodded, the spacecraft quickly flew towards its destination. Broly's spacecraft soon came to the atmosphere of the planet, then landed, and when it landed, Broly asked the spacecraft to inspect the planet. "It seems that this planet is a newborn planet, but it seems to be much worse than the Earth, which is similar to the current Earth." Broly glanced at the planet and thought to himself. Although this planet is a newborn planet, according to the definition of its own spacecraft, it seems to be similar to the Earth that already has civilization. But this planet is okay, and it should be very good to use this planet to grow spirit trees. Broly guessed. The oxygen content of this planet is also okay, so Broly did not need to do any special protection, and directly opened the hatch of the spacecraft and walked out. The planet is about twice the size of Earth, so the gravity here is greater than Earth, although it is not known exactly how big it is, but for Broly, who has adapted to 1,000 times the gravity of the Earth, there is not much obstacle. Because this is a newborn planet, there are no higher creatures yet. Simply put, in addition to some single-celled organisms, there are only some reptiles. The spirit tree is best planted in a deep ditch, and it is also very close to the center of the Earth. Because only in this way can the vitality of a planet be completely absorbed. Only by absorbing all the vitality of a planet can the spirit tree bear fruit, although then the planet will turn into the Death Star, but this is nothing for Broly. Scions are originally very cruel. Let's say that Vegeta has destroyed many planets, let alone such a planet without advanced creatures. Broly began to look for the most suitable place to plant spirit trees, but it was very difficult to find such a place, and Broly spent a lot of time. Finally found it. It took almost half an hour for Broly to find a suitable spot in a mountain range. There is a deep ditch similar to the original book, and it is surrounded by mountains, and a dragon vein has formed in the situation, which is the best place to plant trees. Broly threw the seeds of the spirit tree into the deep ditch, and then flew back to the spaceship, and the seeds of the spirit tree were not so easy to grow. 3 days later. This planet has no life anymore, it has become a desert planet to be precise. Broly looked at the picture on the computer screen and said indifferently. The picture on the computer screen switched again, and soon turned to the spirit tree, which at this time had grown up, even larger than in the original book. Broly compared this spirit tree and found that it could probably be seen even in outer space, so it was amazing. It should be about the same, it's time to look at the results and see if it can give me a good harvest. Broly smiled excitedly, quickly opened the hatch, and flew towards the position of the spirit tree. Landing on the spirit tree, and then finding that there are many potholes on the spirit tree, then entering it and starting to look for the fruit of the spirit tree. The spirit tree is too big, if you just look for it, it is impossible to find it, but Broly can feel where the spirit tree is the most energetic. As long as you look for where the spirit tree has the strongest vitality, you can find the fruit of the spirit tree. Found it. Broly soon discovered that there were quite a few fruits under a group of roots, although there were only a dozen words to be said. These fruits are about the size of an apple, covered with similar sharp horns and dark red, which are the fruits of the spirit tree. Looking at this full fruit after another, the smile on Broly's face could not be hidden, and his eyes were full of excitement, like a hungry commodity seeing food. Chapter 052. Broly suppressed his excitement. Fortunately he took out a bag from the spaceship, otherwise he would not have been able to hold so much fruit. Broly counted the number of fruits and found that there were 13 fruits of the spirit tree, which was already a lot of fruits. After Broly packed the fruits of the 12 spirit trees, he carefully put them in his pocket, and then ate the fruits of the last spirit tree. He wanted to see if the fruit of the spirit tree was of any use to him, which was why he saved the last one to eat now. Eileen. This feels. Broly suddenly felt a surge like chi flying in his body, and this feeling made Broly explode for several seconds. Broly felt the concentration of his chi and determined that his current combat power should be around 5 billion, a full increase of 3 billion. Special. Eat another one. Seeing the improvement of his combat effectiveness, Broly couldn't help but take out another spirit tree fruit, and ate it in one bite. This time, Broly felt the expansion of chi again, but it was not as powerful as the first section, and his combat effectiveness was only increased by 2 billion. It seems that the effect of the fruit of the spirit tree will become weaker and weaker. After Broly understood this truth, he kept taking out the loaded spirit tree fruit and eating it. The third combat effectiveness increased by 1 billion, the fourth increased its combat effectiveness by 500 million, and then it gradually declined. Of the fruits of the 13 spirit trees, Broly ate 9 at once, and his combat effectiveness was also increased to 10 billion. Broly has already found that judging from the effect of the spirit tree fruit behind, even if he eats it now, he can only increase his combat effectiveness by 200 million. Therefore, Broly did not continue to eat. Even if he took the remaining 4 spirit tree fruits, it would only increase his combat effectiveness by 800 million. Although there are many such combat powers, Broly does not need such an improvement. It is better to give the fruits of these 4 spirit trees to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Broly packed the fruits of the remaining spirit tree, flew back to the spaceship, and immediately returned to Earth. After returning to Earth, Broly went to Bun Mountain without saying a word, and just happened to see the cultivating Monkey King, and found that he was cultivating in ordinary ways, using 2 fingers to do push ups, but he was carrying a large stone on his back. Why don't you use the gravity cultivation room? Broly suddenly appeared next to Sun Wukong and asked. Hey! Sun Wukong was startled by Broly's sudden appearance, and almost subconsciously lifted the stone and took a fighting stance. As soon as he saw that it was Broly, Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief, and then took the falling stone and slowly placed it on the ground. Broly, you're back! Sun Wukong looked at Broly excitedly, and Broly guessed that he should be cultivating with himself in his mind. I'm here to send you something. You still haven't answered my question. Why don't you use the gravity cultivation room to cultivate? Broly also remembered at this time. It seems that in the original work, Sun Wukong has not used the gravity cultivation room much, and it is generally used by Vegeta for training. I only use it occasionally, and I'm not very good at using that thing. After Sun Wukong answered, he asked Broly again. What did you say you were going to give me? I'll send you 2 fruits that can increase your combat effectiveness. Broly smiled, then took out the bag containing the fruit of the spirit tree from his pocket, and took out 2 of them and gave them to Sun Wukong. You said that this fruit can increase combat effectiveness. Sun Wukong looked at the fruit in his hand with some disbelief and asked suspiciously. You'll know when you eat it. Broly didn't explain much, and you need to try it yourself to find out. The taste is not very good. The taste is like an orange about the size of an apple, but it is relatively light. Sun Wukong nodded, took a bite without saying a word, and then came to such an evaluation. Broly nodded slightly. After he finished eating, he also came to such an evaluation. The fruit of this spirit tree did not taste good. This feels. But as soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he felt that the qi in his body had swelled violently, which made him very happy. Sun Wukong felt the qi in his body and found that his qi had increased by 3 times, and if it was replaced by combat effectiveness, it would be 6 million. This thing works too well, right? Monkey King excitedly felt the changes in his body and found that he was now full of power. That's why I brought it to you after I ate it. Broly smiled. I'm going to send fruit to Vegeta now. If you want to cultivate, come to me later. Sun Wukong nodded, and then ate another fruit, but this time the improvement was not as strong as before, and the combat effectiveness was increased to 10 million, but this was the same, which made Sun Wukong very happy. This is the breath of Kakarot. Why did he suddenly increase his combat effectiveness so much? Could it be that he used that so-called Realm King Fist? Vegeta, who was cultivating, suddenly felt Sun Wukong's expanding aura, and his face suddenly became ugly, because he knew that Sun Wukong's combat power at this time far surpassed his own. Hi, Vegeta! Broly teleported to Vegeta's side again at this time, and then tapped him on the shoulder. Vegeta reacted quickly, and subconsciously punched over, but was easily picked up by Broly, and only then reacted. How did you get here? Vegeta looked at Broly suspiciously. Do you want to see how my cultivation is? Broly glanced at Vegeta. Compared to Sun Wukong, Vegeta's cultivation is more crazy, although the combat effectiveness has improved, but it is not very strong. I'm here to send you a fruit that can improve your combat effectiveness. You should feel that Sun Wukong's chi has improved. It is because of eating this fruit. Broly said, and handed the bag containing the spirit tree fruit directly to Vegeta, and then left. As for whether Vegeta's self-esteem will eat this fruit, that is his business. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 053. It's rare that you two would come to me together. What have you reached, or do you want to challenge me? For the Monkey King and Vegeta who appeared in front of him, a look of surprise appeared on Broly's face, wondering when these two guys had such a tacit understanding. Now it's only been a month before they give them the spirit tree fruit. These two guys don't cultivate well. What are they doing here? Hey, hey! Because we want to show you something, and it's because of you. Sun Wukong said with a grin. Show me something. Broly glanced at the two of Sun Wukong suspiciously, not knowing what these two wanted to do. Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at each other, and then the two condensed their breath on their backs. Their breath directly and continuously expanded, their hair instantly turned golden, their pupils showed light green, and their arrogance turned golden. Looking at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, whose combat effectiveness has increased by 50 times, Broly did not show a surprised expression on his face. He had long guessed that after Sun Wukong and Vegeta ate the spirit tree fruit, they should be able to break through the so-called bottleneck and transform into a Super Saiyan. You don't seem to be surprised. Can we become Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked, glancing at the calm Broly. Why should I act surprised? Broly was a little amused. When I gave you the spirit tree fruit, I guessed that you should be able to become Super Saiyan. This way, Sun Wukong's face was a little disappointed. He originally intended to surprise Broly, but now it seems that they just think too much. So, the reason why you guys came to me shouldn't just show off Super Saiyan, right? Broly suddenly said meaningfully. Of course not. This time it was Vegeta who spoke. Like you just said, we are here to challenge you. Do you think your current combat strength can challenge me? Broly shook his head wordlessly, but he did not refuse the challenge of Son Goku and Vegeta. Since they want to seek thrills, Broly naturally does not refuse, just to let them know the gap between them and themselves. The current Monkey King and Vegeta have a combat power of about 500 million Super Saiyans, and even if they fight in a normal state, they are far from opponents. With Broly's combat power, even if he becomes an ordinary Super Saiyan, I am afraid that he can directly single out the demon view. Sun Wukong and Vegeta did not go together. These two people with strong self-esteem rarely joined forces together in the original work, let alone now. Vegeta's speed was a little faster than that of the Monkey King, and he rushed directly towards Broly, and then used the classic Prince combat method. Broly neither dodged nor dodged, because there was no need for it, until Vegeta spent a full half-minute without hurting Broly. Broly! Don't look down on people too much, I'll let you see my strongest moves. Vegeta looked angrily at Broly, thinking he was looking down on himself. Final flash! Vegeta clasped his hands together and opened them to face Broly, and a yellow ball of energy condensed in the middle, and lightning continued to appear. The final flash is a much stronger move than the Turtle School Qigong in terms of energy setting, although the speed of condensation is very slow, so Vegeta is generally not used much in the original work. Now, knowing that Broly won't dodge, Vegeta is ready to use the final flash to freeze the winner. Ha! With Vegeta's roar, a yellow wave of energy emanated from his hand and quickly rushed towards Broly. But Broly just showed a disdainful smile, waved his hand gently, and under Vegeta's surprised gaze, slapped his energy wave away. Since even the final flash has no effect, Vegeta naturally won't ask for hardship, and then Monkey King will go into battle. Sun Wukong is naturally not the kind of person who likes to face waves at once, so he fights hand-to-hand with Broly. Broly originally planned to directly kill Sun Wukong in seconds, but then he thought that it was better to teach him well, that is, the combat power of suppression, and then fought with him for a while. Boom! However, he naturally couldn't play with Sun Wukong for too long, so he took out a little strength and directly ended Sun Wukong with one punch. But Sun Wukong resisted more than Broly imagined, and actually resisted abruptly, and then went all out to send out Turtle Pai Kigong, but he was also easily slapped by Broly. "You guy is also too strong." Sun Wukong shook his head helplessly, and had no desire to continue fighting, especially now that his body had no strength. Broly just smiled slightly, and then comforted Sun Wukong. "Can't you say that? Are you defeated by me? Don't you have self-confidence? How is this possible? The stronger you are, the more excited I am, and I will definitely surpass you." Sun Wukong, a battle maniac, naturally can't have no confidence because of this. On the contrary, he is still full of fighting spirit now. Broly smiled. He was not worried about Sun Wukong, just comforted him. How could this guy Sun Wukong be the kind of person who would lose his self-confidence? Monkey King is arguably the most combat freak in the Dragon Ball world, and Vegeta is much worse than him. After this challenge, you should know the gap between you and me, but you don't need to worry. Super Saiyans are also ranked. If you have enough talent, you may surpass me. Although Sun Wukong does not need to worry, Vegeta's self-esteem is really serious, and if he is hit, it will be a little troublesome. That's why Broly said this to comfort them. To be precise, Vegeta listened. "You know, Vegeta is Sun Wukong's opponent, and Sun Wukong is his opponent, and if you want to be a good opponent, you must let your opponent also have an opponent." Looking at the figure of Sun Wukong and Vegeta leaving, Broly knew that although these two people could not surpass themselves now, the multiple of their improvement seemed to be above themselves, and if they did not work hard, they could really be surpassed. The legendary Super Saiyan talent is indeed powerful, and you can far surpass ordinary people without cultivation, but it does not mean that you are invincible. To tell a joke, hard work can surpass genius, and no matter how hard you try, it is impossible to surpass genius, unless that genius does not work hard. Chapter 054. Ha! 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 In the House of Time and Spirit, Monkey King is at war with Vegeta, who has been here for more than a year. To be precise, a year has passed since the last challenge to Broly, and they have entered the House of Time and Spirit 3 times. I don't know if it's because of Broly's stimulation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta directly reached the second order of Super Saiyan. Broly was sitting on a bench, watching their battle. If he hadn't accompanied them to cultivate, they wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. If they join forces to fight now, even if they are themselves, if they fight in a normal state, I am afraid it will take a while. The combat effectiveness of these two people is now around 20 billion, and Broly is not much stronger because he accompanies them to cultivate, just 50 billion. Although he said so, this is not something that the current Monkey King and Vegeta can achieve. With his current combat strength, even the normal should not be weaker than the complete body Shuru. No matter how much you cultivate now, it will be difficult for you to reach the full energy state of Super Saiyan. It is better to go outside first to breathe in the fresh air. Just as the two stopped cultivating and took a break, Broly's voice came at this time. Vegeta has no intention of leaving, whether now or in the original book. He is a crazy cultivation Saiyan, which he surpasses the Monkey King. It can be seen from here that talent at birth does not represent anything. Even if it is harder than Sun Wukong, it can only be the second. Son Goku finally decided to leave with Broly, and his grandfather Son Gohan once taught him that nothing should be rushed, which is why he chose to leave. Hey! Tenjin and Mr. Bobo. As soon as he came out of the House of Time and Spirit, Sun Wukong greeted the gods and Mr. Bobo. The celestial god nodded to the Monkey King, and then also said hello to Broly, and with the change of time, the celestial god did not reject Broly. Broly also nodded, kind of responding to the gods. Is Vegeta still cultivating? He is really crazy, but such crazy cultivation may not be a good thing. The god glanced at the entrance to the House of Time and Spirit and said to Broly. Don't worry, he will be measured, and the physique of the scion is not as fragile as you think." Broly shook his head indifferently, and the god of heaven saw this and did not speak more. "This is..." At this moment, Broly and Sun Wukong seemed to sense something and looked at the sky above the temple. Above the temple, a flying object suddenly appeared. Naturally it could not be an airplane, because the plane could not fly to such a high place. And it doesn't look like an airplane, more like an egg with feet, and it doesn't seem to be very big. Could it be an alien spacecraft? Broly is now very puzzled. He has noticed that it seems to be a time machine that is a big future special, but according to the development of the plot, it is too early to appear now. Could it be that because of my crossing, the plot of the Dragon Ball world has changed a lot? Broly had a guess in his mind. I don't know how badly this plot has changed. Is it Trunks who drives the time machine, or someone else? After all, he crossed and may be able to affect the parallel universe of this world, so maybe the person above may also be his daughter. Broly guessed, but then he knew that he had not yet reached this level. The time machine soon descended from above the temple, and opened the hatch in front of everyone's sight, and a blue-haired boy about 1.7 meters tall, here based on Dragon Ball Super, jumped down. Broly glanced at the blue-haired boy and found that his face looked like Vegeta, so Broly understood that this boy should be the future master in the original book. It seems that although I crossed myself, some aspects should be the same plot in the original work, which can only be said to be much earlier. Are you? Trunks originally wanted to talk to Sun Wukong, but I don't know why, but he was attracted by Broly next to him. Because of the Scion genes in his body, Trunks can also sense that Broly is a Scion and a pure Scion. This made Trunks very puzzled. In his cognition, there should be no other Scion except his father and Sun Wukong. Moreover, Trunks could clearly feel that Broly was powerful, even more powerful than the Monkey King next to him. This shifted Trunks' attention from Monkey King to Broly, but before he could speak, Monkey King spoke. Are you? Trunks also reacted at this time, thinking that his main thing was to see Sun Wukong, but he did not directly say his identity. Mr. Sun, can I go over there and talk to you? Trunks pointed to the edge of the temple and asked the Monkey King. Sun Wukong was stunned, seemingly unaware of Trunks' purpose, and looked at Broly, as if seeking his opinion. Broly nodded. He had already guessed what Trunks wanted to say, nothing more than about his identity, and the artificial human thing. Seeing Broly nodding, although Sun Wukong didn't know what happened, he still went over with Trunks, and then he spoke. Broly just watched the two quietly, and after listening to Trunks' words, Sun Wukong's expression seemed to become very surprised, but then he was very puzzled, and glanced at Broly strangely. Broly knew that the reason why Monkey King was so surprised was because he knew the identity of Trunks, but Trunks' father was Vegeta and his mother was Bulma. In this world, Bulma is his wife, which is probably why Sun Wukong looks at him with strange eyes. Speaking of which, Broly even had a little doubt in his heart whether the space-time he was in was the main space-time of the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 055. Of course, doubt is doubt, even if this is really not the main time and space of Dragon Ball. Broly believes that he can definitely become the strongest in the universe, and it is a big deal to travel through time and space in the future. In a fan game like Dragon Ball Heroes, there are also a lot of traversal pictures, so it's a big deal to wait until you are strong and see if you can try to cross. And, as Broly thought in his heart, this is just a doubt, whether it is right or not, it is better not to think about it. Trunks Monkey King said for a few minutes, and then he told something again, and he was ready to leave. That's right. I want to ask, who is the person next to Mr. Sun? He seems to be a Scion too. Trunks couldn't help but be curious about Broly, so he asked Monkey King. You said Broly. Sun Wukong thought for a while, and then replied, he is indeed a Scion, and he is also a legendary Super Scion. Pass on. Legendary Super Scion? When Trunks heard this title, he was immediately taken aback. Yes. And he is much stronger than me, even if it is the artificial human you mentioned, it should not be his opponent. Sun Wukong said again. Mr. Sun, can I fight you? And it's a battle to turn into a Super Saiyan. Trunks seemed to think for a moment, and asked Sun Wukong again. Of course, I also want to see your strength, so that I may know how powerful the artificial human is. Sun Wukong not only did not refuse, but on the contrary, he was full of fighting intent. Then I'll become a Super Saiyan first. After Trunks finished speaking, he became a Super Saiyan, and Sun Wukong also became a Super Saiyan immediately after. It seems that he is going to fight like in the original book, but now Sun Wukong has comprehended the second stage, which is beyond the power of artificial humans. Broly thought, of course, not including Shiryu. The battle picture is similar to the original, and Trunks is only a little probing, so he didn't give his full strength, and Sun Wukong just blocked Trunks' attack with one finger. But at this time, Broly also knew about Trunks' combat effectiveness, which was about 400 million. But the plot still changed, and I don't know if it was to pretend to be compared or what's going on, and Sun Wukong turned into the second stage of Super Saiyan. This is... Feeling that Sun Wukong's chi had increased a lot, Trunks showed a surprised expression on his face. This is the second stage of Super Saiyan, and the combat effectiveness can be improved rapidly, but it is more physically exhausting and requires a quick victory. Monkey King replied. I didn't expect such a transformation. Trunks was stunned, but soon showed a firm expression, clenched the sword in his hand, and slashed towards Sun Wukong. But in just an instant, Sun Wukong flashed behind Trunks, and a hand knife knocked Trunks back to normal. It's so powerful, maybe such a power has surpassed the artificial human. Trunks looked at Sun Wukong with joy and said excitedly. But even if I am now, I am not Broly's opponent, to be precise, he and I are not opponents, let alone Super Saiyan after transformation. Is he so powerful? When Trunks said this, his voice trembled, and his pupils contracted a little. Of course. I'm the strongest Saiyan. At this moment, Broly walked up to Trunks and pretended to say. The strongest Saiyan? If you are really above Mr. Sun, then you really have the strongest Saiyan. Trunks nodded. If only there were people like you in my time and space, Trunks thought to himself, an uncomfortable expression on his face. Do you want to be stronger? I know you're from the future, but it's a parallel universe that can't affect your space-time, and you should understand that. Trunks stared into Broly's eyes, as if he wanted to see him through, but looking at it like this, he had a feeling that he was being seen through. I know. So, can you make me stronger? Trunks asked, looking expectantly at Broly. Whenever he sees those who are in dire straits in the future, every time he thinks of his dead companions and masters, Trunks feels very uncomfortable. Therefore, he really wanted to become stronger in his heart, but in the time and space he was in, no matter how he cultivated, he just couldn't surpass the artificial man. Desperate, he could only come here for help, originally planning to give Sun Wukong the medicine for toxic heart disease, but who knew that this place was completely different from his time and space. Broly nodded, then pointed to the House of Time and Spirit, and said, cultivating there, 1 year inside is equal to 1 day outside. Really? Trunks looked at the House of Time and Spirit in disbelief. Why did I never know there was such a place in the temple? Maybe it's because in your time and space, no one knows about it yet, and the gods have already been killed. Broly guessed. You know something about artificial humans. Could it be that you heard it? Trunks looked at Broly in amazement and asked. Broly nodded. He naturally couldn't have gotten to Trunks himself to be a traverser and know all things about the Dragon Ball world. Trunks wasn't surprised for long, nodding to Broly. The gods had been killed by androids before he had grown up, so it was normal for him not to know. Vegeta is cultivating inside now, although I have appeared in this time and space, but he is also your father. Broly said to Trunks again. I don't even know how to meet him now, but I haven't seen my father in so long, so I really want to see him now. Trunks said, a lonely expression on his face. Then you should go back and report to your mother for safety first, and then you may be able to try to cultivate so that you can defeat the artificial people over there. Is it really okay to do this? Trunks looked at Broly with a searching gaze. Can I really be stronger than an artificial human? If even you don't believe you, then who else do you expect to believe you? Broly spoke his famous quote again. Trunks was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then suddenly showed a determined expression. Indeed. I see what you mean, Mr. Broly. Trunks bowed to Broly and asked, Mr. Broly, when I return, can you please train me? He had decided that he would defeat the androids on his own, and at this time he needed a teacher, and Trunks believed that Broly was the best option. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 056. If you really decide, then I can consider helping you cultivate. You better go back to the future first. Broly replied. Trunks nodded. He did want to go back to report his mother's safety, so even if he wanted to practice, he would have to wait until later. After Trunks decided, he spoke to Broly again, and then drove the time machine back. He told you when the artificial humans will come to Earth? Give me the exact time. Broly glanced at the Monkey King and asked. Now it can no longer be based on the original plot, the plot has changed a lot, and Trunks came here so early in advance, so the artificial people may also come out early. I forgot, haha. Sun Wukong smiled a little awkwardly. He directly forgot the time and place because of the previous battle and the idea of artificial humans. Broly looked at Broly speechlessly, but he couldn't help it. Sun Wukong's head was like this, all his IQ was used in battle, and the rest really had nothing to say. A year later, at 10 o'clock on May 12, in the southwest of Nandu, a small island 9 kilometers away. Just when Broly was a little distressed, the voice of the god came over and had already come to their side. Broly glanced at the celestial gods and remembered that the nemesis had good hearing, so the celestial gods should have heard their words as well. Broly thought for a moment. The location had not changed anything, but the time had been shortened again. This was only 1 year, but 3 years in the original book. A year later, Son Gohan is only 2 years old. It seems that he will not be able to train him during this time. I am afraid that he can only wait for the time of Majin Buu. Broly thought of Son Gohan again at this time. He really didn't want to give up such a genius, otherwise it would be too wasteful. Goku, when your son grows up, let him cultivate well. If Kiki has to make him a scholar, you will go to Shenlong for help, and you must not let him waste his talent. Sun Wukong was stunned, as if he felt that this matter was a little troublesome, but he did not intend to refuse, because from Broly's words, his son seemed to be very talented. I'll do my best. Sun Wukong nodded, neither agreeing nor refusing, but Broly felt a little helpless in his heart. What is best effort? Although Shenlong is no longer worth much now, it is very simple to make Kiki a good daughter-in-law or let a person have all the knowledge of the world, but you can't do it yourself. It should be said that you won't think about it this way. But what does it mean that the dragon is not worth anything? Sun Wukong was very puzzled in his heart, but he didn't ask more, and he also didn't want his child to be a scholar. That's right. Broly thought of something, and said to Sun Wukong, you also tell Vegeta about this by the way, so that it can also promote his faster cultivation. Sun Wukong nodded. Although he did not know the exact strength of the artificial humans, he already wanted to fight them, so he entered the House of Time and Spirit again. Sun Wukong entered the House of Time and Spirit again. Broly naturally will not enter again, artificial people or something he does not put in his eyes, at least for now. After leaving the temple, Broly entered his ordinary life, cultivating when he should cultivate, and accompanying his wife and children when he should accompany his wife and children. Bulma still understands Broly very well. But occasionally she also has something, so Broly also sometimes brings children. And just like that, a year passed quickly. During this time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta cultivated well, and their combat effectiveness also improved, but they did not improve much. Monkey King soon arrived at Broly's house to assemble, and then the two flew towards the location. Trunks said, "Vegeta, he hasn't come over yet, he should have listened to your words, and he didn't want to fight with androids." Sun Wukong is Dao again. Broly was suddenly a little funny, with the combat power of Monkey King and Vegeta, unless he came out directly from Shailu, it was simply not interesting. Broly also told Monkey King and Vegeta about this very early, which is why Vegeta is no longer interested in artificial humans. But Sun Wukong is the one who wants to fight with everyone, especially after making artificial humans can't sense the breath, so it's a little interesting to him. But the first to come out are Cyborg 19 and Cyborg 20, which are probably a little stronger than Frieza. Unless the plot changes completely, and they go straight to the complete body Shuru as soon as they pass, this battle is not interesting at all. I'm afraid that the only one among the androids who can make themselves interested now is the artificial man number 18, and even Shuru can't make him feel interesting. Cyborg number 18 is a recognized goddess in the Dragon Ball world and a goddess in Broly's previous life, and it would be too wasteful to give her to Klin. However, Broly also has a wife now, so whether he can accept the 18th, he does not know in his heart, because he also loves Bulma. Broly didn't think much about it, because he had already arrived on the island with the Monkey King and found that there was indeed a city here, a very large island. Broly naturally doesn't care about the lives of these people, but Sun Wukong is different, so this makes him very distressed. If we fight here, these people will definitely be finished, so we have to find a way to lure the enemy away. Monkey King said to Broly. No need. Broly shook his head, just rely on their current combat strength, just find them directly to kill them, or directly control them. Are you sure? Although listening to you, they don't seem to be very strong, but what if there is one? Sun Wukong was still a little worried. Don't worry, nothing will happen, don't you still believe me? Broly shook his head indifferently and asked Sun Wukong with a smile. Yes, what is there to worry about with you? Sun Wukong also smiled, and then the two landed on the island. The priority now is naturally to find the artificial human, but Broly already has a plan in his heart, he wants to capture Dr. Grow alive. Chapter 057. Where would they be with artificial humans, you say? Sun Wukong scanned the surroundings suspiciously, and then said with some distress, this city is not small. Broly nodded, it was not easy to find number 19 and number 20 in such a city. But fortunately, Broly knows what numbers 19 and 20 look like, otherwise he will have to look for it. Even if this is just a small city, it is difficult to find. Let's look for it separately, it should be a little faster. Broly glanced at the crowds around him and said to Sun Wukong. But we don't know what an artificial human looks like, how do we find it? Monkey King asked Broly suspiciously. I know, one is an old man, the other is a white fat man, they will definitely walk together, you just have to find it. Broly replied. This way. Then let's go find it quickly. As soon as he knew what the artificial human looked like, Sun Wukong did not ask Broly how he knew, and directly left to find the artificial human. Seeing Sun Wukong leave, Broly also began to look for artificial humans, but unlike Sun Wukong's impatient appearance, he slowly swallowed away. Although it has been decided to capture number 20 alive, with his combat effectiveness, naturally it will not be very urgent, anyway, sooner or later they will make a move, it is better to wait for them to do it before finding them. Of course, if you find them before they do it, it's a different story. Boom! Looks like Goku found them first. Looking at the explosion in the distance, Broly shrugged helplessly. Broly could sense that Monkey King's chi was rising, and he should not have turned into a Super Saiyan yet, but he should already be in battle. With Sun Wukong's state of never using his full strength at the beginning, it will definitely be a long time ago, and naturally he will not become a Super Saiyan at the beginning. Phew! Now that the situation is known, Broly naturally wants to go over. Of course he will not use flight, teleportation is naturally the first choice. Snap! Syllable! But who knew that he came directly to the middle of the battle between Sun Wukong and number 19, and punched it well, so he could only subconsciously catch it. What? Number 20 looked at this situation in surprise, but when he saw the person coming, he was no longer surprised. Number 19 quickly retreated to number 20, and Sun Wukong naturally came to Broly's side, and then the two looked at the artificial man. You don't seem to surprise me, it looks like you should know something about me. Broly glanced at the calm number 20 and said with a smile. Yes. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Number 20 also looked at Broly and was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Broly smiled, he knew that number 20 had a machine tracking bug to stay next to them, and after Broly came to Earth, he was naturally known by number 20. Although Broly knew, he couldn't know which one a bug was, plus he didn't fear artificial humans at all, so he ignored it. You seem to know us the same, and you seem to know in advance that we will come to this city. Number 20 asked suspiciously. Almost. Broly nodded, not denying it, but not saying much. Whatever, so you're here to stop us, or to defeat us? Number 20 looked at Broly and Sun Wukong playfully and asked with a smile. Although he knows the power of the legendary Super Saiyan, his computer cannot calculate the accurate power, which makes him not very afraid of Broly. Some people are indeed worried or afraid because they don't know the exact strength of the other party, but some people are very confident in their own strength, so even if they don't know the strength of the other party, they won't be afraid. The 20th is clearly such a person. That's not my purpose yet, but I'm going to play first. Broly smiled, then turned his gaze to Sun Wukong and said, You go and fight that white fat man, remember not to use pneumatics, his hands can absorb energy. This guy really knows us well. Number 20 looked at Broly with slightly narrowed eyes, wondering where Broly knew this. Good. I know. Well. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded, but before he finished speaking, his face turned pale, and then he put his hand over his heart. It's really sick. The reason why Broly did not let Sun Wukong send Qigong was actually not because he was worried that the 19th would absorb it, but because after Sun Wukong's illness, his combat effectiveness would drop a lot. Although he knew this, Sun Wukong had never taken this matter to heart, so he didn't even bring the medicine for toxic heart disease, but even if he did, it couldn't be good all at once. However, he came here just to capture number 20 alive, which is equivalent to just playing a game, and it is a big deal to bring Sun Wukong back later. Sun Wukong naturally proposed to fight elsewhere, but number 20 did not directly destroy everywhere like in the original book, he agreed to fight with him on the 19th. Now that they're gone, it's time for us to get down to business. After seeing Sun Wukong and number 19 leaving, Broly suddenly said to number 20. Number 20 hates Sun Wukong the most, and the reason for creating artificial humans is to seek revenge on Sun Wukong in addition to wanting to rule the whole earth. And now he is confronting himself here, apparently deciding to solve himself first, and for the 20th, Broly should be the strongest opponent. You said you wanted to get down to business. What does it mean? Number 20 looked at Broly suspiciously, as if he felt like he was being trapped. I'm going to your base, Dr. Gro. Broly almost bit the words Dr. Gro. After hearing the 4 words Dr. Gro on the 20th, his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just an Android 20 made by Drive Gro. However, number 20 quickly regained his composure and directly vetoed it. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, I'll let you personally admit that you're Dr. Gro. A grim smile hung on Broly's face, which made number 20 couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 058. Then let me see the strength of the legendary Super Saiyan. Dr. Gro quickly calmed down again and took up a fighting stance. Don't worry, soon you will understand the gap between you and me. The smile on Broly's face widened infinitely, and then he was the first to strike in an instant. It happened. What's going on? Sun Wukong and number 19 looked at the scene in front of them in surprise, and even forgot about the battle. Just when they were puzzled, in fact, because Sun Wukong had a heart attack and did not use his full strength, Broly suddenly appeared. But it had only been a while since they left, and Broly had already arrived with them, and he was still holding a embarrassed man in his hand, slowly floating in the air. The embarrassed man in Broly's hand was none other than number 20, that is, Dr. Gro. Dr. Gro now had fear and confusion on his face, in addition to embarrassment, and his body was weakly thrown to the ground by Broly. Speaking of, what happened just now? Could this be? Is the legendary Super Saiyan powerful? It's unbelievable. Dr. Gro barely turned his head to look at Broly. He only remembered that Broly only used a little bit of combat power, and then just used the mentality of playing games to defeat himself strongly. This guy's strength is too great, and he seems to be able to transform, maybe stronger than the complete Shailu. Dr. Gro thought uncomfortably. Shailu is the strongest artificial human he hides, but here he has given up manufacturing because he is afraid that he will not be able to control such artificial people. The Shailu in the original book is also from the parallel universe of the future. Number 19, don't do it. The power of this person is far beyond our data. Seeing that number 19 seemed to want to make a move, number 20 hurriedly stopped it. Number 19 was stunned. He originally thought that number 20 would become like this, because of carelessness, but now it seems that this is not the case. Broly glanced at the Monkey King and found that his face had become increasingly pale, and he covered his hand in the place of his heart. Bike, you can come out now, hurry up, and bring Goku back. Broly suddenly shouted into the distance, making Sun Wukong stunned for a moment. In fact, in the course of this year, in addition to cultivation, he also went to Vic and took him as a subordinate. Although Vic did not meet Son Gohan, he became not very evil for some other reason, and with Broly guiding him to cultivate, he became his companion and subordinate. As Sun Wukong and the others looked over, Vic also walked out slowly, and then nodded to Broly. Broly, what the hell is going on, why is Vic here? After being carried by Bike, Sun Wukong asked Broly suspiciously. I'll tell you this after you're cured, I have something else to do now, so you can leave with Vic first. Seeing that Broly didn't mean to answer, Sun Wukong didn't ask more, especially since he was still suffering from illness. So, in order for you to obediently take me to your research room, you must kill the chickens and monkeys. After Broly saw Sun Wukong and Vic leave, he had a grim smile on his face again. What do you want to do? Number 20 looked at Broly suspiciously, and found that his gaze was turning to number 19, and immediately understood what he wanted to do. Don't worry, number 20, I can definitely beat this guy. Number 19 still didn't know about Broly's horror and looked at Broly with disdain. But as soon as his words were finished, Broly came directly behind him in a flash, and without saying a word, he twisted his head off. If you want to kill chickens and monkeys, you must be cruel. If not cruel, you must not make people feel fear, and fear is naturally the best way to kill chickens and monkeys. Now, can you take me there? Broly threw No 19's head on the ground and asked number 20 with an evil smile. Number 20 looked at this scene in fear, and then slowly nodded to Broly, although he didn't know what Broly was going to his research room for, but now he didn't refuse at all. Is this your lab? Broly and number 20 came to a mountain room, looked at the iron gate in front of them, and asked. Yes. Number 20 nodded, Now he didn't dare to hide Broly a little, he was worried that Broly would kill himself in anger. Number 20 was about to open the iron gate, but Broly took the lead and smashed the iron door with a punch. I don't like wasting time too much, take me now to the place where artificial humans are made. After Broly finished doing this, he glanced at the terrified number 20 and said lightly. Number 20 nodded in horror, and then quickly led the way ahead, and the two soon arrived at the place where artificial humans were made. Is this where you make artificial humans? Broly glanced around and saw that it was full of containers that could hold a person. Yes. This is where I make artificial humans. Dr. Gro nodded quickly, and then asked, so I can ask you now, why are you here? Although he feared that he might be killed, he wondered why Broly insisted on coming to his lab. I want to liberate all androids. There should be a remote control that controls androids. It seems that you can turn off their energy. You? How would you know so much? Number 20 looked at Broly suspiciously, his eyes were a little evasive, as if he didn't want to admit it. I said, I'm not the type of person who likes to waste time. Broly grabbed number 20 by the neck and lifted him up. Give me the remote control now. If you dare to play any tricks, you should know the consequences. Bro said in an undeniable tone. Number 20 breathed hard, then glanced at Broly in fear, and finally nodded helplessly. He knew that he had nothing to hide in front of this person, because this person knew him very well. Chapter 059. Is this the remote control that controls the energy of the artificial human? Broly looked at an ordinary remote control in his hand and asked number 20. If I'm not mistaken, you should be releasing all the androids. Since that's the case, I naturally won't give you a fake. Number 20 replied helplessly. That's kind of interesting, why would I release them and you wouldn't give me a fake? When Broly heard this, he was even more puzzled. Because after they came out, I didn't worry about you killing me, but they killed me. When number 20 said this, his face looked a little complicated. Oh. Broly smiled, he naturally knew that number 17 and number 18 hated number 20 very much. After all, no one would want to be forcibly used for experiments and transformations. Broly played with the remote control in his hand, and he seemed to have some thoughts in his heart, and he couldn't help but smile on his face, but it quickly flashed. Since you know my thoughts, don't hurry up and release them. Broly said, glancing at number 20 with a threatening look. I know. Number 20 hesitated, obviously struggling in his heart, but in the end he could only nod helplessly, because he knew that there was only one dead end for refusal. Snap! Now that he had decided, he naturally did not hesitate, and soon opened the hatches of containers number 17 and number 18. The two opened their eyes almost at the same time, and they glanced at number 20 expressionlessly, before noticing Broly's presence. Are you? Number 17 seemed to be a little confused about Broly's identity, but he soon noticed the controller in Broly's hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Dr. Gro, why did you also transform yourself into a human being? Number 18 naturally noticed Broly and the controller in his hand, so he did not act rashly, but asked number 20 with a smile. Oh. Because I also want to have eternal life. A cold sweat crossed No 20's face, he was very worried about being killed by these two men. Let's not mention this for now, let me introduce you. Before the 20th could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Broly. My name is Broly. Broly said such a sentence indifferently, and immediately crushed the controller in his hand. What? Number 20 looked at this scene in disbelief and asked suspiciously, You? Why are you doing this? Why? Broly thought for a moment, and then replied very seriously, because I don't need anything like this. What an interesting person, we have you in the information in our head, you seem to be a legendary Super Saiyan. Number 18 laughed at Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan. Number 17 seemed to have thought of something, and a smile also appeared on his face. you seem to be stronger than Sun Wukong. Almost. Broly nodded indifferently, and by the way, he looked at number 17 and number 18, and found that the personalities of these two people were still similar to those in the original book, at least they thought they were the strongest, so there was a feeling that no one was in sight. If they hadn't crushed the controller directly and surprised them, they might not have put themselves in their eyes, which made Broly a little unhappy. So, do you know why I released you? A weird smile appeared on Broly's face. He had decided to teach the two of them a good lesson. I guess you want to challenge us. After all, it says that you scions are all aggressive. The 17th was smart and thought of it almost all at once. You're only half right, to be precise, I just want to have fun with you. Broly said this with a hint of disdain, just to anger number 17 and number 18. Sure enough, after hearing these words, number 17 and number 18, their eyes became a little indifferent, and their eyes narrowed slightly. Scions don't look just aggressive, they're also very self-sufficient. Number 18 stared at Broly with an unhappy face, already planning to make a move. No way, who told you to be so blind? If I don't teach you a lesson, even I can't say it myself. Broly laughed nonchalantly. Since you think we have no one in sight, how about we take a gamble? The 17th also seems to have its own plans. Oh, Broly also showed an interesting expression at this time. What do you want to bet? If you win, me and number 17 will be your people, and if you lose, let us drive. The 17th did not speak, and the 18th spoke first. Number 17 was stunned, as if he didn't expect number 18 to be really angry, but he didn't refute it, because he also planned to do so. You became my people. Broly thought that this was a bit of a big bet. It seems that number 18 was really rushed by himself, otherwise he would have gambled so much. In fact, Broly originally planned to take these two, and number 17 and number 18 were geniuses in battle, especially number 17, in Dragon Ball Super, they have cultivated to the strength of being tough with Super Blue Goku. There is also the 18th, this is the first goddess in the Dragon Ball world, although Broly did not intend to push her, but it is still very good to become his own subordinate, at least he must not let Klin Arch. It's not good here, let's go outside. Number 17 spoke first, and then rushed over first, while number 18 glanced at Broly defiantly and followed out. Broly smiled a little, he didn't mind playing with number 17 and number 18 and then conquering them with absolute power. Broly didn't rush out too quickly, but set his sights on another container with the number 16 written on it. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Cyborg No 16. Broly thought about it for a moment and finally decided to release Cyborg 16. Artificial man number 16 can be said to be the best of all artificial humans, of course, artificial man number 8 is also good. Chapter 060. The combat effectiveness of Cyborg 16 should be second only to Super 13 and Shailu, although it is not very strong for him now, but it is also a combat force. Artificial people should be able to be promoted, maybe in the future on the 16th will give themselves a different surprise, which is why he decided to release him. No 17 and number 18 should not have such good patience, I'd better release number 16 quickly. After Broly finished thinking about it, he pressed the button to open the container. Why haven't you come out yet? Are you afraid to fight us? But at this time, the 18th broke in, and it is obvious that compared with the maturity of the future, the current number 18 looks a lot younger. Hey? This is number 16? At this time, number 17 also returned, and noticed the container that had been opened, and glanced at number 16 inside. I was wondering if you two would be too lonely, so I released this number 16. Broly looked at the two with a smile and said. Whatever you want, and I'm also very interested in number 16, but aren't you worried about the three of us dealing with you together? Number 17 looked at Broly playfully, as if to tell him that you had made a very stupid decision, because it would be against you at all. I don't care, so if I defeat the three of you and join forces, I may make you believe me more." Broly smiled nonchalantly. "Cut. You guy, you are really very arrogant. I just want to say that Sun Wukong is the same as you?" Number 18 looked at Broly unpleasantly and asked. "He's the opposite of me." Broly smiled and found that number 16 had stood up, just like number 17 and number 18 before him, expressionless. "On the 16th, you finally woke up. Do you know that you were resuscitated by the enemy?" Number 17 is always a smile, to number 16. Number 16 also glanced at the three at this time. His gaze stayed on Broly for the longest time, but he never spoke. "Well, since the 16th has been revived, then let's go out quickly. After all, after fighting him, we still have to go to find Sun Wukong." The 18th reminded the others at this time. "Got it." Number 17 nodded helplessly, and then said to number 16, "Let's go. You should also be made by Dr. Gero to deal with the Monkey King, right?" The 16th finally spoke at this time. "My purpose is only to kill Sun Wukong, and I will not attack others." "Is it? But that's okay, whatever you want." Number 17 was stunned, but he didn't care, because they only killed when they wanted to. In fact, in Dragon Ball Super, whether it is the 17th or the 18th, they have become good people, and they already have wives and children. The crowd soon arrived outside, with number 17 and number 16 standing aside, because they did not want to meddle in the battle. "Let me see if you have the ability to be arrogant." The 18th also calmed down at this time and said to Broly like a royal sister. "For a beautiful woman like you, even if you really don't have the ability, you have to hold out a little ability." Broly wasn't worried at all, and even teased number 18. "Don't worry, if you do win, you can say anything, and I want to know how you are doing in that regard." Number 18 was naturally not far behind, and even teased Broly. "This character is a little different from the original book. Could it be that this is also because of the butterfly effect that I crossed?" Broly had some doubts in his heart, but by this time the 18th had already rushed towards him. But Broly didn't think too much. He liked number 18 like it, and now that number 18 has rushed over, he doesn't have time to think about it. Although with Broly's combat strength, even if he stands still and lets number 18 fight, there will be no damage in the slightest, but if number 18 wants to play, he doesn't mind. Broly almost easily dodged all of Cyborg 18's attacks, but he didn't fight back, just dodged. Abominable fellow! Could it be that the legendary Super Saiyan's only hide? Number 18 was a little embarrassed, but he began to be vigilant. No 18's head is not stupid, knowing that Broly can dodge her attacks so easily, maybe the combat power is above her, which makes her have to be vigilant. Broly was about to make a slight move on number 18, so as not to make her think that she would only hide, when number 17 suddenly hit him with an energy wave. "It seems that you are planning to deal with me with number 18, but this is good. 1 by 1 is naturally not as good as 2 together. Originally, I was going to fight you 1 by 2, just let the 18th play with you first." The 17th, after listening to Broly's words, replied. "Number 17. What are you doing?" But at this time, number 18 asked with an unhappy face, "Who let you meddle in this battle? Do you think I can't win? Don't be stubborn anymore. He can dodge your attacks so easily, it means that his combat power should be above you and me, don't be careless." Number 17 replied in a deep voice. No 18's eyes widened for a moment, and then he calmed down, knowing that he couldn't play tantrums at this time, so he was ready to deal with Broly with number 17. "Why don't you go together on the 16th?" Number 18 glanced at number 16, who did not make any movement, and asked number 17, "Is he so unsociable?" "Yes. He doesn't seem interested in anyone other than the Monkey King, and he seems to have been born from nothing." After saying that, number 17 rushed towards Broly. Although number 18 was surprised that number 16 was born from nothing, the most important thing now is to deal with Broly. Looking at number 17 and number 18, who were quickly rushing towards him, Broly also planned to be a little more serious and directly conquer them with overwhelming combat power. As for the future, Broly had another plan in mind, of course, to win the 17th and 18th first, although it was simply the right thing to do. Chapter 061. Abominable. I didn't expect this guy to be able to hide so much. No 18's face was a little ugly. Originally thought that if he went with number 17, he would catch Broly, but now it seems that he has obviously thought too much. Number 17's expression was also a little incredulous. Broly was far more powerful than the information Dr. Gro gave them. That's not right. To be precise, Dr. Gro did not fully calculate his strength, perhaps it was just that we initially thought that he was not as strong as us. Number 17's eyes narrowed slightly, already guessing what was going on. Well, it's almost the event that has started, it's time to show a little strength. Broly dodged the attack of the two again and smiled. I thought you were going to continue hiding, it seems that you are finally ready to start, I hope you will not disappoint us. While speaking, number 17 also took a fighting stance, and number 18 naturally did so. When Broly was about to strike to kill the two in an instant, number 16 also came to their side and made a move against Broly. Broly was now hit by number 16 because of the suppression of combat effectiveness, but nothing happened. The 16th actually hit him. Both number 17 and number 18 showed a look of surprise on their faces. Doesn't that mean he's stronger than us? But in terms of information, number 16 does not seem to be as strong as us, and it seems that the so-called data is not reliable at all. By this time the 18th no longer believed Dr. Gro's information. Number 16 has now shown more combat power than number 17 and number 18, and many of his fists hit Broly. Boom! But this didn't last long, and under the surprised eyes of number 17 and number 18, Broly punched number 16 directly and also crooked his face. Broly didn't want to kill number 16, so he didn't punch him directly, but it seems that he didn't use his full strength, and number 16 actually stood up again. The reason why number 16 will make a move is because it is found that number 17 and number 18 cannot deal with Broly together, so they are worried that something will happen to them, so they make a move. But he found that although his combat effectiveness was stronger than number 17 and number 18, he was also not Broly's opponent, so after standing up, he did not rush to strike. Let's strike together, so maybe there is a possibility of winning. Number 16 glanced at number 17 and number 18 and said loudly to them. Number 17 and number 18 nodded, and then the three of them sent out energy waves with all their strength and quickly blasted towards Broly. Broly couldn't help but show a disdainful smile on his face, very dodgy, and directly prepared to use his body to resist the energy waves of the three. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the energy wave of the three people almost flattened the nearby mountains, and the flames of the explosion quickly dissipated, leaving only dust in the sky. Did you kill him? Number 18 looked at the location of the explosion suspiciously, because the sky was full of dust, and he couldn't see the situation inside at all. I don't know, but that guy is so terrifying, I really don't think such an attack has the potential to solve him. The 17th was also looking at the location of the explosion. No 16's eyes narrowed slightly at the location of the explosion, and soon he sensed something and looked at the sky above him with surprised eyes. Seeing this, number 17 and number 18 also looked at the sky, and immediately found that I don't know when Broly had appeared above them. How? Did you feel victory just now? Broly looked at the three with a smile and said in a playful voice. This guy. Number 17 clenched his fists, not knowing whether it was anger or surprise. As for number 16 and number 18, they were slightly calmer, but their eyes were equally surprised. You should be able to calculate the energy in someone else's body, or try to calculate the energy in my body. At this moment, Broly suddenly laughed again. The three artificial humans suddenly had question marks written on their faces, as if they didn't know what Broly wanted to do, and nodded subconsciously. Ugh! Without saying a word, Broly turned into a Super Saiyan, and the powerful energy value almost burst the detection system of the artificial human. Is this really the energy value that a mortal body can achieve? Far beyond us, said number 17 dumbfounded. The energy of future artificial humans is infinite, but there must be a level, and their level is naturally no better than Broly, who has become a Super Saiyan. But this is not the end. After Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan, he is ready to undergo a second transformation, which is the legendary Super Saiyan. Ah! Ah! Broly's roar continued, his body swelled in a circle, and his hair immediately turned green, and more than the hair of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Under the astonished gazes of the three androids, their detection system began to notice the increase in Broly's energy again, and it far surpassed the previous transformation. Wait! Why is his energy still increasing, as if there is no limit? Number 18 noticed something at this time, and his eyes were horrified. Number 17 and number 16 naturally felt this, and this powerful energy made them sweat coldly on their faces. Only now did they know Broly's true strength, a desperately powerful, incomparably powerful. Broly did not continue to maintain the legendary Super Saiyan form, and when he saw that his goal had been achieved, he changed back to normal. How? Do you know if I'm strong, so do you want to keep fighting? Broly smiled and asked the trio. The three artificial people glanced at each other, and finally could only helplessly cow their heads at Broly. Since they already knew the gap in strength, they would naturally not continue to fight. So? Is that previous agreement still counting? Broly suddenly smiled, and then looked at number 18 with very interesting eyes. This is a pit you dug yourself. Now that they know their strength, it's time to carry out the plan in their hearts. Chapter 062. Number 17 and number 18 looked at Broly in silence, and it can be said that he wanted to cry without tears in his heart, which was simply digging a hole and burying himself. Of course we keep our promise, since we are not your opponents, we will listen to whatever we want. Number 18 spoke first. The 17th also nodded. They are not the kind of people who like to break their promises. Since they lose, the promises will naturally be kept. However, this is just a promise from the two of us, not about the 16th, so he shouldn't need to be your person, right? Broly glanced at number 17, who said this, and thought that he was quite righteous, but this was not wrong, and number 16 really did not bet with him. Broly smiled inwardly, thinking it was time to trick these people, especially since although they kept their promises, it did not mean that they completely obeyed themselves. Of course, I'm not going to involve unrelated people. You don't have to worry about this, since they will follow you. I, as an artificial human, will naturally follow you. However, Broly had just finished speaking, and the 16th suddenly spoke. The words of the 16th surprised the 17th and 18th, and then asked him why he was so stupid. Number 16 didn't care to answer, he was very bored looking for Sun Wukong alone, it was better to join them. After hearing this reason, number 17 and number 18 said on the surface why number 16 was so stupid, but they were a little moved in their hearts. Well, I'm not the kind of person who likes to deprive people of their freedom, even if the previous agreement is annulled, you can do whatever you want. At this moment, Broly suddenly smiled at the three. Hey! Broly's words surprised the three artificial people. Don't you want us to be your people? Why did you suddenly say the opposite at this time? What do you mean by that? Number 18 was the first of the three artificial humans to react. Since it is a promised thing, it is natural to do it. Are you looking down on us? Naturally, I will not look down on you, and I also said that I will not force you. Broly smiled and shook his head. I can sense that you guys aren't really trying to be me. Number 18 looked at Broly in silence. In fact, she really did not really want to be Broly's person, only because of the promise, so she agreed to Broly. And, Do you think I'll look down on a beautiful woman like you? Broly smiled again, I admire you very much. The 18th didn't know what to say at this time. She really hated Broly, but after being praised, she was a little happy. Broly naturally noticed this and thought that his routine had succeeded, but did not continue to boast. So, said Broly, just in time to find number 18 leaning against the mountain wall. It was the wall that knocked her. I hope that a beautiful woman like you will truly become my person. You bastard! Number 18 didn't seem to expect that she would be knocked by Broly, and immediately blushed because of shyness, but she didn't hate this feeling in her heart. She didn't know why she didn't hate this feeling, maybe because the person was good looking. Broly kept smiling and then gave her a kiss on the cheek under the surprised gaze of the 18th. Wow! Broly's move surprised number 18 once again, and made her face even redder, and she immediately punched Broly. Broly easily took the punch of number 18, and then smiled gently at her, pretending to be sad. I will be very sad if you treat me like this. I don't think you guy will be sad. Number 18 roared and kicked again, but was easily dodged by Broly. I'm not lying, I'm really sad if you do this to me. Broly smiled lightly and said with a sincere face. Number 18 did not speak. She naturally knew that Broly was flirting with her sister, so a few of his words were true. Naturally she couldn't believe it. But number 18 hoped that Broly's words were true, and as for why he thought so, number 18 also didn't know in his heart. Well, really? At this time, number 17 finally spoke, and asked Broly, isn't it a little too much for you to tease my sister like this? Will it? Broly waved his hand innocently, I don't think it's overkill, because I think your sister likes this. Who likes it? Before Broly could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the 18th. How can you say that? If my instincts are right, you should like it. Broly glanced at number 18, who looked unhappy, and continued innocently. It's the first time I've seen someone as cheeky as you. Number 18 clenched his fists, really didn't know how to describe Broly, and finally just held out such a sentence. Broly didn't answer this time, just laughed secretly in his heart. If a man wants to chase the woman he likes, he must do one thing, that is, be cheeky. Forget it. Broly suddenly shook his head with a smile, and then asked the three, you should continue to look for Sun Wukong in the future, right? The three artificial people were stunned, and finally the 16th reacted first, and replied in a deep voice, yes. We will not give up the task of hunting down and killing the Monkey King. In that case, we will definitely meet again, because I often practice with him. If you change your mind later, you can come to me. It seems that you are for this purpose, so you asked if we will continue to hunt down and kill Sun Wukong. After listening to Broly's words on the 17th, he suddenly realized. Of course, and you can rest assured that if you just chase and kill Sun Wukong, I won't make a move. Broly said something that surprised the three artificial humans again. Why? Isn't he your friend? Number 18 looked at Broly suspiciously. She really felt strange about Broly's words. It's because he's a friend, that's why I believe him. Broly's reason was that the 18th nodded, thinking that Broly's combat effectiveness had surpassed the information given to her by Dr. Gro, so would Monkey King also surpass it. Chapter 063. This is really not true. If this is the case, then this battle is not comparable at all. They do not think that Broly believes in the Monkey King so much, it is groundless. Monkey King, is it stronger than us now? Is it the same as you? Have surpassed the information given to us by Dr. Gro. Number 18 took a deep breath and asked Broly. Almost. Broly was very honest at this time, and now Sun Wukong's combat power, I am afraid that in the artificial human, only the complete body Shuru can be suppressed. The three androids fell into an awkward silence, and although they had guessed that this was the case, it now seemed that their only target was better than them. I kind of don't know why you guys are chasing him, just to have a goal in life. Broly is really puzzled. If it is just to have a goal in life, why must he hunt down and kill Sun Wukong? It's really just a goal, because he hasn't woken up, and we don't know exactly how to survive. The three androids were silent for another moment, and finally answered Broly in unison. Broly nodded, and almost understood them, although they were very cheerful, but in fact, in some aspects they still could not understand what kind of person they were. Because of this, they could not move with ordinary people, so they had to target Sun Wukong. Speaking of which, in the original book, they also changed because Klin used the dragon to help them dismantle the bomb in their bodies. Bomb defusal. Dragon. That's right. It can be like this. Broly seemed to think of something, and he fell into thought in his heart, and then an idea suddenly came up. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to have a bomb inside you, right? And you seem to be able to detonate it, and it's a scourge. The three androids were naturally surprised to hear this, but they quickly adapted, because they knew that Broly seemed to know their androids very well. I don't know where you know this, but what you said is indeed correct, and this is one of the reasons why we said that before. Number 16 answered first. Number 17 and number 18 saw number 16 speak, and also nodded to Broly. If not for this reason, they might not be much different from humans, except for super strength. Do you want to defuse the bomb in your body? Broly glanced at the three artificial people again, and said something that shocked the three people. Can you defuse the bomb inside us? Number 17 looked at Broly in surprise, and wondered, could it be that you are also a scientist, but even the world's top scientists are difficult to do this? I'm not a scientist, but I have a way to defuse the bomb in your body. Have you heard of the dragon? Shenlong. Number 17 was stunned, and then nodded slowly. The information that Dr. Gero gave us contains records of Shenlong, and it is said that any wish can be granted. That said, I don't think there is such a existence in this world, and even if it does, how can I find the 7 Dragon Balls? At this time, the 18th spoke again. The 18th is telling the truth. If there is no Dragon Ball radar, it is basically impossible to find a palm-sized Dragon Ball on a planet. But, who is Broly? His wife is the one who invented the Dragon Ball radar, and he has an easier way, which is to let the gods find it. Could it be that you know where the so-called Dragon Ball is? Number 18 looked at Broly suspiciously, and do you still know how to summon a dragon? Of course, I used it once. And I also made the Shenlong grant my wish, but the Shenlong is not omnipotent, but it is still possible to defuse the bomb in your body. Broly replied with a smile. Is what you said true? Number 18 looked at Broly in surprise, his eyes faintly revealing anticipation. Number 16 and number 17 were a little better, but it was the same. If they could, anyone here would want to be a normal person, even the big 17th. The biggest difference between them and ordinary people is not that they have strong energy and strength, but that the bomb full of danger in their bodies. I'm not the kind of person who likes to lie to people. If you don't believe me, then come with me to a place where you will meet Dragon Balls and Divine Dragons. After Broly finished speaking, he flew towards the location of the temple, but not quickly, just so that the 3 artificial humans could follow. The 3 androids looked at each other, and finally made up their minds, and then followed and came to the temple with Broly. For the arrival of the 4 Broly, the gods did not show a very surprised expression, and it could even be said that they had expected all this. Broly was not very surprised to see such an expression on the face of the gods, because he knew that the gods could know anything that happened on the earth on the temple. The androids seemed a little surprised, although they knew about the existence of the temple because of Dr. Gero's information, but this was the first time they had come to this place, so they all walked around to take a look. Now that you know my purpose, you should do something, right? Broly glanced at the god and asked. Tenjin nodded slightly with an indifferent expression. Didn't you notice that Mr. Bobo is no longer there? I already asked him to look for the Dragon Ball. Broly nodded, and then waited for Mr. Bobo, and the three artificial people naturally did not run out of patience when they saw this, and after playing enough, they waited on the temple. Mr. Bobo soon returned with a bag on his back, and when he returned, he opened it and placed it on the ground, which contained exactly 7 dragon balls. Isn't it just ordinary beads? The three artificial people saw the dragon ball for the first time, and they couldn't help but look at it, and number 18 wondered, can you really summon the divine dragon? This is the dragon ball used to summon the divine dragon. Just when the three people were puzzled, the god had already come to their side, and still summoned the dragon. The scene of summoning the divine dragon appeared again, and under the surprised gazes of the three artificial people, a red-eyed and green-skinned divine dragon was summoned. Chapter 064. This is the divine dragon? It seems that he does not look good, and there is a feeling of evil. Number 17 looked at the dragon in the sky. I don't care what he looks like, as long as he can actually fulfill his wishes. Number 18 cares more about whether Shenlong can defuse the bomb in their bodies. Name your wishes, no matter what wishes, I can help you fulfill one. Shenlong looked down at the android and uttered his classic opening line. Broly glanced at the celestial god, saw that the celestial god nodded, and said to the Shenlong, my wish is to defuse the bombs in the 3 artificial human bodies present. I've already helped you fulfill your wish, then. Bye. Shenlong was silent for a second, and then his eyes suddenly flashed red, and then he said the classic exit statement. After saying the exit white, it was natural to exit, and the divine dragon soon turned into 7 dragon balls, and then turned into meteors and flew around. The bomb inside us was really defused. Number 18 looked at his body in disbelief and was surprised. Number 16 and number 17 also nodded, they could naturally feel that something was missing in their bodies, but they did not feel uncomfortable, on the contrary, they were very happy. Because the bomb is in their own body, they can feel the bomb, so as soon as the bomb disappears, they can naturally feel it. I didn't expect that this person actually helped us defuse the bomb in our bodies. Number 18 looked at Broly with a smile on his face, and there seemed to be something more in his eyes. All right. Now that I've defused the bomb inside you, it's time for me to leave. Broly smiled at the 3 artificial humans. Of course, it's still that sentence, if you change your mind, come to me, and I will be with Sun Wukong. When Broly said this, he deliberately glanced at number 18. Number 18 saw Broly looking at him, but did not dare to look at him, looked away, and a little blush appeared on his face. Seeing this, Broly knew that he had finally had some effect after spending so much time, and thought that he must take advantage of the victory and pursue at this time. Of course, now he has nothing more to say, and if he continues, it may be counterproductive. Therefore, Broly chose to leave slowly, and he could feel that number 18 was paying attention to him, leaving a deep back on her, which was considered a victorious chase. This guy is such a strange person, number 18 couldn't help but speak, looking at Broly's gradually disappearing figure. Why, do you still hate him so much? Number 17 glanced at his sister and smiled helplessly, I don't think he's an annoying person. Number 16 also nodded in agreement. Nope. Number 18 shook his head very seriously, and glanced at the place where Broly disappeared again, although this guy is a bastard, I don't hate him. Is that really the case? At this moment, Broly suddenly appeared next to number 18 again, I thought you hated me. Why did you suddenly appear here, could it be that you pretended to leave? Number 18 suddenly became a little embarrassed, feeling as if he had been deceived. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Didn't you see anyone hurt? Broly shook his head helplessly, listening to him say this. The 18th noticed that he was carrying a person on his back. Who is that person? It seems that there is no such person in the information. Number 16 and number 17 also noticed the person in Broly, and thought to themselves. Broly was carrying Trunks, but he was not only bruised but also dying. Speaking of which, Broly was really going to leave, who knew that Trunks' time machine suddenly appeared next to him, and a half-dead person crawled out of it. That half-dead man was none other than Trunks, and if Broly hadn't picked him up, he would have fallen to his death after experiencing free fall. Broly soon got the fairy beans from the cat fairy, and then let Trunks eat the fairy beans to save his life. Is this fairy bean? Sure enough, you can treat any injury. Number 17 glanced at Trunks, who had fully recovered, and thought in surprise. Mr. Broly, did you save me? Thank you so much. As soon as Trunks recovered, he quickly thanked Broly. Broly nodded, then asked Trunks, what happened, and why did you get hurt so badly? It's a green-skinned monster that resembles a giant humanoid cicada, and he also has a tail that can absorb humans. Trunks replied. Shailu. Others only imagined it in their heads after listening to Trunks' words, but Broly not only knew what he looked like, but also his name. However, according to the plot of the original book, why did Shailu appear in the time and space in Trunks? Trunks doesn't seem to have beaten NOS 18 and number 17 yet. Moreover, Broly does not think that Churu will let Trunks back. If not deliberately, it means that the original plot has changed a lot. Cyborg. While Broly was still thinking about this, Trunks had already noticed the 3 artificial humans, and his eyes were shocked. Trunks did not expect that the artificial human would appear on the temple, and there seemed to be an additional tall artificial person, which surprised him immediately. Don't worry, the artificial people here are not very bad. You tell me first, what happened in your world? Broly saw that Trunks had misunderstood and explained to him. Trunks naturally couldn't believe that the artificial man was getting better all of a sudden, but Broly said this, and he did not continue to remain shocked, but still looked at the artificial man with vigilant eyes. Number 17 and number 18 hated Trunks' eyes, but they didn't say much because Broly helped them. And they are also a little interested in Trunks, because from Broly's words, this hairy boy named Trunks does not seem to be from this world. Chapter 065. Trunks quickly adapted to the current situation, although he still did not believe in artificial humans, but even if he did not believe, it was useless. Not to mention that there is one more artificial human, and he is not an opponent of artificial humans, plus now that Broly is here, he naturally won't worry about anything. Although the artificial humans are very powerful, Trunks does not think that Broly's combat effectiveness will be inferior to these artificial humans. Trunks originally wanted to say something, but he stopped talking, and glanced at the artificial people with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes, as if he didn't want to be heard by them. You don't have to care too much, they can now say they are their own people. Broly knew what Trunks cared about, and waved his hand indifferently. Although Trunks subconsciously wanted to say how artificial people could be their own people, he finally nodded. I don't know who that guy is, I've already told you what he looks like, I just know that he is one of the artificial humans created by Dr. Gro. In this way, Trunks said all the information about Churu in the original book, and both Broly and the android showed surprised expressions. The androids were surprised because Dr. Gro had created an artificial human like Churu without their knowledge, although it was accurate that computers continued to be made. Of course, what surprised them even more was that Trunks turned out to be from the future, and judging from his words, the future has been destroyed by them. Will we be that bad in the future? Number 18 couldn't help but wonder in her heart. After all, she thought that under normal circumstances, she and other artificial people would not kill people indiscriminately, let alone destroy everywhere like this. And Broly will be surprised because he doesn't think that in the original plot, Trunks will know so much, even Churu's identity is so clear. It seems that he has completely detached from the original book now. Maybe this Churu has also changed from the Churu I know, Broly guessed in his heart. And, Trunks stopped talking at this time, glancing at number 17 and number 18, in my world, they have been absorbed. What? It was not Broly who was surprised all of a sudden, but 3 artificial humans, and even number 16 showed a surprised expression, and his face was full of disbelief. Broly didn't seem surprised. The reason why Shirou in the original book killed Trunks and then used the time machine to travel to the past was to absorb number 17 and number 18. Since in that Trunks world, number 17 and number 18 were not defeated, Shirou would naturally absorb it in that world. Mr. Broly, please save our world. Trunks suddenly looked at Broly sincerely at this time. Now only you can save our world. Broly nodded. He didn't mind going to Trunks' world to clean up Shirou, but he still had some questions in his heart and wanted to ask Trunks for clarification. Trunks, you should not be an opponent of the androids, why can you escape from Shirou? Broly asked Trunks suspiciously. You are wrong about this, I did not successfully escape, but was deliberately let go by him. Trunks said this, thinking a little, it should be so. Next, Trunks told Broly everything about his meeting with Shirou, but this surprised Broly even more. In Trunks' words, Shirou's combat effectiveness is very high as soon as it comes out, or perhaps because in his world, no. 17 and number 18 are not very strong, so Shirou easily absorbs both. After absorbing, Shirou didn't know how to find Bulma's laboratory. In order to protect his mother, Trunks naturally chose to fight with Shirou. The ending naturally goes without saying, even if he didn't use his full strength, Trunks was killed by Shailu's punch, but he didn't completely kill Trunks. If you want your mother to live, bring Broly into this world, and by the way, the 17th and 18th of that world. After Shailu finished speaking, he kicked Trunks into the time machine, and then Trunks came to this world again in order to save his mother. Why didn't that guy from Shailu come here in person, and why would he know that I existed? Didn't that world have my existence? Broly was now very puzzled. This Shirou seemed very strange, and seemed to be planning something. As for why Shailu let the 17th and 18th of this world pass, he should want to absorb the 17th and 18th here. Let's go to your world now. But Broly didn't think much about it. Not everything can be solved by thinking. Since you can't figure it out, it's better to go directly to Shailu and ask for an understanding, and if everything is understood, it is not interesting. I'll go too. At this moment, number 18 suddenly said to Broly, and Broly suddenly looked at her with surprise. Really? Since you want to go on the 18th, let's go together. The 17th also spoke at this time. No 16, you don't have to go, you are too big. Number 16 nodded. He originally wanted to go over, firstly, to see Shailu, and secondly, to protect number 17 and number 18. But now that Broly is there, number 16 naturally won't worry, plus the capacity of the time machine is not very large, so he just doesn't plan to go. Broly did not refuse. With his combat power, even the normal can fight with Lightning Shirou, so he is not very worried. Even if the Shirou of that world is a little strange, it can't be much stronger than in the original book, and it is still casual for himself to solve. Seeing that Broly did not refuse number 18 and number 17, Trunks couldn't help even if he was a little unwilling in his heart, and the last four drove the time machine to the future. Broly just felt his head shake, and suddenly entered a time tunnel, almost instantly shuttling through time and space, and came to a strange world. Chapter 066. Is this the world of the future you live in? Although he had already guessed, looking at the city in front of him that had completely turned into ruins, Broly couldn't help but ask. It can only be said that the artificial people of this parallel universe can really play, unlike the 17th and 18th of his world, playing until almost all the cities are destroyed. Broly sensed the breath of this world a little, and found that there were very few. It seemed that only tens of thousands of humans were still alive in this world, and even many of them had a very weak breath. Trunks nodded a little dejectedly. There are not many people in this world who are still alive, almost all of them have been killed by artificial humans. When Trunks said this, he couldn't help but glance at number 17 and number 18, which made number 17 and number 18 a little embarrassed. Well, the worlds of our two are not directly related, they belong to parallel universes, you are the son of Bulma, you should still have some understanding of this, right? Broly didn't want Trunks to continue to misunderstand, and he also didn't want to keep number 17 and number 18 embarrassed, so he explained it out loud. Trunks nodded, although his most important thing was cultivation. After all, his mother was the world's top scientist, so he still had some understanding of parallel universes. And after these two crossings, he already had some doubts. After all, the historical gap between the two is too big, and there is no other explanation except for the theory of parallel universes. Hey! Broly's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the location of the western capital. I feel a strong chi there. Bulma should still live in the western capital, right? Yes, the base of the experiment is the company's hidden basement, so Mom is still there. Trunks nodded and replied. Since this is the case, there can be no mistake, the breath I feel should be Shailu's chi. Broly said slowly. Shailu's combat power was similar to what he guessed, only about half of his normal combat strength, so Broly did not waste time, and the four quickly flew from the position of the western capital. Coming? I can feel two very powerful breaths coming towards me. Shailu, who had become completely full, felt the two breaths that were constantly approaching him, and an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. One of the breaths, which he was very familiar with, was Trunks, who was killed by his own punch, and the other should be Broly. Since the two of them are also here, the 17th and 18th will naturally come over. Shiryu was a little uncertain in his heart, but even if the two of them didn't come, he could use the time machine to continue to absorb number 17 and number 18 in space-time. Here it comes. Shiryu looked into the sky next to him and found that 4 people had arrived here and landed next to him at a very fast speed. Sure enough, it's Shailu. Broly glanced at Shailu, who looked surprised, and knew that Shailu could sense breath, so he was not very surprised. Is that guy Shailu? Looking at the tall humanoid monster growing in front of them, number 17 and number 18 couldn't help but be surprised in their hearts. You are Broly. It seems that you should be a suppressed breath, but I can still feel the powerful energy in your body. Shiryu glanced excitedly at number 17 and number 18 before turning his gaze to Broly. I only have 2 questions for you. And that is why you made it necessary for me to come here, and how did you know about me? That's your problem. Shiryu smiled mysteriously. Actually, I don't know about you, but Trunks once mentioned that you are a very powerful scion, so I am ready for you to come here and fight me. In fact, when Shiryu had absorbed number 17 and number 18 in this world, he overheard Trunks telling his mother Bulma about Broly, and became interested. Because of the presence of scion cells in his body, Shiryu also longs for an opponent in some ways, and although he does not think that someone is completely his opponent, he still has an expectation. After Broly got the answer, he was a little speechless in his heart, and in the end, he simply thought too much and complicated a simple thing. Broly shook his head. Now that he already knows the answer, then there is no need to talk more nonsense, just play with Shiryu. Broly also needs an opponent, which is why he cultivated the Monkey King. Isn't there a good opponent here now? Shiryu has scion cells, as well as many other people's cells, has a lot of skills and combat experience, and is a very good opponent. Shiryu, where is my mother? While Broly was still thinking about this, Trunks began to yell at Shiryu, did you do anything to her? Don't worry, I'm still very interested in her knowledge, so I didn't kill her directly. Shiryu smiled and replied. Broly also sensed it and found that there was a very faint aura in the house behind Shiryu, although it was faint, but it was not life-threatening. It should be Bulma. Don't worry, there should be nothing wrong with her, I can still feel her breath. Broly patted Trunks on the shoulder to calm him down. Trunks nodded, knowing that at this time, even if it was useless to rush, it was better to choose to believe Broly. But what? That woman was so stubborn, so I just decided. Shiryu paused as he said this, but it gave Trunks a bad feeling. Kill her directly. Sure enough, after Shailu said this, an energy bomb directly blew up the house behind, leaving some scorched dust in the newspaper. Nope! Trunks roared in pain, his face directly distorted, and he subconsciously prepared to rush up and fight with Shrew. Trunks, don't be impulsive. But at this time, Broly's voice quickly sounded, I saved your mother. When Trunks heard this, he immediately looked back stunned and found that Broly didn't know when he was holding a blue-haired woman. Chapter 067. Mom. Trunks finally reacted at this time, almost in one step came to Broly's side, and hugged Bulma, who was fainting. Trunks gently placed the fainting Bulma on the ground, and then, under Broly's designation, began to pinch her. Tran. X. Bulma was quickly woken up, saw her son at a glance, and then hugged him in surprise. Now that Bulma had come to his senses, Broly also looked at Shailu. If he hadn't noticed the killing intent in Shrew's eyes, it would have been too late to move instantly. What kind of strange move are you? Shrew looked at Broly in amazement, and he could feel that Broly seemed to teleport. What kind of skill are you? Number 18 also came to Broly's side and asked softly, it seems that you can teleport. It's really a skill called teleportation. Broly answered number 18, then turned his attention to Shrew. Shrew had now recovered from his surprise, and no matter how weird Broly was, he didn't think Broly was a complete opponent. It seems that you have very strange skills, but in the face of absolute strength, any skill is useless. Shrew looked at Broly playfully, as if to tell Broly that his strength far exceeded him. I think so too. Broly smiled nonchalantly, he would soon make Shrew understand what it was like to hit him in the face. It's not interesting to fight here, let's go to a place where there are no people. Broly said and flew first. Shrew did not refuse, glanced at number 17 and number 18 with the eyes of food, and then followed. That guy's eyes are really annoying. Number 18 and number 17 said in disgust in their hearts, and then followed. Broly and Shrew were the fastest, and it didn't take them a few minutes to reach the heart of the desert, far from the western capital. Judging from your speed, your combat power should be far above Trunks, and you can directly take out the Super Saiyan state to fight. Shrew glanced at Broly excitedly, seemingly agreeing with this opponent. I'm sorry, you don't need to become a Super Saiyan to deal with you. But Broly just looked at Shailu with disdain and said indifferently. Shailu's face gradually became ugly, but he didn't say much. It was clear that he also thought that the punch in the face was not said with his mouth. Boom! Boom! By the time the 17th and 18th came over, Broly had already fought with Shrew, and although it seemed to be on par, but upon closer inspection, it was not the same at all. Although Shrew and Broly fought together, Broly looked relaxed, and fine sweat had appeared on Shrew's forehead. Moreover, Shrew's fist almost did not hit Broly, either easily dodged or easily blocked, and the attack was completely useless. On the contrary, almost all of Broly's fists hit Shailu, and after a while, Broly looked relaxed and had no injuries on his body, while Shailu's face was extremely ugly and covered in scars. How is that possible? Shrew looked at Broly with a relaxed look in disbelief, and the duel just now made him understand that Broly had not used his full strength and was still in the upper hand. Why, does the strongest artificial human only have this strength? Broly looked at Shrew with disdain. I thought it would make me a little interested, it seems that it is just that. I am the strongest person in the universe, and there is no one stronger than me. After being taunted by Broly, Shailu's face contorted, and then he made the action of Turtle Qigong. Shailu directly sent out the Turtle Pai Qigong, but for Broly, this was not a threat, and he was completely resisting with his body. Broly was hit by Shailu's Turtle Qigong, but he did not show a painful expression, on the contrary, he enjoyed it very much. Shailu gritted his teeth and looked at this scene, not expecting that he had already used such a powerful trick as Turtle Sect Qigong, and he still couldn't hurt this scion. How can a human body be so powerful? Since the Turtle Sect Qigong could not work, Shailu did not continue to launch. Scions are the strongest fighting nation in the universe, and they are not comparable to you as an artificial human. Broly still had a disdainful expression. If Shiryu only had this strength, then he would have decided to end the game. Don't be too arrogant, wild monkey! Shailu roared angrily, my artificial human Shiryu is the strongest warrior in the universe. Saying that, Shiryu also condensed a red round blade in his hand, which looked very much like a Chi-Yuan slash, but Broly knew that it was Frisia's trick. Shailu's skill is still relatively powerful, and Broly was not careless, condensing an energy bomb with all his strength, and then controlling it to smash Shailu's Chi round slash. Impossible! Shailu did not expect that this skill was also useless to Broly, and a look of fear finally appeared on his face. It's time to end this boring game. For the look of fear on Shailu's face, Broly just sneered and condensed an energy bomb in his hand. Nope! Shailu felt a huge amount of energy from the energy bomb in Broly's hand, and this huge energy made him feel the threat of death. But Broly was not relentless, and the energy bomb directly and quickly bombarded Shiryu, constantly enlarging in Shailu's terrified eyes. Boom! The explosion of the energy bomb created a semicircular light curtain, and the strong light was enough to be felt for hundreds of kilometers, and the strong light even engulfed the entire western capital. Although the range of bright light is large, Broly has controlled the range of the explosion, so in fact, the damage caused is not very large, but the energy can definitely erase Shailu. Broly's current normal combat power should be at the same level as Sun Gohan and Lightning Shiryu, who have just transformed into Super 2. Therefore, the energy exploded by the energy bomb that he condensed with all his strength was not something that Shailu could resist now. Chapter 068. It seems that this guy really won. This guy is too strong, he seems to be able to transform, right? Number 18 looked at Broly, who was already coming towards him, and asked number 17 in surprise. Number 17 did not speak, just watched Broly's eyes gradually change. He is also a person with strong self-esteem, so for Broly's strength, he is very jealous at the same time, but also full of fighting intent. I've decided not to be your subordinate. Looking at Broly, who had come to him, number 17 suddenly spoke. Broly didn't speak, because he felt that number 17 hadn't finished speaking, and he didn't really want number 17 to be his subordinate, and his goal was actually only number 18. Because if you become your subordinate, you will never be able to surpass you. Number 17 looked at Broly very seriously, I want to surpass you. Okay, I hope your future combat effectiveness will not disappoint me. To the surprise of number 17, Broly just nodded lightly and directly agreed to him. Let's not talk about his goal, there was only one number 18, and as number 17 said, if he followed himself, his combat effectiveness should not improve as quickly as in the original book. Broly expects an opponent who can interest him more than a useless subordinate, and number 17 may be able to do this in the future. Compared with Shailu, number 17 is the real strongest artificial human, and in the original work, he even has the combat power to fight against the Super Blue Monkey King. Since the plot has completely deviated from the original work, perhaps the future combat effectiveness of number 17 will be stronger than in the original book. Your self-esteem is really as strong as before. Number 18 glanced at number 17 with deep meaning, as no 17's twin sister, she naturally knew why number 17 chose to leave. Well, now that Shailu has been solved, it's time for us to return to our own time and space. Broly said, and was about to return to the western capital when he suddenly felt an aura that was stronger than his normal. This is the breath of Shiryu. It turns out that the guy is not dead yet? Broly quickly sensed that it was Shiryu's breath. It seems that he did not completely destroy Shailu's core cells, which not only did he not die, but his combat effectiveness was also improved a lot because of his near-death resurrection. Broly didn't expect this, but Shailu's combat effectiveness improved, which didn't hurt him and made him very excited. He hadn't fought a close battle for a long time, and now that Shiryu had been resurrected, let him see Lightning Shrews' combat power. Boom! The powerful aura swept directly over, directly rushing to Broly and the others, although the artificial man could not sense the breath, but still felt that this energy was extraordinary. This is Shailo's breath? It's even stronger than before. Trunks felt this sudden breath, and a terrified expression appeared on his face. Originally, after the aura of Shailo disappeared before, he was almost in tears with excitement. After all, after Shailo disappeared, it meant that their world would return to peace. Who knew that he hadn't been excited for too long, and Shailo's aura appeared again, and it was much stronger than before he disappeared, even surpassing Broly. However, Trunks soon returned to normal, although Shrews' aura is indeed stronger than Broly's now, but that is only limited to normal. Shailo soon appeared in front of Broly and the others. At this time, his body flashed with the aura of a Super Saiyan, and there was blue lightning, constantly flashing. I didn't expect you guy to be so hard. Looking at Shailo in front of him, Broly couldn't help but laugh. I was able to survive under my energy bomb. The current Shailo should be Lightning Shrew to be precise. At this time, his combat effectiveness has surpassed his normal self, so Broly has let number 17 and number 18 leave first. After all, if they were still here, Broly would feel a bit of a hindrance, and it would be a bit of a hassle if Shailo absorbed them. Shrew did not speak, and seemed to be still adjusting to his body, but his eyes soon narrowed, and his body instantly came behind Broly. So fast! Broly's pupils shrank. It was too late to react at this time, and he was kicked out by Lightning Shrew. Broly managed to stabilize his body, and Lightning Shrew rushed towards him again, obviously not intending to give him time to react. Gave you face, hey! Broly smiled sarcastically, but his heart seemed very excited. Lightning Shrew was much stronger than he thought. Broly reacted faster than Shailo expected, dodged Shailo at once, and dodged behind him, but Shailo's reaction speed was not covered, and he turned around at once. Phew! 2 red rays of light shot directly from Shrew's eyes, and although Broly reacted quickly, his cheeks were still scratched. Broly subconsciously distanced himself from Shailo, knowing that this was Frieza's skill, so he didn't care too much, and after opening the distance, an energy catapulted over. Shrew dodged sideways, and Broly also rushed over at this time, and the two punched and kicked and collided together. Boom! Boom! The two fought in the air for hundreds of rounds before landing separately on the ground. The legendary Super Saiyan really lives up to its name. Can he reach this level with me? Shrew looked at Broly, and although he said so, his eyes were full of confidence. Although the previous battle seemed to be indiscriminate, Broly had already brought out all his strength, while Shailo still had more than enough to spare. Broly naturally knew this, but it made him more excited, and only opponents stronger than himself could allow him to hone well. No more nonsense, let's continue. Such a good fighter meeting. Broly really didn't want to talk more nonsense, and rushed towards Shrew again. Shailo smiled. He didn't want to use Broly as an opponent to test his current combat strength, and he also had Saiyan cells in his body, and he was naturally eager to fight. Chapter 069. You should know that I have Saiyan cells in my body, right? Shailo suddenly laughed at this time, and he suddenly had a playful idea. Broly nodded, not knowing why Shrew asked such a boring question, and then saw Shrew make a gesture that made him familiar. This is Vegeta's Shock Cannon? Broly is still very familiar with this skill. After all, the power of this skill is not under the Turtle Sect Qigong. So that's the case, you're trying to defeat me with Saiyan skills, right? Broly nodded in understanding, but quickly smiled sarcastically, but this is simply impossible. Broly also used his own exclusive energy Qigong, and the energy suddenly changed the color of the sky, and then directly contracted into Broly's hand, forming a green energy bomb. Ha! Although it was Shailo who condensed first, Broly condensed first, and then a green pneumatic wave shot out. Boom! Shailu also condensed at this time, and then shot out Vegeta's impact cannon, colliding with Broly's energy waves. Broly and Shailu are now doing their best, and their Qigong waves are constantly pushing each other, and they have been going on for a long time. Cut. This guy's fighting power is indeed stronger than the normal one, however, Broly soon noticed that he seemed to be a bit at a disadvantage. Not long after time passed, Broly's Qigong wave had been gradually pushed back, and seeing this scene, Shailu couldn't help but show a mocking smile on his face. Haha! But the smile on Chiru's face soon stiffened, as he noticed that Broly not only did not show a worried expression, but began to laugh. That's the only way it's interesting. Broly still had a smile on his face, and under Chiru's surprised eyes, his chi began to rise constantly. Feeling the pressure and crisis, Broly's bloodline as a legendary Super Saiyan began to work, making his combat effectiveness begin to improve. Shailu's face became ugly, and Broly's sudden increase in combat effectiveness at this time was not a good thing, at least for him. Broly, who was fundamentally at a disadvantage, gradually gained the upper hand at this time and began to push the Qigong wave towards Shailu. Abominable! That's impossible! Shailu's face suddenly became more ugly, and he quickly increased the output of energy, but no matter how he increased, it was not comparable to Broly's infinite improvement. Boom! Broly quickly pushed the energy wave back and rushed Chiru into the sky, before detonating the energy in the energy wave. The violent explosion made the entire Earth pay attention, and Trunks looked at the explosion in the sky excitedly, thinking that Broly had won. Only Broly still looked indifferent. He looked at the flames in the sky that had not yet dissipated, and knew that he could not kill Chiru with such an explosion. Sure enough, at this time, a turtle pie Qigong that was enough to bombard the entire Earth suddenly shot over, but it was slapped away by Broly, and flew to outer space before exploding. At this time, Shailu's figure finally appeared, although he was covered in scars, but there were no fatal injuries. You're really good, it's amazing that you can still live under such an attack. Broly smiled, and although he said so, he didn't care about Chiru anymore. Although because there is no pressure and crisis now, his combat effectiveness has not continued to improve, after all. Only by turning into the legendary Super Saiyan form can he improve infinitely. However, with his current combat strength, he is already slightly stronger than the current Lightning Shailu, and now it should be Shailu's strongest combat power, and he naturally can't take it to heart. Although there is still a way to help Shailu improve his combat effectiveness, that is, let him absorb number 17 and number 18, but this is not to think about it, it is simply impossible. I admit that I underestimated you, but I am the strongest in the universe, there is no one. I don't know if it's because of inheriting Vegeta's cells, Chiru doesn't admit that he is weaker than Broly. Chiru flew towards the sky, but instead of fleeing, he came to the position of the sun in the sky relative to the ground. Broly quickly closed his eyes, because he had already guessed what skill Chiru wanted to use. Sun Fist! Chiru roared, using a skill that is classic in the Dragon Ball world and can be said to be plugged in. This is a trick of converting Chi into light energy, and the more Chi is used, the brighter the light energy is, and even if you close your eyes, you can't completely block it. Broly soon felt that his eyes were difficult to open, and felt slightly open, and quickly closed. You're dead. When Shailu saw this scene, his eyes became excited, as if he had seen victory, and directly turned his chi into countless state-like lines, and then threw it towards Broly. This is a cutting attack that cannot be stopped by human flesh alone without any energy defense. Ha! But Shailu is really underestimating Broly. Although his eyes can't see now, it doesn't mean that he can't feel Chiru's movements, and he has become a Super Saiyan without saying a word. The powerful aura directly shattered the line of Shailu's cutting attack, and rushed Shailu out. What a powerful chi! Trunks trembled and felt Broly's anger and exclaimed, Mr. Broly has become a Super Saiyan. Trunks could feel that Broly's aura had increased madly dozens of times, and there would be nothing else other than becoming a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, Shailo's expression was very similar to Trunks now, although he knew that Super Saiyan could improve his combat power a lot, but he was still surprised. Thinking about the fact that he let Broly directly turn into a Super Saiyan and fight himself before, he felt very stupid. Super Saiyan Broly is simply not something that Shailo can fight now. Broly looked at Shailo in silence. He had become a Super Saiyan, not only to protect himself, but most importantly, he had decided to solve the game, that is, it was time to solve Shailo. Chapter 070. Shiryu did not speak, but just looked at Broly with a look of horror. In addition to the expression of horror, he also had a complicated and incredulous expression on his face. He has always thought that he is the strongest person in the universe, and he also thinks that artificial humans are the strongest creatures in the universe, but now he can say that he is really cruel in the face. Scions. Obviously, I also have Scion cells in my body, why is it so far away compared to this person? Shiryu said unwillingly. What about the legendary Super Saiyan? As long as I absorb the other number 17 and number 18, I can definitely slaughter you. When Xiaolu thought of this, a sly light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Are you trying to find a way to escape, and then absorb the 17th and 18th of my world? A shrewd glint flashed in Broly's eyes, and he asked speculatively. Shiryu did not expect that his thoughts would be guessed, and his pupils suddenly shrank, which made Broly understand that his guess was correct. Shailo's body froze, seemingly falling into despair because his thoughts were guessed. But Broly just showed a mocking smile and said to Shiryu, you don't have to pretend, people like you won't be so easy to despair. Cut. Seeing that he was recognized as disguised, Shiryu did not continue to pretend, but frowned. Broly's intelligence was beyond his imagination. It's also time to end this boring game after that. Since Shiryu was no longer of any use, Broly was naturally ready to end the game. You damn wild monkey, don't be too arrogant. Shiryu roared and made Vegeta's ultimate flash. A mocking smile appeared on Broly's face, and then he slowly shook his head. He knew that Shiryu was going to make a desperate bet now, but if he thought that the ultimate flash would be useful to him, he was very wrong. Not to mention what level Shailo ultimate flash can reach. Even if the ultimate flash is a much stronger Qigong wave than the Turtle Sect Qigong, it still can't cross the gap between the two of them. Broly condensed a huge energy bomb in his hand, and he had decided not to give Shailo time. After all, the time for the ultimate flash condensation was a bit long. But what Broly didn't expect was that although Shailo made a move, he did not condense the ultimate flash, but suddenly ejected an energy into the ground. Boom! Because this is a desert, after the explosion of the energy bomb, it is not a violent flame, but a sand and dust that is swept up. Broly was stunned, and immediately understood that Shiryu was deliberately making himself careless, pretending to use the ultimate flash desperately, but in fact it was to give himself a chance to escape. Can't let him leave, otherwise the 17th and 18th will definitely be in danger. Broly began to look for Shiryu, but unfortunately the sand here was too dense. Moreover, this is a desert. As long as Shiryu suppresses his breath and chooses to escape, Broly will not find him at all. Broly, you didn't expect me to have such a trick. After I absorb the 17th and 18th of your world, I will come and slaughter you guy. Shiryu thought viciously as he fled through the desert. Hey, what should I say, you're okay? A sneer appeared on Broly's mouth, and the energy bomb in his hand became a little bigger. If Shiryu thought that he could escape by hiding in the desert, he was very wrong. It's just a small desert, although this desert is huge, but for Broly. Not to say that destroying a desert, even destroying the earth is easy. Not good. That guy doesn't seem to be a good guy. If it blows up the entire desert, Shiryu also reacted at this time, but it was too late. Shailo, if you want to regret it, regret why you are so stupid. The mocking smile on Broly's face enlarged a little, flew directly to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and then threw the energy bomb in his hand. Boom! Broly's energy bomb directly flattened the entire desert, and the desert was no longer visible, leaving only a giant pit larger than the area of the desert. Broly did not leave, but closed his eyes, because he did not think that Shuru died like this. He wanted to carefully sense his breath. Broly soon felt a faint breath that seemed to have left the giant crater position below, but was still on the edge. Broly moved in an instant, came to the vicinity of the breath, and found that it was Shalu's core cells, and had gradually recovered Shalu's appearance. Shuru's combat power is stronger than the previous lightning state, but it is still far from the opponent of Super Saiyan Broly. Shalu looked at Broly next to him in horror and found that he had condensed the energy bomb in his hand, and the energy contained in it would definitely make him have no cells left. Don't kill me! In the face of death, Shuru finally felt despair, but Broly was never a soft-hearted person. It turns out that you will also despair. Broly once again had a mocking smile on his face, and then his face suddenly turned cold. It's a pity. You've messed with someone you can't afford to mess with. Broly came directly to Shuru and pressed the energy bullet on his body. Nope. Under Shalu's desperate eyes, the energy bombs in Broly's hand continued to enlarge, and a violent explosion occurred almost instantly. Boom! The range generated by this explosion was not very large, but the bright light was definitely brighter than ever, and under such a violent explosion, Shuru did not even have a single cell left. Shuru's breath has disappeared again. Trunks silently looked at the position where Broly had left before, and he had a premonition in his heart that this time Shalu was really dead. Broly watched coldly as the flames of the explosion gradually dissipated, and then exited the Super Saiyan state. Although I didn't expect to destroy a Shalu and turn into a Super Saiyan, I finally solved Shalu. Moreover, because of the battle with Shuru, his normal combat effectiveness has also improved, which makes him happy. Chapter 071. Broly. Not long after Broly solved Shuru, No 18's voice came, and soon came to Broly's side with number 17. Broly, did you get that guy out of Shuru? As soon as he came to Broly's side, the 18th asked about Shuru. Broly nodded to number 18, kind of answering No 18's question. He knew that number 18 very much wanted Shalu to die, and then the three of them flew towards the west together. The three of Broly were fast, and in order to keep up with number 17 and number 18, Broly did not use full force to fly, but used about the same speed as them. The three soon returned to the western capital, and landed next to Trunks and the others, and found that Bulma had woken up. Mr. Broly, thank you so much for saving the whole world, and thank you so much for saving me. Bulma thanked Broly as soon as she came up. I just said yes to Trunks. Broly waved his hand nonchalantly, not seeming to take this matter too seriously. Bulma nodded with a smile, and then couldn't help but glance at number 17 and number 18, although she knew that these two people were different from the original artificial humans in their world, she couldn't help but pay attention. Not only her, but the humans next to her were watching number 17 and number 18, and they thought the same as Bulma. The 17th and 18th didn't really like the feeling of being noticed by a lot of people, but they didn't say much either. Broly didn't waste much time in this world, and the three of them sat on Trunks' time machine again. The reason why Broly wanted to leave here so quickly was actually because number 17 and number 18 were too noticed, and because he took into account their feelings, he chose to leave quickly. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to come back when I go to your world, on the time machine. Trunks was a little hesitant to speak, but finally said it. Why? Broly was a little puzzled, and then looked at the energy display bar on the time machine, and only then did an expression of realization appear on his face. The energy display bar shows that the energy of the time machine seems to be no longer enough, and it is impossible to make one more shuttle at most. Actually, this is not the most important thing to worry about. What I am worried about is that the remaining energy does not seem to be enough to return to your timeline. Trunks said with a worried look. Almost a few years away. Broly is not worried about going to other worlds, it seems that a time machine can only go to one world, even if the timeline is different, it is also one world. Trunks has traveled through different timelines several times, but in the end they are all in the same time and space, so Broly just wants to know if it will be a few years away. I don't know, but according to the timeline, it should be 3 months to half a year. Trunks shook his head, thought for a moment, and replied. You mean at least 3 months off, at most half a year, right? Broly also thought for a moment and asked again. It should be like this, Trunks spoke with some uncertainty, and then glanced at the energy display bar, which showed very little energy. Finally, almost in the next second, the time machine left the time tunnel, and Broly and the others began to look at the world. Broly had a feeling that this world was definitely their original world, but the timeline was definitely different. Trunks looked at the city below with a confused look and muttered in horror. What happened here? The city below has been almost destroyed, to be precise, it has been directly destroyed by the huge energy in one go, only a little bit of the ruins of the city buildings. Such a powerful chi, it seems that during this period of time, someone has come to Earth again. Broly sensed it and found that not far from him, there was a chi similar to that of a complete body Shailu. In the original Dragon Ball book, besides Shiryu, who else is as strong as Shiryu? Broly thought for a while, except for Sun Wukong, who was in a super full energy state, it seemed that there was only that person. Let's hurry over. When Broly was still thinking about this, Trunks just couldn't bear it and rushed towards the position of the gas. Broly shook his head helplessly, knowing that Trunks didn't want the world to be destroyed, so he was so anxious. Broly and number 17 and number 18 also quickly followed. After all, with the current combat strength of Trunks, it is impossible to fight with someone who is similar to Shailu. Since you have decided to leave now, I will go with the 18th. During the flight, Broly suddenly turned to road 17. Number 17 glanced at number 18, but the slightest expression appeared on his face, as if he couldn't worry about number 18. Don't worry, with this guy here, nothing will happen to me. Number 18 smiled at number 17 and pointed at Broly, meaning to let him leave with peace of mind. 17 also laughed a little, thinking to himself, there is such a perverted person as Broly, what is there to worry about? Broly, I will definitely surpass you in 5 years. The 17th glanced at Broly again, and left after saying this. Broly glanced at where number 17 left, and although she didn't think number 17 could surpass herself, she was still looking forward to know 17's future strength. Broly and the 18th soon catch up with Trunks, and they land on a city-tall building, finding it completely destroyed. I felt as if I was in that position, and from the point of view, it felt like I was fighting someone. Broly looked at the edge of the city. This seems to be my dad's anger. Trunks also felt it, and then said to Broly in surprise. Broly nodded, and he also realized that it was indeed Vegeta who was now fighting the people who destroyed these cities, but Vegeta was clearly no match for that guy. Judging from the feeling of chi, Vegeta's combat power is much weaker than that person, and the reason why he can fight him should be because that person is playing. Chapter 072. How? Is the legendary fighting nation Sion only this point of combat power? Broly and number 18 had just landed in the position of the chi battle when such a sound came. Broly did not rush forward at the beginning, but glanced at Trunks, who had already come here, and found that he was not impulsive, and seemed to be observing the person who emitted that breath. It turned out to be this guy. No wonder the combat effectiveness is almost the same as the complete body Shailu. Broly glanced at the person who exuded that breath and immediately understood his identity. This person is none other than Bojack, who was once sealed by the 4 Realm Kings, and is said to be a thug who once tried to destroy the galaxy. Broly glanced at his opponent, Vegeta, again, and found that he was already covered in scars and his anger had dropped a lot. Now Vegeta has taken out the Super Saiyan second stage form to fight, but he is clearly not Bojack's opponent. It looks like the timeline hasn't deviated by long. Vegeta was already like this when I left, and it hasn't improved much now. Broly guessed in his heart. Because the plot has changed so much now, Broly isn't surprised why Bojack is here so early. Broly just felt the rest of the earth and found that Monkey King was fighting several other people, who should be Bojack's men. Goku's combat effectiveness has improved a lot, and from the energy point of view, it should be a super full energy state. Broly guessed in his mind again. Aren't you going to help? If this continues, Vegeta will be killed. Number 18 glanced at Vegeta, who was being abused, and asked Broly. Don't worry, someone will solve this battle, I don't need to do it. Broly shook his head, he decided to leave this battle to Sun Wukong to solve. Compared with Bojack, Broly cares more about whether his wife has an accident now. After all, Bojack seems to have come to Earth for a day or two. But some people couldn't bear it, watching their father being abused. Trunks directly rushed out in a mad way. Bojack also noticed Trunks, who suddenly appeared behind him, but killed Trunks with just one punch. Fortunately, Bojack does not seem to kill Trunks directly, although he killed Trunks in a single punch, but only knocked him unconscious. This guy. It seems to be the scion from the future that Kakarot said before. Vegeta thought to himself as she glanced at Trunks, who had fainted. And at this time, Sun Wukong also suddenly fell from the sky, and the powerful aura directly emanated, making Bojack couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. Kakarot, you bastard has finally come out of the House of Time and Spirit. Vegeta stood up with difficulty and said to Monkey King. Vegeta. Sun Wukong also glanced at the scarred Vegeta, and then quickly threw 2 fairy beans to him. You eat the fairy beans first. After doing this, Sun Wukong looked at Bojack and asked, who are you and why did you come to Earth? Are you the Monkey King that the King of Realm said? Bojack glanced at Sun Wukong. The King of the Northern Realm should have told you that I was the one who killed those 3 Realm Kings, right? It seems that the other 3 Realm Kings have been killed. This guy should be trying to find Sun Wukong to ask where the Northern Realm King is. Broly suddenly realized. Sun Wukong nodded and asked again, so, you are the thug that Lord of the Realm King said? Almost. Bojack smiled. Did not deny it, and then rushed towards the Monkey King. It was clear that he was not going to talk nonsense. Sun Wukong also did not talk nonsense. The two rushed to the sky. It was constantly colliding, and sometimes after separating, it was against each other. Monkey King doesn't seem to notice Trunks, and Broly uses teleportation to get Trunks back and goes to ask Vegeta for fairy beans. Why did you guys show up now? Vegeta was very surprised by the sudden appearance of Broly. Where did you go some time ago? Don't ask these questions first, give me the fairy beans first. Broly didn't mean to explain, and after getting the fairy beans, he let Trunks eat it. Cut. This bastard even ignored me. However, Broly's way made Vegeta mistakenly think that Broly ignored him, but still gave him the fairy bean. Mr. Broly. Trunks also recovered after eating fairy beans, and glanced at Vegeta, who had nothing to do, and was relieved in his heart. Seeing that Trunks had recovered, Broly also looked at the sky and found that Monkey King and Bojack had separated. It seems that it is necessary to use the opposite wave to divide the victory and defeat. After Broly discovered that the two were separated, he made an energy wave action. The turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Sun Wukong's nature is Turtle School Qigong, while Bojack is an energy chi wave that moves a lot like the ultimate flash. In the end, although it was a wave, it did not divide the victory and defeat, and Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong did prevail, but there was an accident. Nanny. Sun Wukong suddenly felt that a lot of purple lines seemed to appear on his body, and these lines were very tough, and even strangled Sun Wukong's body with several blood stains and strangled them into the flesh. Ugh! Sun Wukong did not expect such a scene, and was immediately strangled, but he quickly reacted, and the explosion shattered the purple line. However, such a move also made him not launch the turtle Pai Kigong, and was naturally hit by Bojack's energy chi wave. Boom! The flames generated by the explosion instantly engulfed Sun Wukong, which made everyone below except Broly widen their eyes and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Broly didn't seem very worried, although the energy generated by this explosion was indeed very large, but it was not enough to kill Sun Wukong. Sure enough, after the flames of the explosion dissipated, Sun Wukong's figure also appeared, but it had become the norm due to physical exhaustion, and then fell from the sky. Go and die! Bojack didn't let Sun Wukong go, and another energy bomb shot towards Sun Wukong, but it was bounced off by another energy bomb. Chapter 073. What man? Bojack's eyes suddenly became gloomy. He didn't expect that someone would save Sun Wukong at the last moment. The Monkey King soon fell to the ground, but was picked up by Broly, and then glanced at Bojack with an indifferent face. Broly did not take care of Bojack, but slowly landed on the ground, and then took out a fairy bean from the clothes on Sun Wukong's body and let Sun Wukong eat it. Abominable! This guy, Bojack didn't expect to be ignored, and he was immediately so angry that he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Broly! After Sun Wukong came to his senses, he saw that it was Broly who saved him and exclaimed in appreciation. Broly nodded, and then looked at Bojack, and found that this guy looked gloomy, and was already a little impatient. At this time, 3 people suddenly flew next to him. It was Bojack's 3 subordinates, 2 men and 1 woman, and it was one of them who had strangled Sun Wukong with that skill before. Buzan, Peter! Bojack said to 2 of his subordinates, and then his gaze drifted to Broly's body, and the 2 subordinates immediately nodded in understanding. But before they could make a move, Broly had already quickly come behind Buzan, and a hand knife finished him. Peter was immediately stunned in place, and at this time, Broly came behind him again and punched him in the head. Bojack was also surprised by Broly's strength, and a drop of cold sweat couldn't help but slip down his face, but he didn't hesitate, pushed the last female subordinate in front of him out, and then rushed her out with an energy bomb, and the position was exactly Broly. Broly easily dodged. He naturally knew what Bojack had in mind, and at this little time when he hid, Bojack shot another wave of energy towards Broly. Broly waved his hand casually and indifferently, that is, he directly bounced off Bojack's energy chi wave, and then looked at Bojack with irony in his eyes. Abominable! I am the one who killed all 3 realm kings, and you scions dare to run rampant in front of me. After noticing Broly's eyes, Bojack roared angrily. What's so great about killing the king of the realm? Although I don't know how Bojack killed the 3 realm kings, in fact, the realm kings' combat effectiveness is not very good, but their status is relatively high. But now this is an interesting thing. You must know that in the original work, only the king of the northern realm died because of Sun Wukong, and now only the king of the northern realm is alive. You bastard! Bojack did not expect that after Broly knew that he had killed the king of the realm, he would still be so arrogant, and suddenly roared again. Do you just roar like a mad dog? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Broly's mouth, and he didn't seem to put Bojack in his eyes at all. Bojack didn't speak, but the killing intent in his eyes couldn't be concealed at all, and he condensed the energy balls in his 2 hands. Go and die! Then Bojack merged his hands into one, and a wave of energy shot out of the palm of his hand and shot directly towards Broly. Broly's eyes narrowed slightly, and Bojack's move was obviously full of anger, which made him feel a hint of threat, but he just continued to maintain a mocking smile, and then slapped Bojack's energy wave away again with all his strength. Impossible! Bojack's eyes widened in surprise. This can be said to be his strongest move. It was so simple to be slapped away. Broly's combat power is much stronger than before. I really want to compete with him. Although he knew that the gap in combat effectiveness was very large, Sun Wukong couldn't help but want to compete with Broly when he saw this scene. Broly, this guy! The combat power is so much stronger than before. Unlike Sun Wukong, Vegeta's heart can be said to be full of complexity and doubts. Can't I surpass him in this life? Broly didn't know what Monkey King and Vegeta were thinking now, but just glanced at Bojack with a mocking look and said, "Not bad, it can make me feel a hint of threat. It seems that you still have 2 strokes." Bojack's face looked very gloomy. He couldn't hear it. Broly's words were mocking himself, but he didn't make a rash move. The move he used before was already his strongest move, and if it didn't even work, it meant that he was not Broly's opponent at all. This guy seems to be a scion too, so he should be the person he needs. Bojack glanced at Broly meaningfully, and seemed to be thinking about something. This guy seems to be thinking about something. Never mind. This guy's strength is just like this, it's better to solve him. Broly glanced at Bojack. Bojack did not move. Does not mean that Broly does not want to do it. He has condensed the energy bomb in his hand, ready to solve Bojack. You. What do you want to do? Bojack naturally noticed Broly's actions, and the panic in his eyes could not be concealed. What do you say? The corners of Broly's mouth rose slightly, his knees sank, and he made the action of throwing a baseball with his hand, and the energy of the energy bomb in his hand increased by a few points. Don't you want to know how I killed the Realm King? Bojack's eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to have calmed down, but his trembling body betrayed him. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in how you killed the Realm King. Broly looked at Bojack with disdain, but he didn't move because he felt as if Bojack hadn't finished speaking. There is a crisis on Earth soon, do you want to save the planet? Bojack knew that Broly was interested in his words, and he was also relieved in his heart. To the point. But Broly's eyes became dangerous. If you say one more nonsense, I'll kill you right now. The reason why I was able to kill the Realm King was because someone helped me, and that person is definitely a super strong person. Bojack glanced at Broly in fear and said slowly. Hey! Broly was a little interested, took the energy of the energy bomb in his hand, and asked Bojack, who is that person you are talking about? Majin Buu. When Bojack said this name, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to be very afraid of the person with this name. Chapter 074. Majin Buu. Broly was silent for a moment. He didn't expect the Majin Buu to appear so soon, and he was also involved with Bojack. The reason why you were able to kill the 3 Realm Kings is probably because of Babadai's help you, right? Broly thought for a moment and suddenly asked Bojack. You? How do you know about Babadai? Bojack looked at Broly in surprise, as if he did not expect Broly to know about the existence of Babadai. Broly didn't speak, but nodded as if he understood something, and he only now noticed that Bojack had an M on his head, which was Babadai's magic text. Although the strength of the 3 Realm Kings is not very good, it is basically impossible for Bojack to find them, but if Babadai's help, it is different. Is Majin Buu resurrected now? Broly glanced at Bojack again and asked with a slightly excited tone. Although he suppressed his combat effectiveness and fought with many people, most of them can be solved by normality, and after becoming a Super Saiyan, they can basically be killed directly. But Majin Buu is different. With his absorption ability, he may cause a lot of pressure on Broly, which is a rare opponent. This is also why he has some excitement. As a Saiyan, he really wants to fight against the strong, and Majin Buu can indeed be said to be a strong man. Nope. But to Broly's disappointment, Bojack shook his head. To be precise, Babadai hasn't come to Earth yet. But this is also true. If the Demon Buu has really been resurrected, Broly will not feel his breath. How long will it take for Babadai to come to Earth? Now that he knows that Majin Buu has not been resurrected, the question that Broly wants to know most now is naturally Babadai. I don't know about this, but to be precise, I can still guess. It should be almost a year later. In order to save his life, Bojack did not dare not answer Broly's question. Broly pondered for a moment, which meant that he still had a year to fight Majin Buu, hoping that he would not be disappointed by then. "Sir, that's all I know, do you think you can let me go?" Bojack whispered, but secretly condensed energy in his hands. "It's impossible to let you go, but I can send you to hell." How could Broly not notice Bojack's small movements, and immediately sneered. "In that case, then you should die." Bojack's eyes changed instantly. Since he had been discovered, he naturally would not hide something. Bojack does not think that the energy bomb in his hand can kill Broly. His purpose is to make the energy bomb explode to produce a violent flame, so that he can escape at the opportunity. But Bojack didn't know that Broly had noticed this earlier, so his shot was faster than Bojack's, and an energy bomb directly pierced his body. Bojack looked at Broly in disbelief, his eyes revealed unwillingness. He did not expect that he would die on such a low planet. "Hey," but Bojack did not show a desperate expression, but sneered at Broly. "I will wait for you in hell, you will definitely not be a match for Majin Buu." After Bojack finished speaking, his eyes widened upwards, and he completely died on earth. Broly didn't care too much about Bojack's words, although Majin Buu was indeed very strong, but it was still not small compared to himself, and then directly used a small energy bomb to smash Bojack's body. "Broly, is that demon named Buu really strong?" As soon as Broly finished doing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but step forward and ask. "At least a lot stronger than you are now." Broly nodded. Even the weakest Fat Buu in Majin Buu, Dragon Ball Super is not counted first, he has similar strength to Super 3. However, in terms of pure strength, Fat Buu's strength is not as strong as Super 3, while Little Buu has slightly stronger strength than Super 3. Cut. "What Majin Buu, I want to see how much strength he really has." Vegeta snorted proudly, not believing that someone was better than him when he didn't see him. Broly glanced at the proud Vegeta and knew that the guy was not only proud, but also a tsundere, and his personality was like that, so he didn't bother much. "That's right, Goku." Broly suddenly thought of something at this time, and asked Sun Wukong, "How much time is it now?" "Hey!" Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and then reacted and said to Broly for a while, and Broly knew that the time and when he left, he had deviated for half a year. "Trunks, what are you going to do now?" Broly asked, glancing at Trunks, who was thinking. "There is no energy in the time machine." Trunks shook his head helplessly, and then said, "Now I can only hope that the mother of this world, Lady Bulma, can figure out the energy of a time machine." Trunks originally wanted to say mother, but then thought about it. The Bulma of this world was not his mother, but Broly's wife, and finally Mrs. Broly nodded, and then asked Sun Wukong again, "Bulma, they shouldn't have anything to do, right?" Now that he knows the current time, what he wants to know most now is the safety of Bulma and their safety, and whether something has happened. "Don't worry, they're all fine now, but Klin and Yamcha were killed, so Vic has asked Earth's Divine Dragon to take him to Namex and resurrect Klin with the Divine Dragon there." After listening to Sun Wukong's answer, Broly nodded. As long as Bulma and them were safe, as for Klin, they were none of his business. Vic soon resurrected Kling, the dragon of Namex, and brought Dandy with him, making him the god of Earth. Because of Bojack's invasion, he has merged with the gods, although it is of no use. And Sun Wukong also practiced with Broly. As for Vegeta, because of his self-esteem, and chose to cultivate with Broly and them, but chose to find a way to cultivate on his own. Chapter 075. Ha! The green tendons of Sun Wukong's roar came out, and under Broly's feeling, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness also increased rapidly, even far surpassing Lightning Shalu. And like Lightning Sharu, blue lightning also appeared around Sun Wukong, and his hair was only 3 strands standing up, which was not much different from ordinary Super Saiyan. Is it finally Super Saiyan 2? Broly looked at the successful transformation of the Monkey King and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Sun Wukong's talent is indeed very strong, and he is also a genius in combat and cultivation, and it has only been half a year, and he can already become Super 2. Abominable! Bastard cockroach! Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong not far away, his face was full of envy and jealousy, and he couldn't help but roar in his heart. In the past half a year, Broly entered Bun Mountain with him to cultivate at the suggestion of Sun Wukong, and Vegeta also chose to come over to cultivate after a period of time. The air in Bun Mountain is very fresh. Practicing here, Broly felt very comfortable physically and mentally, so cultivating was also more effective with half the effort, but most of the time he was teaching Monkey King and Vegeta. Vegeta soon reached the Super Saiyan full energy state, but it didn't take long for Vegeta to reach this level, and Sun Wukong now reached the Super second level. It's good, you actually reached such a power in such a short time, and it really didn't disappoint me. Broly nodded happily. According to this, it is not necessarily impossible for Sun Wukong to reach Super Saiyan 3 in half a year. Is this the power beyond the Super Saiyan? It's really powerful. Sun Wukong was also surprised and said excitedly. So what? Is it different or not surpassing Broly? Vegeta glanced at Broly jealously and said to Monkey King with disdain. Broly shook his head helplessly. He knew that Vegeta said this out of jealousy, and he knew that his state of mind was like this, so he didn't care. Okay. It's still too much worse than Broly. Sun Wukong's naive mentality naturally did not care about Vegeta's words, and he nodded very seriously. Don't compare yourself to me, at least for now, you're far from being my opponent. Broly's words are the truth, just like Sun Wukong's strength has improved a lot now, but he is still not his opponent. Sun Wukong nodded seriously, and he also snorted noncommittally, but their self-esteem naturally could not think that their talent was not comparable to Broly. Time passed quickly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Vegeta still did not reach the level of Super 2, but in terms of strength, it was no less than Lightning Shrew. Dad! Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong with exuberant eyes. Now he is only 4 years old, he is just a harmless child of humans and animals. Broly looked at Sun Gohan. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although the current Sun Gohan looked harmless to humans and animals, but Broly still felt the potential power of Sun Gohan. Such a genius must not be buried by Kiki. The potential shown by Sun Gohan made Broly even more convinced of his ideas. Sun Wukong hugged Sun Wuhan, just like Vegeta. Since Vegeta can't transform into Super 2, then the current Monkey King naturally can't become Super 3. However, despite this, the combat power of Monkey King and Vegeta is already similar to the strength of the original book when fighting with Majin Buu. And Broly already had a feeling that Babadai should have arrived on Earth, but Broly couldn't determine the exact location. However, although the exact location cannot be determined, Broly speculates that Babadai should send someone to find pure energy, and the world's first martial arts would be a good choice. In fact, the world's first martial arts association is about to start again, and registration is closing this afternoon, so they plan to register now. Broly naturally didn't really want to fight, but Son Goku and Vegeta were serious because they wanted to fight. Although he knew that his strength was not comparable to Sun Wukong, Vegeta's self-esteem could not help but make him challenge Sun Wukong. And Sun Wukong's self-esteem is also not bad, so Broly speculates that Sun Wukong should not become Super 2 when fighting. If it does not become a Super 2, then it will be difficult to distinguish the victory and defeat in this battle, and in terms of the combat power of the Super level, Broly is more inclined to Vegeta. Vegeta, at the same level, is actually stronger than Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong upgrades too quickly, so he can't compare with him. The three of Broly did not go to the venue of the world's first martial arts association at once, because Sun Wukong still had to wait for Klin and them. However, it didn't take them long to come to this side and say hello to Sun Wukong. Yamcha did not greet Sun Wukong, but set his eyes on Broly and Bulma. His eyes were like Vegeta before, full of envy and jealousy. Until now, he didn't know what happened, obviously just a joke, but let his girlfriend become someone else, and there are children. Who the hell is that guy who knocked me unconscious? If I let me know his identity, I will definitely kill him. Yamcha roared in his heart. Until now, he has not forgotten that scene, and when he returns to the western capital soberly, his girlfriend is already with others. But he doesn't have a way yet. Why isn't there a way? Do you need to say more about this? Isn't it because you did death to say that you broke up? Yamcha looked at Broly suspiciously, not knowing why. He always had a feeling in his heart, that is, the reason why he was so miserable seemed to have a relationship with Broly. But he had no proof, and he now had a new girlfriend, so although he felt that something was wrong, he didn't say much. To be precise, they basically have wives or girlfriends except for Vegeta, but Vegeta's heart has changed, not as bad as at the beginning, and the person who changed him, even if Vegeta doesn't want to admit it, is actually Sun Wukong. But the reason why he is so envious and jealous today, in addition to being because his new girlfriend is not as good as Bulma, there is also a reason that his girlfriend broke up with him. Tragedy. Yamcha roared in his heart again. I'm really sorry that I can't update too much today because of some things, and I won't be breaking and changing less from tomorrow.